Hey, David here. We are live with another episode of Metaphysics. So I'm starting earlier. I'd scheduled it for 3, but I'm home. I just ate and a lot to cover. So hopefully this isn't going to go over 7 hours, but it might because it's just a lot of material. So I'm going to start as early as possible. And today we're going to cover the Greeks and metaphysics. The first episode I jumped in with what is metaphysics, the major topics, the related topics of ontology and epistemology, and then from there I started a different series on profiles of biographies because I saw that it's such a large and complicated topic that it was going to be very difficult to cover straight as just going from topic to topic. So I thought it'd make more sense to look at it in terms of important thinkers. And, so the first episode, I covered some of the big names that were in relations to the philosophy of science series, like 10 parts, and, Frege and Kant and Russell, Wittgenstein, mostly the introduction of logic. And then in the second part, I talked about German idealism. And, kind of like German idealism is kind of the last of the metaphysicians. And then, with the rise of logical empiricism, pardon me, with the rise of the Vienna Circle and logical empiricism, scientific realism, metaphysics dies out. And so I covered, so to say, the rise and fall of German idealism. Idealism meaning that there's these universal ideas that are somewhat a basis of Platonic forms. And we're going to go in depth into Plato and look at the long haul from the ancient Greeks till today. And from there, I'll probably do a few episodes on biographies, and then I'll go back into the history, maybe some medieval metaphysics, and then I'll move into specific topics. And the topics in metaphysics are relatively very complicated. The nature of substance and categories, and rules. And so, to look at the ancient Greeks who laid the precursors for most of the major categories of metaphysics. Metaphysics, the term itself, coming from Aristotle, though not Aristotle himself, but the canonization of Aristotle's works into books on metaphysics. We'll also look at skepticism and the suspension of judgment. And the skeptics were the inheritors of the Platonic Academy, and they predate Plato and Socrates, but for a few hundred years, skeptics were the main dominant school in the academy, with the concept of question everything and the suspension of judgment. And a lot of these metaphysics, like you have a system of metaphysics, like Church of Entropy, or Plato or Aristotle have a system of metaphysics, and there's all these cases of uncertainty that you could look at it like this way, you could look at it like that way, and the certain schools of uncertainty will you largely just say, well, we don't know, we have to suspend judgment. And so, well, how do you develop a system? So to get into the multiple truth hypothesis, so Ludwig, there's still German idealism around, but generally German idealism was the dominant school in the 1800s, from the neo-Kantianism like Leibniz. And so you really have two schools. You have competing schools. There's others, but the main two competing schools in philosophy are the British empiricist and the continental or German idealists. And generally, the German idealists are Platonic and the British empiricists are Aristotelian, where the idealists think that there's these ideas that transcend mind, that they're just out there, they exist. That's why, idealism, these days, someone's idealistic, it usually refers to someone who has like convictions about social or ethical, like, he really believes in his cause, cares about the poor, helping people. He's idealistic, as opposed to philosophically the idealistics. And I went in depth on the last series on the different schools of idealism, but just saying that there's these universal ideals, and that you can't solve the problems of philosophy and science through pure empiricism, or even reason, that you're going to have to come to these universal rules or ideals that are going to transcend. And then the question, well, what's the origin of these ideals if they're not rationally deciphered, or they're not deciphered through the scientific method and empirical evidence? So after World War II, one thing, the Vienna Circle was already pushing back against German idealism. And after World War II, the remnants of the Vienna Circle, most German idealism kind of dies out, where you don't have that many great German scientific philosophical thinkers, and the main thinkers end up as a diaspora, and then you have the rise of pragmatism. And so you still have British empiricists and idealists, but pragmatism becomes the dominant school. And even till today, pragmatism says American's philosophy, and kind of like the difference between the Greeks and the Romans, where you could look at the Germans as the Greeks and the Americans as the Romans, where the Greeks were concerned with ideas and pure philosophy, but the Romans were more concerned with just technical know-how, whether it works or not. And we're going to go into great detail about the pragmatists, William James and Charles Sanders Peirce. And probably the next episode, I'm going to talk about the rise of scientific thinking from, and eventually we'll look at more of the Neo-Kantians, and the great thinkers of the Vienna Circle. But next, we'll probably look at like Helmholtz and Poincare and some of the other major names, maybe Whewell, who created the term science, the modern term science, and some of the others, Quine, that helped develop the modern scientific view, how that came in this connection between, we'll also eventually go back to Descartes and Newton and some of the people mainly connected with all these. So it's a long movement. So that's why I said, like, where do you start? There's not necessarily a good place to start. You just got to jump in. So that's what I'm doing. My brother was mentioning, a lot of people like, okay, who watches this stuff? It's like hours and hours of just you reading and rambling, and can't you make shorter videos? And said, like, well, there's no shortcut. Maybe you could, even the concept of the metaphysical concept of having categories, universal rules, reduction of main points is questioned. It's a view of metaphysics. There's such a phenomenon that you could have categories or more important rules. If this debate on truth claims of Judaism, you're saying from like a Judaic point of view, most religions say the truth claim is that the scripture is true, and every word of the scripture is a truth claim. And so there's not like these universal, reducible truth claims that you could derive the other truths from. The whole scripture is the truth claim. And from that, similar to the canon of philosophy, the whole canon of philosophy is a truth claim. And there are certain major points and themes and trends. And you could learn, like the ABC, the introduction. And, it's kind of like, Judaism, you can learn the Mishnah. Eventually you learn the Talmud and the commentaries. It just gets more and more. And so the names, the people, the important thinkers, the ideas, And when we look at skepticism, this kind of question everything. So if you have like a concept like, categories, substance, uh, appearances, cognition, truth, and then you start being skeptical about any claim about it, and the skepticism leads to, like the chess, the candidate moves and analysis trees, where there's a whole bunch of different options that you're right to question this phenomenon and our understanding of the phenomenon, and then questioning that phenomenon leads to a whole bunch of different approaches, and those approaches could lead to schools. So every single one of these topics, you have a whole bunch of schools that take these different approaches, and then if you look into these schools, any one of the schools, there's more problems about that approach, and that leads to an infinite expansion of possibilities, and that's somewhat getting to like the multiple truth hypothesis that would help navigate these points of uncertainty, where like you have the correspondence theory of truth and the coherence theory of truth, and like biblical hermeneutics, where you have, okay, well, the truth claim is all of scripture is true, but what do you do with scripture that contradicts other scripture? So you have methods of biblical hermeneutics. So similarly with the philosophy, where you have different important issues, and then you have a bunch of different schools on how you should go about the difficulty of these issues. And from there, if you take one approach on this issue and a different approach on another issue, and so on, there's going to be internal contradictions for multifaceted issues that require the use of multiple fields and techniques, and so on and so on. So there's really no shortcut, and it doesn't get easier, it gets harder. So also with the type research and wisdom, said like it's not going to get easier, it's going to get harder. And the more you learn, the more you realize that you need how little you know, how much there is to know. And so it's a journey that can't be completed, like the Mishnah and Pirkei Avos, saying time is short. You can't complete the journey, but you're not free from partaking in it. And so philosophy, the love of wisdom, you have to really love wisdom. And so with that, let's jump right in. And I'm live on Twitter too. I'm working on trying to go live on Rumble also, but my viewership's not that high anyway. So I haven't been pushing that. And so let's figure out where my highlight is. Get my highlight, and we'll start with Plato and Aristotle. So we're going to start with Plato. Then we're going to look at Plato's middle period metaphysics and epistemology, and we'll see that there's a big dispute on Plato himself, and Plato changes what they distinguish between three periods of his writing, but the most important, say, is the middle period. So we'll look at Plato's metaphysics and epistemology, then we'll look at Aristotle's metaphysics, then we'll look at Greek skepticism, covering from the early Greek philosophers to Plato and Aristotle, to when the skeptics took over the academy, through a little bit of post-Greek thought. Then we'll look at two separate issues. We'll look at the concept of innateness, talking about innate nature, which is more related to psychology and the human mind. And we'll look from the ancients, from Plato, Aristotle, through the Descartes and Leibniz, Locke and Hume, and the Kantians, to the moderns like Noam Chomsky. So one of these issues, after having looked at the ancient Greeks, we'll take a given issue of innateness and see how that goes from the ancient Greeks till today. And then we'll look at Platonism and metaphysics, referring more to the forms and the concept of related to German idealism, where what are mathematical objects, propositions, the rules of logic, as opposed to human psychology, just saying, well, what's the origin of universal ideas? And so this concept we often refer to as Platonism, sometimes Neoplatonism, or the forms, which is different than Plato himself and Plato's concept of the forms, which is somewhat ambiguous, and to the modern conception that many people in mathematics and logic are Platonists, as opposed to like the Innateness doctrine that would be related to the human mind specifically. So it's a lot of material. It'll probably be about 6 hours of me reading. If there's comments or people in the chat, hopefully this is useful to other people. And I listen to this type content, and there's really no shortcut. Like I said, like I've listened to hundreds of contents. I've taken university courses on the subject. I've read a lot of the source material, and this is also part of my memory technique, just to solidify this in my mind, go through the highlighting, go over it multiple times to use a memory technique for chunking the major ideas, names, and the due diligence for my research that hopefully soon, as I round the corner, although this metaphysics series will likely last the majority of this year since it's such a huge topic. And I don't know if it's going to be very popular or not, but it's extremely important for my research. So, this technique as a mental technique to help remember, solidify ideas that to some extent, even if no one watches it, it's still useful for my own research. And just having the videos, doing the highlighting, having the record to go back to it and to listen back to myself. Like I'd rather have some sort of study group, a bunch of people interested in these topics. Okay, Nathaniel, God bless. Good to see you. Yeah, man, I'd like to have like a group of people interested in these subjects to talk to, but unfortunately, I don't. So, in real life, face to face, I have almost no one that's interested in these topics. That just like, oh, I was reading this, I found this interesting. So you have to reach out onto the internet, and even on the internet, there's not that many people interested in these topics. And so, I have to talk to myself, record it, and talk back to myself. One thing, just to get the names or the concepts right, to hear it, to get used to saying these words, so that maybe eventually I could publish, I could write or say these things accurately. And then there's also the practicality, like the American philosophy of pragmatism. Well, how's this going to help you? And you say, well, it's just philosophy. I love wisdom. I'm doing this because I want to know. Um, I honestly love philosophy. Hey, Jennifer, God bless. Good to see you. Been a while. And so, yeah, you just really got to want to know the truth. You want to understand this. And you look, okay, society's collapsing. There's the problem of competence and all these other things, because a lot of people like, well, who cares? What is this value? And even thinking like, okay, like the university, yeah, Torah Lishma, for its own sake. And even saying like, okay, like I've studied a lot of Torah. I still study Torah. And I was thinking when we get to the skepticism, a lot of things I internalized from the Greeks, I got from Jewish sources, because like I had known a little bit about the Greeks. I'd read some of the Greeks in high school, had, but a lot of the concepts of skepticism and Platonism, Aristotelian, made their way into the Talmud, into the sages. Most people think that scholars hold that Kabbalah is a form of Neoplatonism, and like the Muslim movement, Hasidus, and even going back into the Talmud, a lot of it comes from skepticism. So I was going over the skepticism, and I saw a lot of these, concepts like it doesn't matter what I believe, or the suspense and the judgment that I say, well, I learned that from my rabbis, but really that's ancient Greek skepticism, and almost definitely it first comes from, from a historical perspective, it comes from the Greek skeptics. But the rabbis, the Talmud, the sages took the best of the wisdom and incorporated these techniques. I was listening to Mark Shapiro and um, on Torah in Motion, and he just started his new thing on Musar, and he was claiming that the Miktav Eliyahu Dessler, took a lot of that from How to Win Friends and Influence People. And the other book, Cheshbon and Nefesh, was largely taken from Benjamin Franklin. And so a lot of Torah is that way. So a lot of these concepts of the Greeks, I internalized through the Hebrew sages that had canonized and indoctrinated, because they're useful. And these days, I think when I was looking at um, Frege, saying that Frege took a lot of some of his philosophy from the Stoics, or various thought on that, and saying, well, yeah, probably. And the Greeks thought about almost everything. So with that, let's turn to the Greeks. And I think it was Alfred Whitehead that you see said everything is basically footnotes on Plato, and almost all important philosophical, metaphysical, theological topics were debated between Plato and Aristotle. Like Plato held this, Aristotle held that. And so like even I was saying, like, well, the German idealists are like Plato and the American pragmatist are like Aristotle, or the British empiricist are like Aristotle. So um let's go back to the roots. Metaphysics starts with um Plato. So yeah, I'm just going to read. Jennifer, however much you show up, if you're in the chat, appreciate that, or any comments you have, you're glad to see what you have to say. I'll stop at some of the breaking points and try to talk a little bit, but there's no shortcut, so it's just going to be hours and hours of me reading. And if you really want to know the subject, there's no shortcut. You could buy footnotes or a briv, take a 101, but eventually, and even this, is saying if you want to actually read the source material. So happy to be of service in people's search for truth and philosophy and other things. So let's jump right in just to mention the color coding scheme. Generally, red is for section titles, orange is for names and works, books, yellow is for sometimes like concepts, gray is for numbers, and purple, green, and yellow are for major topics. And then sometimes I have the most important topic related to what I'm reading at the moment, and it will change back and forth between sections as purple, then green, and then yellow. So they're all categories, important subjects, but to the subject at hand, purple usually means the most relevant, the biggest topics, or the primary category, um, and then green, and then yellow. Yellow generally referring to things that are the least directly related to the topic at hand. So let's jump right in. We'll start with Plato and Plato's middle period, metaphysics and epistemology. Students of Plato and other ancient philosophers divide philosophy into three parts: ethics, epistemology, and metaphysics. While generally accurate and certainly useful for pedagogical purposes, no rigid boundary separates the parts. Ethics, for example, concerns how one ought to live and focuses on pleasure, virtue, and happiness. Since, according to Plato and Socrates, virtue and happiness requires knowledge of goods and evils, Plato's ethics is inseparable from his epistemology. Epistemology is, broadly speaking, the study of what knowledge is and how one comes to have knowledge. Among the many topics included in epistemology are logic, belief, perception, language, science, and knowledge. Science derives from the Latin scientia, which in turn translates the Greek episteme, from which English derives epistemology. Integral to all of these notions is that they typically are directed at something. Words refer to something. Perception, as theses in Greek, involves perceptibles. Knowledge requires a known. In this respect, epistemology cannot be investigated without regard to what there is. Metaphysics, or alternatively, ontology, is the branch of philosophy whose special concern is to answer the question, what is there? These expressions derive from Aristotle, Plato's student, in a collection of his work, the most detailed treatise on the general topic of things that comes after the treatise on natural things, Tu Fuisca, from which English derives physics. Natural things is physics, tough, physica. Since the Greek for after is meta, this treatise is titled Metaphysics. In that work, one finds the famous formula that first philosophy studies being, the Greek for which is on qua being, hence the account of being is ontology. The English suffix ology signifies the study of, like biology, the study of living things. Metaphysics then studies the way in which anything this is can be said or thought to be. leaving to sciences like biology or physics or mathematics or psychology the task of addressing the special ways in which physical things or living things or mathematical objects like numbers or souls, minds come to have the peculiar qualities each respectively has. The subject matter of metaphysics are principles common to everything. Perhaps the most general principle is to be something. Nothing just exists. We might say this notion implies that each entity, item, thing has at least some one feature or quality or property. Keeping at a general level, we can provisionally distinguish three factors involving when anything is whatever it is. There is what there's that which bears or has the property, often called the subject. There's the property which is possessed, and there is the manner or way in which the property is tied or connected to the subject. The metaphysician then considers the physical or material things as well as the immaterial items such as souls, God, and numbers in order to study notions like property, subject, change, being, essentially or accidentally. So, kind of like Kabbalah or other terms, when you start studying it, there's a bunch of terminology and you can't really translate it. And when you very first start looking into it, you might be like a loose translation of the term that you use, and eventually you learn the term in the other language. Philosophy, metaphysics, even ethics, ontology, all this is Greek. So, the deeper you get into philosophy, the more used you get to the Greek. As I was telling, Jennifer, and when we talk about like Vedic metaphysics, so to say, metaphysics is a Greek term. All this stuff incorporates the Greek system of understanding that. And, like when you get into Vedic philosophy, eventually you learn a bunch of Sanskrit, and then you could compare it, the difference between the Sanskrit term and its inclinations and the Greek and the etymologies. So I've studied a little bit of Greek, know a little bit of Greek, but we'll see from this, we'll learn quite a bit of Greek. The Aristotle one has a glossary at the end, but the deeper you get into philosophy, the more important Greek becomes. Latin becomes the language that philosophy is written in, and a lot of the Latin straight up copies the Greek. So just an important thing to consider, that the more interested you're in philosophy, you're going to have to learn a bit of Greek, and certainly you're going to have to learn hundreds and hundreds of terms in Greek. Although most of the terms have been taken in English. So most of these terms, people who are educated and well-read in English will know the terms, even if they don't know how they originate in the etymology from the Greek. So there's a lot of subsections to here, and we're going to look deeply at the forms. The forms, one of the most important thing. And then also like just a general overview of Plato, what he thought, the range of his work, and his opinion, view on a whole bunch of different issues. And Plato is generally considered the founder of the academy that eventually gets taken over by skeptics, the main student of Socrates. The background to Plato's metaphysics. Three predecessors heavily influenced Plato's thoughts on metaphysics and epistemology: Heraclitus, Parmenides, and Socrates. Only fragments remain of the writings of Parmenides and Heraclitus, including some contained in the dialogues of Plato. Socrates wrote nothing. Plato's depiction of his teacher is our primary source of the evidence for his philosophy. Parmenides argued that there is and could only be one thing, being. One could not even think to say or say what is not. Moreover, since change implies that something comes or to be what it was not, nothing can change. Reality is static. The appearance of change is just that, a deceptive appearance. Unfortunately, what little we have left of Parmenides does not allow us to decide whether he argued that there is just one item being in his universe, strict numerical monism, or whether there is just one kind of thing, because beings are things that are. Parmenides' account of being seems to have contributed to Plato's doctrine of forms. Heraclitus is the apostle of change. For Heraclitus, the ordinary objects of the physical world seem to be continually changing. The only constant, the underlying commonality, is the pattern of change itself. That there are entities that do not change is for Heraclitus an illusion. Heraclitus' notion of flux seems to have influenced Plato's thinking about ordinary material objects. In the opinion of most scholars, the seminal influence on all of Plato's thinking was Socrates. However, it appeared from the writings of Plato as well as those of the historian Xenophon and the comic poet Aristophanes, that Socrates was almost exclusively interested in ethics. This is not to say that metaphysical or epistemological issues were of no concern to him. Rather, these sources convey the impression that Socrates was not particularly interested in articulating a metaphysical or epistemological theory, rather concerned with caring for the soul so that one might live happily. He uses both epistemological and metaphysical theses in search of answers to his ethical questions. However, it is not easy to distinguish when one is engaged in metaphysical theorizing from one is merely using metaphysical notions. The claim that Socrates was not a metaphysician or epistemologist is particularly hard to evaluate, for we have basically only Plato's dialogues as evidence. Since Plato uses Socrates as a mouthpiece in many of his writings, readers are forced to ask when or whether one is reading the doctrines of Socrates or Plato or neither. This Socratic question is intimately involved with the question of Plato's development and the chronology of his dialogues. In all likelihood, Plato wrote different dialogues at different times. We typically divide his writings into three periods. The early Socratic period, we find Apology, Crito, Erythro, Charmides, Ion, Lyses, Laches, Hippias Minor, Menexenus, uh, Euthydemus, and the Protagoras, the Hippias Major, Gorgias, and perhaps the Meno belongs at the end of this period, maybe with the Gorgias and more likely the Meno verging into the middle period. The middle period works include uh, Cratylus, Symposium, Phaedo, Republic, and perhaps the Phaedrus. In the post-Republic phase, we then have the Parmenides, uh, Theaetetus, Sophist, Politicus, Timaeus, Philebus, and Laws, along with the Critias. The Socratic dialogues, so called because Socrates is always the chief interlocutor, are thought to present doctrines of Socrates himself. These are dialogues devoted to ethical inquiries into the virtues, like what is courage or what is justice. In contrast, the middle period dialogues are thought to present the views of Plato, though nonetheless Socrates remains the speaker. Here, for the first time, we find remarks about the immortality of the soul, about special entities called forms that exist outside of space and time, and that are both the subject of knowledge, the objects of knowledge, and somehow the cause of whatever transpires in the physical world. And the doctrine of recollection, the thesis that the immortal soul in a disembodied state prior to its incarnation in a body, viewed these forms, knowledge of which is then recalled by incarnated souls through a laborious process. Socrates in the early Apology is non-committal about the immortality of the soul. Similarly, in the early dialogues, we find that Socrates, in keeping with the claim that he is neither a metaphysician or nor epistemologist, has nothing to say about recollection and is never explicitly appeals to forms. It is thus in the middle period work that one locates Plato's first thoughts about epistemological and metaphysical issues. To those topics we shall turn shortly, but these are, in the eyes of many, just first thoughts, for the dialogues in the late period suggest changes to the key ethical, epistemological, and metaphysical doctrines found in these middle periods or works. Over the course of the last 50 years, scholars have debated whether and to what extent Plato changed his views. The debate has grown so involved that it's perhaps best not to worry whether anyone believes the extreme positions that, on the one hand, Plato conceived of every one of his major doctrines before he ever wrote, or on the other hand, that he changed his mind on central thesis from one dialogue to the next. Broadly speaking, those who maintain that Plato keeps to his central theses from one period to the next are called Unitarians. Those who believe that he changed his views from one period to the next are developmentalists. The most plausible position and perhaps the most dominant position in the contemporary scholarship is somewhere in the middle. About some themes, Plato, over the course of his writing, expands his thoughts, recognizes difficulties, and even changes his mind. About other theses, he stands by his fundamental insight. A prime example of the imperative problems facing the student of Plato is the development of his most distinctive doctrine, the theory of forms. Aristotle, in recounting Plato's intellectual development, reports that Socrates was the first to seek the universal in ethical matters, but that he did not separate it. Plato, marrying Socrates' philosophy with that of Heraclitus, separated the universal on the grounds that the sensible order where Socrates had focused was in flux. Plato, Aristotle tells us, called these separated universals forms. Universal is a technical notion in metaphysics. A universal is that which is predictable of many. It is meant to capture the intuition that a variety of things can all have the same feature or property. What many things have in common, or a feature they share is a universal, or in Plato's term, a form. Of course, there seems to be a huge number of properties. Each shared property is universal, a one over many instances. Following the lead of Aristotle, scholars have focused on what it means for Plato, in contrast to Socrates, to have separated his universals, the forms. The starting point, then, for the study of Plato's metaphysics is the Socratic dialogues and Socrates' investigation into universals of the ethical variety, namely justice, piety, courage, and others. In the early dialogue, Socrates seeks these ethical universals through a distinctive mode of inquiry, the uh, elentic inquiry is fundamentally a form of cross examination where Socrates tries to elicit from others their beliefs about matters of justice or piety. Typically, the result is that the interlocutors turn out to have an inconsistent set of beliefs about the virtues. At the heart of the Socratic elenchus is the what is X question, where X typically names an ethical property. The answers offered to these questions fail usually because they are too narrow or too wide. An answer is too narrow if it fails to include all cases. An answer is too wide if, while it includes all cases, it also includes other things. We can infer from these failed definitions of a set of conditions Socrates places on an adequate answer to his what is X questions. He's seeking an answer which picks out a Socratic property that is a universal such that it is found whenever and wherever there is an instance, and it causes or makes the instance to be such as it is. In the Socratic dialogues, Plato does not distinguish the metaphysical. In these dialogues, there appears to be just one ontological predication relation. One has knowledge of a Socratic property when he can give an account of logos that says what X is. That is, when he can give the definition of a property under investigation. Treating a definition as a linguistic term, we can say that the definition specifies or picks out the essence ossia of the property, and a definitional statement predicates the essence of the property whose essence it is. It is unclear from the Socratic dialogues whether any other property is predicated of a Socratic property. From what we can infer from Plato's remarks in these early dialogues and from Aristotle's remarks, a Socratic property is in the sensibles. It is an immanent universal. Plato's distinctive separation of the universal might then be viewed as a rejection of Socrates' assumption that the universals and or its essence is in the sensibles, and accordingly a rejection of Socrates' assumption that the definition is predicable or predicable in the same way of the sensible instances as well as the universals. If Aristotle is right, Plato's problem with the sensibles is that they change. Okay, you mentioned to somewhat modern day yeshiva is one of the closer things you get to the Platonic Academy. And the university system in general is based on the Greek system. However, like the yeshiva system might even be closer to the Greek system than any of the other things around today. So people with a yeshiva Talmudic education um, might be the most familiar with the method, although they wouldn't realize necessarily that it comes from the Greeks if they haven't studied or looked into in depth. They might even reject the Greek origins of many of those practices, methods. The metaphysics of the Phaedo. The Phaedo is Plato's eulogy to Socrates. It recounts the last hours of Plato's teacher. Plato wants to convince us that we should care about our souls, and the best way to care for the soul is to live philosophically. Towards the end, we find a series of arguments whose aim is to prove the immortality of the soul. At least three of these arguments, the argument from recollection and its prelude, the affinity argument, and the final argument and its prelude, are crucial for understanding Plato's initial thoughts on metaphysics and epistemology. Here, Plato draws a contrast between unchanging forms and changing material particulars. Unfortunately, neither in the Phaedo nor in any other dialogues do we find Plato giving a detailed description of the nature of forms or particulars or their interaction. What is referred to as Plato's theory of forms is thus a rational reconstruction of Plato's doctrine. In such a reconstruction, scholars try to determine a set of principles of these, which, taken all together, allow us to show why Plato says what he does about forms, souls, and other metaphysical items. In the attempt to make more precise what Plato is after, one risks attributing to Plato notions that are either not his or not as well developed in Plato as scholars would hope. Perhaps the notion of a particular is such a case. Intuitively, particulars are the ordinary material things of the everyday spatial temporal world, but we also speak of particular actions, particular events, particular souls, and much else. In a rational reconstruction, we can be more precise by stipulating, for instance, that a particular is that of which properties are predicated and which is never predicated of anything or anything other than itself. The stipulated definition is nowhere in Plato, though it may well capture his thinking about ordinary particulars. For the sake of exposition, I will assume that in the Phaedo, Plato is appealing to our naive, intuitive understanding of what it is for something to be a material particular. In the author's opinions, the Metaphysics of the Phaedo and other middle period works is devoted to developing the account of forms, perhaps because, well, most of us think that included in what there is are the various. Few of us ever think about whether there is some universal form that exists outside of space and time. In the late dialogues, especially the Timaeus and the Philebus, Plato attempts to give a systematic account of material particulars. The argument of the Phaedo begins from Plato's assertion that the soul seeks freedom from the body so that it may best grasp truth. Because the body hinders and distracts it, the soul comes to be separate from the body itself by itself. The senses furnish no truth. Those senses about the body are neither accurate nor clear. The soul reckons best when it is by itself, not in contact with the body. First, forms are marked as autokath auto, itself by itself beings that are what they are in virtue of themselves. From the next argument concerning recollection, forms are said to be perfect, and what particulars strive to be like but fall short of. Then in the affinity argument, we discover that forms are simple or incomposite of one form, monoeidetic, whereas particulars are complex, divisive, and of many forms. In the crucial final argument, Plato finally presents the hypothesis of forms to explain coming into being and destruction in general change. Once Sebes accepts the hypothesis, a novel implication is announced. Well, then consider what then follows if you accept my hypothesis, for it seems to me that if anything else is beautiful besides beauty itself, it is beautiful on account of nothing else than because it partakes of beauty itself. And I speak in the same way about everything else. Do you accept this sort of cause of explanation? In this passage, Plato introduces two predication relations, being and partaking. Understanding how being and partaking function to tie together the various subjects and properties mentioned in his metaphysical discussion is crucial to reconstructing his metaphysics and epistemology. At first blush, it seems that there are two kinds of subjects of which properties are predicated, namely forms and material particulars. Similarly, at first blush, it seems that there are forms for every property involved in the changes afflicting material particulars. Generalizing from what is said here about beauty itself, it seems that forms inherit from the Socratic properties their self-predicational status. Beauty is beautiful, justice is just, equality is equal. Call this way in which a form is related to the property it is being. Understanding being, the way in which beauty is beautiful, that is, determining what it is for a form to self-predicate, is central to understanding Plato's theory of forms and his middle period metaphysics. The nature of form, self-predication. The debate over self-predication involves both statements and what the statements are about. The ontology correlates to those statements. Investigating self-predication statements, perhaps, it is, again, easiest to distinguish three factors: the subject or subject term, the linking verb is, and the predicate adjective. Apparently, both the subject and the predicate adjective refer to the same thing. One question then concerns the copula or linking verb. In what manner is the predicate related to the subject, or how is the form related to itself? There are three basic approaches to consider. In his seminal discussion of self-predication, Velastos maintained that we should understand the relation between the form and itself to be the same as that between the particular and the form. Let us label this way of understanding the copula in self-predication statements characterization. Some scholars, like John Malcolm, while accepting this characterization reading of is, deny that the property predicated of the form and the particular are exactly the same. According to the approximationalist, the form is the perfect instance of the property it stands for. A particular that participates in the form is an imperfect or deficient instance in that it has a property that approximates the perfect nature of the form. While the appeal to the perfection of the mathematical properties is great, even in these cases, it is doubtful that Plato adopts an approximationist strategy. This characterizing variant emphasizes the Phaedo's claim that a form is monoides in one. According to the second approach, self-predication statements assert identity between the form and its essence. The is an is of identity. Typically, backers of this approach exclude the possibility that the form is characterized by the property it is, since identity accounts treat self-predications as asserting that a form and its essence are identical. With respect to forms, being and identity can be viewed as the same relation in the middle period dialogues. The third approach, the predicationalist, joins with the identity approach in denying that self-predication statements signal that the form is characterized by the property it constitutes, and while ultimately it allows that a form and its essence are identical, it does not regard the self-predication statement itself as an identity claim. Rather, a self-predication claim asserts that there is a special primitive kind of ontological relation between a form, subject, and its essence, predicate. This approach begins from the two relations of partaking and being introduced in the last argument of the Phaedo. In initiative, first approximation of their respective function is to treat partaking as a relationship between material particulars and forms, the result of which is that the particular is characterized by the forms of which it partakes. All particulars are characterized by the forms in which each participates, and whatever each is, it is by partaking in the appropriate form. On this account, then, there can be forms for each and every property had by particulars. In contrast to the characterizing relation of partaking, the relation of being is always non-characterizing. Each form, F, is its essence, osea. Being, then, is a primitive ontological relation designed exclusively to capture the special tie between that which possesses an essence and the essence possessed. Put differently, whenever essence is predicated of something, the relation of being is at work. By primitive, I do not mean to suggest that Plato does not study what being is, nor do I mean to suggest that everything else in the metaphysics can somehow be deduced from it. Rather, I mean to indicate that the relation of being is not explained by appeal to another more basic relation or principle. Its nature and the nature of other primitives in the theory, such as participating, is displayed in the ways in which the theory attempts to save various phenomena. The simplicity of forms. Throughout the dialogue, forms are said to be one, hen, or monoides. These passages suggest that the self-predicational nature of forms implies that the only property predictable of a form is itself, but other passages suggest that forms cannot be simple in the strict sense. From the Republic, we know that all forms are related to the good. Well, it is difficult to be certain. Plato seems committed to the claim that each form is good, that is, that each form is a good thing or is characterized by goodness. More doubts about the strict simplicity of forms emerge from reflection on the nature of definition in Plato's middle period. Ontologically, all definitions predicate the essence of form whose essence it is. Plato is attempting to discover through scientific investigation or inclusive or through an analysis of what words mean. Ultimately, then, the answer to any what is X question will be some specific formula unearthed at the end of much study. According to this line of reasoning, the self-predication statement in the text are promissory notes, shorthand for what will turn out to be the fully articulated definition. Plato is thus committed to there being forms whose natures or essence will ultimately be discovered. The problem is that the fully articulated linguistic definition, when it is ultimately discovered, will turn out to be complex. Forms cannot be considered to be utterly and strictly simple. The problem is that given just two predication relations, it is unclear whether Plato thinks that forms partake of the properties to which they are related or whether they are those properties. The separation of forms. The best guide to the separation of forms is the claiming that each form is what it is in its own right. In asking what is the form F, Plato seeks what F is in a particular and special way. He seeks what F is independent from any of its material instances, and in some sense independent of anything else, whether another form or the soul. What each form is in its own right, it is in virtue of its essence, osea. The connection between the form and the essence being predicated of it is exhibited in the Republic's formula that a given on being is completely or perfectly, as well as the so-called self-predication statements. According to the predicationless reading, the relation connection of an essence with the form of which is the essence is being. The predicate in such self-predication statements stands for the real definition of the form, conveniently captured by Nehemias, what it is to be F. Each form then is its essence. The special relation between a form and its essence is captured in two principles. Each essence is the essence of exactly one form. Each form has or is exactly one essence. Statement 2 captures the ontological force of the expression that each form is monades of one essence. In light of these principles, and in keeping with the account of the ontological relation of being, it follows that each form self-predicates insofar as each form is its essence. Self-predication statements are thus required of forms, since each form must be its respective essence. Self-predication then is a constitutional principle of the very theory of forms. A form then is what it is in its own right, in that it is its essence, and since the only thing it is its essence, each form is monades of one essence. In virtue of being its essence, each form is something regardless of whether any particular does or may participate in it. Thus, each form is separate from every particular instance of it. Moreover, since its essence is predicated of the form independently from our knowledge of the form or from its relation to another form, a form is not dependent on anything else. On this definitional interpretation of separation, an item is separate just in case the definition essence is predicable of it and is not what it is alleged to be separate from. So a form is separate from particulars that partake of it, or any particular, if its essence is predicable of the form and is not predicable of the particulars. Whether or not a form is existentially separate, whether it exists separate from everything else, turns on whether one thinks that being is in essence qualifies the form as existing. To the extent that Plato recognizes the notion of existence, since being in essence seems by Plato's lights to be the superlative way to be, it is likely that forms are both definitionally and existentially separate. Slick Willie, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. The range of forms. The middle period dialogue contains a few arguments whose conclusion is that such and such a form therefore exists. Even when argument is given a very broad reading, the dialogues tend to address themselves to a limited number of forms. These include the moral properties familiar from Socrates' ethical inquiries and properties such as beauty, equality, hot and cold, or largeness. While these are not the only properties mentioned in the course of the discussion, the argument from recollection, the argument about the objects of knowledge and the summoners, respectively, of the Republic, as well as the final assent to beauty in the Symposium and the final argument of the Phaedo, all point to a particular kind of property, what scholars have labeled incomplete properties. There's no precise way to specify what counts as an incomplete property. Roughly, the idea is that an incomplete property is one which, when serving as a predicate, yields a statement that cannot be understood on its own, because they must be added on to, or completed in some sense, typically with a prepositional phrase. For some readers, then, while Plato of the middle period may believe in a wide range of properties, he is theoretically committed only to a limited number or range of forms, namely forms of incomplete properties. Forms are limited to these incomplete properties because, on the line of reasoning, these properties present special problems when they are instantiated in particulars. Chief among these problems is the compresence of opposites. This is the phenomenon where, with respect to any incomplete property, every sensible particular of that property is, in some sense, also not that property. Thus, the proponent of forms only for incomplete properties looks to a special subset of the accidental properties, namely those where there is no unqualified possessor. In order to appreciate fully the rationale for this account, one needs to consider Plato's account of particulars for the compresence of opposites is meant to capture in what sense particulars are deficient with respect to forms. Before turning to particulars, note that is left open by proponents of this position how we are to think of the nature of forms and the self-predication statement involving forms. The deficiency of particulars. Metaphors dominate Plato's remarks about the relation of particulars to forms. Of special importance are the metaphors of image and original, copy, and model, example, and paradigm. The physical world and all of its constituents are, according to Plato, a copy or image of the forms, and since all copies are dependent on the original, the physical world is dependent on forms. Insofar as the Platonic forms are not dependent on particulars, they are not immanent universals. The dependence is only one way. A second important metaphor for the Phaedo is also suggests that particulars are dependent on forms, whereas forms are not dependent on them. Particulars strive to be such as the forms are, and thus in comparison to forms are imperfect or deficient. Forms then are independent, whereas particulars are dependent on forms and thus deficient with respect to them. The Phaedo also points up to a host of features usually found in pairs which differentiate particulars from forms. Forms are immaterial, non-spatial, and atemporal. Particulars are material and extended in space and time. Forms do not change and may not even be subject to Cambridge change, relational changes involving, for instance, the soul cognizing them at various moments. Particulars change may even be subject to change in any respect, and may even be subject to change in every respect at any given moment. Total, Heraclite, and flux. Particulars are complex or multiform, polyeidetic composites, whereas forms are pure, simple, or uniform. Particulars are the objects of the senses and of belief. Forms are the objects of knowledge grasped by the intellect through definitions, dialectic, or otherwise. Particulars appear and perhaps are both F and not F for some property F. Particulars suffer from the presence of opposites. The form of F cannot be conceived to be not F, and perhaps is never not F. Hence, the F itself does not suffer compresence, at least with respect to being F. Aristotle's account of Plato's reasoning for introducing forms indicates that change and essence are critical to Plato's thinking about the deficiency of material particulars. Socrates sought the universal in them and turned to definitions. Plato, accepting this, thought that this defining comes to be about different things and not about sensibles, for it is impossible that the common definition be about any of the sensibles, for these are always changing. At the beginning, then, the search for knowledge leads to definitions. The question is where one can find definitions or definables. Aristotle asserts that Plato thought that definitions could not be found in the sensibles because they were always changing. Following Aristotle's lead, a most economical way to account for the cognitive superiority of forms and the inferiority of sensibles would be to allot essences only to the forms. Since we know from the early and middle dialogues that knowledge is of essence, it is tempting to think that the absence of essence is responsible for the deficiency of the particulars. Particulars are deficient because they can or do change. They change because their properties are contingent. Their properties are contingent because they lack any essence or any essential properties. But this is too quick. First, Plato's particulars may not change with respect to all their properties. Perhaps some have essential properties along with a host of contingent properties. Then Aristotle might be taken to imply that only with respect to a certain number of contingent properties did Plato posit definable forms. Moreover, Aristotle seems to allude only to an epistemological difficulty arising from changing particulars. It is possible that this deficiency arises independently of whether some particulars have essential properties. For instance, particulars might be epistemologically problematic because they have many properties, only some of which are changing. Certain passages suggest that particulars are cognitively deficient because they are complex. Suppose that a particular is F. Complexity entails that a particular has at least two properties, F and G. Since the G is not F, every complex particular can be said to be F and not F. Our inability to grasp the property F in the particular is then grounded not in the compresence of an opposite property, but in the compresence of another property. The inquiring mind is unable to isolate the desired property from any other. This suggests that a fundamental contrast between the particulars and the form F is that the latter is simple or monoeidetic in that it possesses just itself, it is just F. At another time, the cognitive reliability of the form seemed grounded in the analyticity of logical certainty or necessity that holds between the essence of a form and the various properties discernible in nature. Looked at in this light, the factor responsible for the deficiency of sensibles is that their properties are contingently related to them, in contrast to the forms whose properties are necessarily stuck to them with logical glue. If we emphasize the contingency of all of its properties, a particular cannot have any essential properties. On the other hand, if we emphasize the complexity of the particular, then we are free to ascribe essences to some particulars. Hence, there could be knowledge of these particulars. Conversely, if complexity is the cause of cognitive deficiency, then with respect to forms, the fact that all of their properties are necessarily properties would not suffice to render forms knowable. For if a form has many properties, then in a broad sense, the form f itself, since it is f and g, will be f and not f. Thus, forms too might not be knowable. There is reason to doubt that the composite of opposites or the mere complexity of particulars is responsible for their deficiency. According to Aristotle, change is critical, especially insofar as it precludes definability and thus knowledge, given that knowledge requires essence, and essence excludes change in the case of the essential properties. Aristotle would have us deny that essence is predicable of particulars for the Plato of the Middle Period. Particulars will be epistemologically deficient in that there can be no knowledge of them, unless we abandon the thesis that knowledge is of essence, and particulars will be metaphysically deficient, at least to the extent that possessing an essence is a better state than lacking one. From the outset of the Phaedo, particulars are branded as material and as a result spoken of in the pejorative. Indeed, matter seems to be at the root of the other features that characterize particulars. What is extended in space and through or in time is body. The composite is also linked with the material because the material particular is a composite. It is also multiform or complex. Complex material particulars are subject to change insofar as their composite nature invites dissolution or construction, or more generally, coming to be or perishing. When taken broadly, as it is at Phaedo or in the analogies of the middle books of the Republic, generation and destruction includes the exchange of properties, and since composite requires complexity, the material nature of particulars is one of the roots of each material, sensible particular being both f and not f. The spatial temporal material character of particulars also contributes directly to the explanation of their suffering and seeming to suffer, the composite of opposites. In the Middle Period, Plato seems to accept an account of perception that has a necessary component, the interaction of material elements. There may be subsequent or simultaneous psychic activity, the judgment part of perceptual judgment, but there is at least some material intercourse between the body of the perceived object and the sense faculty whose sensory object it is. The qualifications needed to account for a particular being f and not f are temporal, or function between comparable to other extended material objects, or standing in different relations to perceivers. Since material extension is a necessary condition for their perceptibility, no particular could appear to have present properties unless it were material. In virtue of their material nature, particulars are extended, mutable, and subject to generation and destruction. How then it is the materiality of the particular related to the characterization for which participation is responsible? What materiality induces is that a property be manifested in a specific way. In the Meno, Plato develops the notion of determinable and determinate. There, the properties themselves are determinates falling under a determinable. Now, the properties under consideration are all generic or determinable, but when present in the particulars, they take on a specific determinate character. There is then a gap between the non-specific and the non-determinate property, and the way it is manifested in the particular. The property in the particular, on the other hand, must be specific and determinate. The property in the particular is always a specific, because the particular is concrete, and because the property in the particular is itself a particular instance of the non-determinate property. The determinacy of the material particulars is set against the non-determinacy of the form. This determinacy of a property is only one aspect of the difference. The second is the contingent way in which the particular has this determinate property. The material aspect is, in the case of particulars, partly responsible for the contingency of its property possession. Matter is a sufficient condition for contingency, but not necessary, since souls are in many respects contingently what they are. Being and partaking. The rigid separation of forms from sensible particulars, Plato's idea that there are two worlds, is embodied in Plato's isolation of the two ways of being and partaking. The criteria and the properties which differentiate forms and particulars are related to their respective way of being, but mutability, extendedness are not equivalent to partaking, and they do not explain it, nor are they explained by it. Still, the deficiency of the sensibles is aptly viewed in terms of its way of being, in virtue of the fact that every sensible acquires all of its properties through participation. The deficiency of the sensible is its deficient way of being, lacking any essence it can only fail to be. The notion of deficiency has a long pedigree. In one sense, it is a new way of cashing out the idea that forms and particulars are different kinds of or types of entities. It clearly is not an approximation view or a view according to which forms are treated as paradigmatic particulars. It would appear then that only forms are definable, since essence is not predicated of particulars, but it is not so simple. Based on the Phaedo's account of being and participating, we can conclude that 1. Each form F, its essence Y, and that for all particulars P, and for all properties Y, if Y is predicated able of P, then P has Y. Furthermore, since the Phaedo asserts that particulars are what they are in virtue of the forms being what it is, it follows then if particular P has property Y, then particular P has something which is property Y. The tradition and obvious way to parse this claim is to allow that it is the form itself which the particular has, for it seems that only the form whose essence is the particular is the particular. But if that is true, then if, as the identity view maintains, the form and its essence are identical, it follows then that the essence must also be predicable of the particular, in which case it seems that the particulars do have essences, albeit via partaking, for they have something which is identical with an essence. Form copies, the large in Socrates, the hot in fire, and such provides a way out of this predicament. There's no consensus as to whether they are bona fide members of the ontology of the Phaedo. Many have argued that the so-called form copies are nothing more than the forms conceived of as inherent in or immanent in particulars, the particularization of the form, or forms as they function in the participation relation. But if Plato wishes to avoid the consequence of predicating forms and thus essences directly of the particulars, then there is a compelling reason for him to admit form copies in his ontology. They differ from their parent form in that they are singular or unit properties, whereas the form in general and abstract. The relation of the form copy and to the particular is a real problem. The crucial issue is whether form copies are dependent on particulars, especially whether their claim to be an individual or unit properties is only as good as the company they keep. Part of the difficulty results from the metaphor Plato uses throughout the last stage of the final argument in the Phaedo. In anticipation of what will be his ultimate proof of the immortality of the soul, Plato contends that when something possessed of an essential property is confronted by the opposite, must withdraw or perish. The soul, because it cannot perish, must therefore withdraw. Which of the two possibilities developed in the military metaphor does Plato envisage for form copies? Do they withdraw or perish? It is a struggle to understand just what the military metaphors amount to, but if the form copies perish at the approach of their opposite, this suggests that form copies are dependent on the particulars to which they belong. Those who deny that form copies are bona fide beings cite the perishing as a principal reason to take them as nothing more than a metaphor for the particular's temporary participation in the form. Conversely, if they are able to withdraw, they are in some sense independent from the particulars. In this fashion, they are akin to individual souls, since neither souls nor form copies will be dependent from their existence on the particulars to which they temporarily belong. But even if they withdraw and thus exist apart from the particulars, their individuality seems to be determined by the company they keep. However, its form copies are thus dependent on particulars. There is no problem with respect to the nature of particulars lurking in the Phaedo, for it seems that particulars have all of the properties and virtue of partaking in the relevant forms. Particulars then are ultimately to be identified in terms of the properties they have, namely their form copies. But if these form copies in turns are themselves individuated by the particulars whose form copies they are, we are confronted with a circle. Plato may be able to avoid this circle of individuation by not making form copies depend on particulars, for either their being or their individuation. If their status as individuals is primitive, form copies will not be individuated by the particulars to which they belong. In this respect, they are like the individual souls, which, since they pre-exist and post-date the particulars they inhabit, are not and cannot be individuated by them. A form copy is, in the strict sense, a simple individual incapable of possessing anything besides the essence of the form of which it is a copy. Finally, they are not dependent on particulars, even for their individuation, because they can withdraw when necessary and thus continue to be what they are when the particular has perished. They can be said to perish, but only in the sense that the particular to which they temporarily attach can itself perish or change. Were they dependent on the particular, form copies would in fact perish. The reason they survive is that form copy is what it is. Insofar as anything is what it is, it cannot cease to be what it is. In this respect, too, they are like souls. Both souls and form copies are then individuals in their own right, apart from any particulars in which they inhere. Form copies belong to particulars and derive or emanate, to borrow a Neoplatonic term, from forms. Form copies allow Plato to respond to a threat posed from the metaphysics of forms, to wit, that particulars might be indiscernible. If particulars are nothing in their own right, and in the absence of both matter and form copies, then particulars are merely bundles of forms. But if they are bundles, then two particulars composed of the same form would be indiscernible and identical. If we admit form copies, particulars are not bundles of forms. Particulars will be bundles of form copies, and unlike a form, which would seem to have to be numerically the same in each particular, the form copies will differ from one another since they are distinct individual property instances, not universals. However, while the particulars are no longer identical, this still allows the two bundles of form copies could be indiscernible. Since the form copies of any one form differ, it seems solo numero. Here again, then, the assumption of the material particular is relevant when Plato recognizes that he has yet to account for matter, and thus the individuation of particulars. He has to compose the Timaeus. Particulars then have the properties that they have because they have form copies derived from the forms, which are those properties. And when they inhere in the material particulars, the particular has a definite determinate property instance. The particular is assumed to be a combination of matter and form copies, and in some cases soul. All the form copies can be lost, for the particular has no essential property or essence, and so too the soul can be lost. In fact, since Plato seems to think that the body also dissipates, the particular can totally disappear. Not so the form, which is what it is, and auto itself within itself being precisely in that its essence is predicated being of it, and it is the only form of which the essence is predicated. A particular X is what it is in virtue of partaking. It might seem, however, that the qualitative aspect of property possession is being explained in terms of items that are not qualified or characterized in the appropriate manner. This would be the result where partaking analyzed in terms of or reduced to the relation of being, but in the middle period, at least, partaking is itself a primitive relation alongside being. Moreover, at this juncture, the participating subject is assumed to be a material particular whose material nature goes without analysis. The primitive relation of partaking, along with the effects of matter, are thus responsible for the characterization of the particulars in virtue of having something. In this respect, Plato sustains the Socratic notion that forms are logical causes. Introduction to Plato's Epistemology. Epistemology for Plato is best thought of as the account of what knowledge is. I'm just saying that the Plato's forms are extremely complicated. Most academics think that Plato's forms are the basis for the Kabbalah, and also one of the early origins of logic and Aristotle's predicate logic. So, it's kind of tedious, but it's worth going through. So anyone sticking with this, hopefully this is useful and expand our knowledge, and we'll see as we move on why this is extremely important. Introduction to Plato's Epistemology. Epistemology for Plato is best thought of as the account of what knowledge is. A reader who has some familiarity with philosophy since Descartes may well think that epistemology must address the questions whether there is any knowledge. Plato never considers the global skeptical challenge. He assumes that there is knowledge, or at least that it is possible, and he inquires into the conditions that make it possible. These conditions, broadly conceived, concern on the one hand the rational capacities of humans, or more accurately souls, and on the other hand the objects of knowledge. With respect to objects, forms certainly are objects of knowledge. However, there is much dispute as to whether anything in the material world is a suitable object. The physical world is an image, an imperfect world of change. Many passages in the Phaedo, and most dramatically the Republic's great metaphors of sun, lion, and cave, imply that Plato is a skeptic about knowledge of the physical, sensible world. Humans can have only beliefs about it, but may recoil at the prospect that Plato is such a skeptic. Citing the thrust of other discussions, these readers argue that while all knowledge for Plato must be based in some sense on forms, one who knows forms can acquire knowledge of the physical world. Concerns about the inherent intelligibility or lack thereof of the physical world prompt Plato to propose the doctrine of recollection. The theses that our disembodied immortal souls have seen the forms prior to their incarnation in the body. If forms are the basic object of knowledge, and forms are not in the physical world, then we must have acquired that knowledge at some point prior to our commerce with that world. But metaphysical issues about the simplicity of forms also affect how we are to conceive of knowledge in these middle period works. If forms are simple, then it seems that knowledge is intuitive or acquaintance-like in a non-propositional manner. One somehow sees a form itself by itself. The central book of the Republic suggests such a picture. On the other hand, the many passages in which Plato declares that in order to know a form, one must be able to give its definition suggest both the forms are related to one another. The form of human is related to the form of rationality, bipedality, animality, the elements of its definition, and that knowledge is propositional or akin to knowledge by description. These passages seem to imply that perhaps knowledge is some form or justified true belief. A critical question then is how one obtains the appropriate kind of justification to tie down or convert a belief into knowledge. Plato offers little in the way of detail on this scope, but twice he alludes to the method of hypothesis, suggesting both in the Phaedo and the Republic that hypothesis and their ultimately being rendered non-hypothetical is part of the process by which one comes to know a form. Thus, we have four broad notions to explore in Plato's middle period epistemology: knowledge, belief, recollection, and the method of hypothesis. The Meno. The Meno is probably a translational work bridging the Socratic and the middle period dialogues. While the first third of the Meno is concerned with ethical questions, what is virtue and is virtue teachable, the last two thirds address themselves to epistemological details generated from the thesis that virtue is knowledge. Here we find for the first time mention of recollection, which Socrates proposes a solution to the paradox of inquiry put forward by Meno. The paradox is this: for anything F, either one knows F or one does not know F. If one knows F, then one cannot inquire about F. If one does not know F, then one cannot acquire about F. Therefore, for all F, one cannot acquire about F. Plato resolves this paradox by showing that there are different ways in which one might be said to know something, and that sometimes having a belief about F is adequate to begin an inquiry into F. What is needed is only a set of prompts, here a set of questions to elicit from the boy the knowledge that is latent within him. Socrates contends that he is leading the slave to recollect what he already knows. In the subsequent stages of the argument, Socrates distinguishes the sense in which a person can be said to merely have a belief about something into which one might inquire from the sense in which he can be said to know the same thing. Thus, in the Meno, we have perhaps the first attempt to offer a justified true belief account of knowledge. Knowledge is a true belief tied down with an account. The Meno then, with its discussion of recollection, knowledge, and belief, sets the stage for the Middle Platonic epistemology. Recollection in the Phaedo. The Phaedo's discussion of recollection begins with a remark by Sebes in support of the claim that our souls pre-exist their incarnation in the body. Such is also the case, and that theory is true if you are accustomed to mention frequently that for us learning is no other than recollection. According to this, we must at some previous time have learned to know what we now recollect. This is possible only if our souls existed somewhere before it took on this human shape. Of special importance in this initial description is the for us in the identification of learning mathesis with recollection. There is no way to determine whether we here are the close philosophical confidence of Socrates or the human race. Part of the solution to the problem of who recollects will hinge on how we understand the claim that learning is nothing other than recollection. On the broad reading, recollection concerns the application of concepts in all thought. That is, since learning is a dynamic process whose termini are roughly our first thoughts and talk about the world, on the other hand, and knowledge of forms on the other, and since in thinking and talking about the world we must apply concepts, recollection is viewed as a doctrine of innate ideas whose effects are felt almost immediately in the conscious mind. Those who would limit the kind of learning that is recollection isolate in the last stages of learning, namely those concerned with the move from beliefs about the properties of the material world to knowledge of forms. Since only philosophers will engage in these late stages, the us for whom learning is recollection are only philosophers, and what is learned recollected is just forms. On this narrow reading, Plato would have to offer an account of ordinary thought and talk, an account of concept acquisition and application, which claims that the concepts so deployed by most of us are derived from ordinary particulars and acquired through our conversations with one another, our sense perception and beliefs about physical objects. In sum, both readings agree that Plato is concerned to explain the distinctive capacity of humans to classify sense perception under universals. According to the broad reading, Plato thinks that this cannot be done unless one appeals to one's prior latent knowledge of the forms under which one ranges perceptions. According to the narrow reading, there is no need to appeal to prior knowledge of forms to explain the ordinary classificatory activities of humans. Rather, prior knowledge of forms is needed only to explain the philosophical understanding of forms. Innate forms thus need not contribute anything to the formation of concepts in ordinary thought and talk. Precisely what the relation is between the concepts generated from ordinary perception and used in ordinary thought and talk, and the innate forms or concepts used in philosophical thinking remains to be determined. Concepts are roughly the units or elements of thought. In the Theaetetus, a dialogue written after the Republican Phaedo, Plato contends that thought is the silent dialogue of the soul with itself. If we can read back from this dialogue to the epistemology of the middle period, concepts are conceptual analogues to the subjects and predicates of spoken statements. Now, one question is whether the same concept applies to both to the form and the particulars, whereas we moderns often focus on synonymity to distinguish co-referential concepts. Issues of reference dominate Plato's thoughts. By the end of the final argument, it is clear that in a stricter primary fashion, the concept term is applied to the form, and in an indirect manner, it is applied to the many instances that fall under the form. What individuates concepts or names is not what is in the head of the speakers, but rather just the relation to the forms. This privileging of reference over meaning with respect to what a concept is lends credence to the broad or innatist interpretation of what it is to acquire or even have a concept. One has the concept from birth. One is not aware of having it. As you mature, you learn to speak and make your way in the world. You may, and in all likelihood, will associate many beliefs or things with this concept, though still you might not think of it as a concept. That is, nothing in Plato's account suggests that people need to be aware of having a concept qua concept in order to have or even use concepts. Conversely, lacking the individuation condition for concepts provided by forms and innatism, the narrow reading must provide an account of how one acquires any concept. There is little in the primary secondary literature to suggest how concepts are acquired, though it is controversial dialogue with respect to the doctrine and period. The Cratylus rejection of the Protagorean Heraclitean account of names strongly suggests that Plato thinks that no empiricist or abstractionist account is workable. One problem then with the narrow interpretation is in its picture of ordinary concepts and their contents. Concepts are treated as hollow shells to be filled with varying beliefs or ideals, contents gleaned from conversations with one another or contact with the world. The problem is that if the concept itself is identified with its contents, then there is no reason to think that any of us have the same concept. There are just too many different beliefs associated with a concept by different individuals to think that anybody could ever mean the same as another. empiricism with respect to concept acquisition is liable to lead to private language at best. Moreover, it would seem that our concept changes anytime we add or subtract from its contents. Of course, the fact that there are philosophical objections in the narrow reading should not dictate that we reject it. The broad reading may also have problems. Indeed, Plato's account of recollection, whatever it is liable to suffer difficulties. So what is the account? At the outset, Socrates places certain conditions on what is to count as recollection. If X reminds me of Y, then one must have known Y beforehand. One must, in having any sense perception of something X, recognizing X and take Y in mind, think of Y. Y must not be the object of the same knowledge as X, since recollection can be occasioned by objects that are similar and by objects that are dissimilar. When the recollection is caused by similar things, one must also of necessity experience this. One must have in mind whether or not X is lacking in some way with respect to similarity vis-a-vis Y. It is not clear how these conditions can be satisfied. The argument to this point is a preliminary sketch of recollection. The next stage attempts to prove that one can and must recollect forms, since only with the proof will Socrates have demonstrated the preexistence of the soul. So Plato turns to showing that we cannot have acquired knowledge of the forms from perceptual encounters. Of course, there remains the problem of distinguishing being aware of the forms from thinking one is aware of the form when one is not. In this circumstance, one could perhaps mistakenly think all sorts of things about the form. A related but distinct consideration is to determine whether it is possible, in some sense, to have the form in mind without being aware of it. Certainly, the broad or natist reading must allow for this possibility, since forms are regarded as latent in one's mind. If forms are not utterly simple, then this explanation of their immunity to appearing other than they are is weakened. Alternatively, the predicationalist who emphasizes the special relation between a form and its essence, one knows what it is, that is, one knows its essence. This essence is itself simple or a unity, despite the apparent complexity of the linguistic definition that picks it out. One is not aware, or at least one is not knowingly aware unless one knows this definition. Plato seems only to have shown that the form and the particulars are not identical. How are we to conclude that one cannot derive the knowledge of the forms from the sensibles is not revealed? The epistemology of the Republic, the two-world doctrine. The Republic is unquestionably Plato's most eloquent defense of his central ethical doctrines in the Middle Period. It explores the question of what is justice over the course of 10 books with the aim of demonstrating that the best life for a human is the life devoted to virtue and knowledge. For such a life will result in happiness for the individual. The virtuous person will be one who has all three parts of his soul working in a harmonious fashion. His reason cognizant of the form of the good, and the other forms will with the support and consent of his appetite and spirit govern all pursuits. The analog of the virtuous individual with the tripartite soul is the ideal state, the Republic with its three parts or classes, rulers, warriors, and laborers, all working in harmony with one another under the auspices of the ruler, reason. Having established that justice is a psychic harmony at the end of Book 4, Plato next turns to show what it is the philosopher, ruler, or reason in the individual knows that licenses his claim that they will rule for the benefit of the respective parts and the whole state or persons. At the end of Book 5, Socrates begins his defense of the rule of the philosopher by contrasting his epistemological conditions with that of a group of sight lovers. The philosopher who accepts that there are forms has knowledge. The sight lover who denies lacks knowledge. He has only belief. In support of this contention, Socrates distinguishes three different kinds of mental states or capacities. The three generic objects for these capacities: knowledge is set over what completely is, ignorance is set over what completely is not, and belief, being intermediate between knowledge and ignorance, is set over what is intermediate between the other two generic objects, namely what is and is not. Capacities are distinguished, Socrates contends, by two criteria: differences in objects and differences in what they do with to their object. Examples of differences in objects include colors and sounds, and of course what completely is and what is not. The second criterion is seemingly satisfied by the difference between being true versus being true and false. Thus, knowledge is always true, whereas belief admits of both truth and falsehood. Much turns on how one understands the is-s of what completely is and what is and is not, and concomitantly whether one treats what belief and knowledge are set over as propositional objects. Three different readings of the is seem possible: the existential, the veridical, and the predicative. On the existential reading, knowledge is set over what exists, belief is set over what exists and does not exist. On the predicative reading, knowledge is set over forms, what is F for any property F, or some privileged kind of properties, incomplete properties. Belief is set over what is F and not F, the material particulars. The essential and predicative readings typically are committed to objects as what knowledge and belief are set over. Since it's hard to make sense of what it could be for an object to exist and not exist, the existential reading has found little support. The predicative reading, on the other hand, lends itself to a defense of the two worlds account of Plato's metaphysics. The object of belief and knowledge are distinct. Accordingly, one can have only beliefs about the particulars, and about particulars only beliefs, and only knowledge of forms, and of forms one can only have knowledge. It follows that knowledge cannot be any kind of justified true belief, nor even one tied down by the account of appropriate cause. Moreover, since one can have only knowledge of forms, one cannot have any false belief about forms. According to the veridical reading, the objects of belief are knowledge, and knowledge are best treated as propositions. Knowledge is set over what is true. The set of true propositions, belief is set over what is true and not true, or false, namely the set of all propositions. The veridical reading regards the overlap between the objects and the distinct faculties, the set of true propositions as a virtue, since it allows one to give a justified true belief interpretation to knowledge and allows one to have both beliefs about and knowledge of forms of sensible objects. Sun, line, and cave. In the argument at the end of Book 5, the argument at the end of Book 5 is a prelude to the argument of analogies of sun, line, and cave. In Book 6 and 7, the point of sun is to contrast the visible and intelligible realms. The former is generated, nurtured, and governed by the sun, which also provides the light required by the eye to gain access to the physical world. Corresponding to the sun in the intelligible realm is the good, what gives truth to the things known and the power to know. To the knower is the form of the good. And though it is the cause of knowledge and truth, it is also an object of knowledge. Indeed, the good is responsible for the very being of the knowable objects, though Plato never says in what sense the good is responsible for the knowability and being of the objects of knowledge. Line starts from the broad division stipulated by sun. There is an intelligible realm and the visible realm. Each of these is again divided into two unequal parts. At the bottom of the visible, one finds images, shadows, and such. The ordinary physical object, of which the images occupy the upper portion, set over the images in the faculty of akasia, imagination. Set over the physical world is the faculty of pistis, literally faith or conviction, but generally regarded as belief. Plato next turns to the lower segment of the intelligible portion of lines. In this subsection, the soul, using as images the things that were imitated before, is forced to investigate from hypothesis proceeding not to a first principle, but to a conclusion. In the other subsection, however, it makes its way to the first principle that is not a hypothesis proceeding from a hypothesis, but without the imagination used in the previous subsection, using forms themselves and making its investigation through them. The topmost segment of line is clear enough. The objects are forms, and the faculty set over forms is nous, knowledge or understanding. Included in this group is the good itself, best regarded as having the status of first among equals. Precisely what to make of the objects in the third section, the faculty of dianoia and the nature of hypothesis, are matters of great controversy. Given Plato's example, the capacity of dianoia seems distinctive of scientific or mathematical reasoning. The objects of dianoia are then roughly the sub-objects of the sciences. There appear to be two basic approaches to the objects of dianoia, depending on how one understands the principal phrase, using as images the things that were imitated before. The objects of the segment are some kind of abstract image of ordinary material things, a kind of image different from the kind that are shadows and reflections, or the objects are either the material objects themselves, though now treated adverbially, as it were, in a special different way, or they are forms, though treated in a way different from the way in which nous treats forms. Cave, arguably the most famous analogy in the history of philosophy, reinforces the message of line. Seated prisoners, chained so that they cannot move their heads, stare at a cave wall on which are projected images. These images are cast from carved figures illuminated by fire and carried by people on a parapet above and behind the prisoners. The prisoner is loosened from his chains. First, he sees the carved images and the fire. Then he is led out of the cave into the real world. Blinded by the light of the sun, he cannot look at the trees, rocks, or animals around him, but instead looks at the shadows and reflections in water cast by those objects. And as he becomes acclimatized, he turns his gaze to those objects, and finally, fully acclimatized, he looks at to the source of the illumination, the sun itself. In the analogy of the cave, corresponding to the physical objects over which belief is set, are the carved statues of the cave, corresponding to the using as images what before were imitated, are the reflections in the pond. If, however, cave is our guide, these dematerialized images are generated not from the carved statues, but from the animals, the forms themselves. The developed mind. The seventh book continues with the kind of study conducive to the education of the philosopher ruler. The goal of the intellectual development is knowledge of forms, ultimately acquired through dialectic. Dialectic, however, is practiced late in life by a select few with the requisite memory and quickness of mind after they have studied various essentially mathematical disciplines. The winnowing process eliminates most people from ever developing the necessities for philosophical thought. The first steps in the turn towards abstract thinking are occasioned by the need for the mind to settle questions arising from ordinary perception. That is, the mind of every man is liable to be summoned to reflect upon the confused and confusing reports of perception about a host of perceptual qualities, thick, thin, hard, soft, large, and small. The senses report that they are the same, at least in certain perceptual circumstances. Lumped in with these properties is also number. The mind is summoned to settle what is large and what is small and what is one. The brief discussion of the summoners raises suspicion about the faculty psychology presented in the final argument of Book 5 and in Line and Cave. It seems at times that Plato thinks that belonging to each part of the soul are capabilities or faculties capable of issuing judgments. So, for instance, there are the judgments of senses that can and often do conflict with the judgments of reason, but taken literally, if each faculty has its own objects such that no other faculty can be set over them, then there can be no conflict in judgments. The case of perception poses a special difficulty. Perception, unlike discursive thought or belief, is aligned not with the so-called rational part of the soul, but with the desiderative part. As we saw in the Phaedo, as well as in the passages about the sight lovers and the summoners, the senses are disparaged as a source of confusion and falsehood. The senses mislead us. One of Plato's complaints seems to be that people rely on perception or believe relying on perception, with the result that they come to think that what is real is the physical, sensible world, and perhaps even worse, they come to think that one can understand, know things about the world by appealing to properties that are perceptual or observational or sensible. Proponents of the thesis that Plato posits forms only for incomplete properties locate the problem for the sensible world not in the objects themselves, but in the kinds of explanations that sight lovers and non-philosophers rely on to justify their claim to know propositions about the sensible material world. The crucial text for this reading. So we have discovered apparently that most people's varying standards, nomina of beauty and things like that are rattling around somewhere in the middle between what is not something and what purely and simply is something. The vertical reading translates nomina as beliefs and contends that because most people rely on sensible property types and justifications for their beliefs, they are condemned to live in the realm of belief. For according to this reading, every sensible property type suffers from the composite of opposites, is F and not F. In appealing to such properties in their accounts, the sight lover can never be justified in any of his beliefs about the many beautifuls, because their accounts of reason for the beliefs about the world must be false. Hence, the sight lover can only have beliefs about the many beautifuls or equals for any incomplete property F and the many F's. The sight lover can never achieve knowledge so long as he relies on sensible properties in his accounts. And since Plato thinks that there is knowledge, he infers, says the vertical reading, that there must be nonsensible objects, or rather there must be accounts or explanations available which can be phrased in terms of nonsensible properties, must appeal to properties which are not both F and not F, or more precisely, do not make some things, say, beautiful and others ugly. The vertical reading combined with the account that limits forms to incomplete properties allows for the possibility that the philosopher can have knowledge of the visible realm. This can come about for at least two reasons. On the one hand, there will be a host of nonsensible properties and propositions about ordinary particulars of such properties. On the other hand, the philosophers, once he comes to know the forms of the incomplete properties, can then have knowledge of the external world in all respects, not misled by the present opposite properties, and able to base all his accounts of the good and the other forms. Nothing stands as a way of knowing the material world. The predicative reading of the argument of Book 5 and the analogies of the central books does not limit the range of forms and does not commit itself to the possibility of knowledge of the external world. If one treats the physical world as metaphysically defective, as victimized in every respect by its being and not being, then that suffices to preclude one from knowing anything about such a world. The objects of the physical world are simply not the right sort of things to qualify as objects of knowledge, regardless of what sorts of reasons or justifications or explanations one has at his disposal. Regardless of the epistemic status of the physical world, one task is to understand how Plato thinks the transition is made from one's perceptions and belief about the physical world to the knowledge of the forms. In the Republic, Socrates says that every human being is capable of becoming a philosopher and thus able to know the good and all the forms. On the other hand, the Republic leaves little doubt that Plato expects that few will actually achieve the knowledge each is capable of. Most of us will give in to the ordinary beliefs generated through our perceptual encounters with the sensible world, as well as those resulting from the conversations we have with one another. Most will never ever begin, it seems, the course of study outlined in Book 7, and most of those who begin it will not become dialectically sophisticated, so they can give an account of what they know that will destroy the hypothesis. But despite the odds from the Phaedo and Republic, we can locate two elements of Plato's epistemological program that can lead to knowledge if properly exercised: recollection of the method of hypothesis. The latter is mentioned explicitly in the Phaedo and seems again to be alluded to in Plato's remarks about the differences between the top two sections of line, since this method, assuming that it is the same in both, appears to be deployed as part of the final stages of pursuit of knowledge. There is reason to postpone consideration of the method until after consideration of perception and belief, the first two stages of line. The Phaedo's discussion of recollection suggests that there is something inherently flawed with an empiricist abstractionist accounts, at least those who attempted to derive any concept from our contacts, perceptual or linguistics, with the external world. It seems that Plato thinks that the deficiency of the external sensible material world violates all efforts to build or acquire concepts from it. The deficiency of the sensible material world makes an unreliable source of information, depending on how one accounts for this deficiency. The trouble for perception and belief based on perception is explained in different ways. Aristotle's account emphasizes that it is changing. Another source of difficulty is that abstract general forms are always manifested in a concrete, determinate fashion. The affinity argument points to the complexity of material particulars rather than present a single property, as it were, to perception. Perception is required to focus on some aspect of the complex particular. It is also true that, at least with respect to some properties, namely the incomplete or relative properties addressed by the composite accounts, every object is both F and not F, then no sensible will be unqualified bearer of these properties. Perception, considered in its own right, seems to be unable to explain how any feature of an object is selected for study. It also seems that Plato thinks that psychological faculties of perception or even belief are incapable of processing the information in a reliable manner, or at least in a manner requisite for knowledge. At times, it seems that they distort or alter perceptions. At other times, when we emphasize the difference between the faculties, it seems that they are confined to work on whatever they process in such a manner that they do not pass along anything to the rational faculty, or if they do, they pass it along to belief. One problem is that whenever one engages in perception and belief based on perceptual reports, one can never overcome the inherently perspectival situation. And the method of hypothesis. However we account for the inadequacy of perception, the task remains to explore how we get from perception, which stimulates the recollective process, to belief, and eventually to recollect or otherwise know forms. Plato is less than forthcoming about how one moves from one stage to the next. The Elliptic method probably plays some role in advancing one's understanding, especially the step from perception to belief. At a certain point, we naturally begin to offer reasons for our beliefs. The Elliptic questions our reasons, typically by revealing an inconsistency in our accounts and why we believe what we do. But we can also place Plato in a tradition that seeks a systematic explanation of the natural phenomenon. One aim of the pre-Socratics, as Socrates narrates in the Phaedo, is to find a single explanation or a single kind of explanation to save the phenomenon. Socrates complains that the pre-Socratics had mistakenly looked to material causes. Such explanations failed to meet minimal standards. The same explanation, Asia, accounts for opposite phenomenon. However, Socrates reports Anaxagoras' nod towards mind was at least a step in the right direction, though Anaxagoras failed to follow the path. The best account is teleological in nature in terms of the good. Thus, the Phaedo gestures at the critical role assigned to this form in the Republic. In the Phaedo, Plato begs off from directly investigating the nature of the good or teleological explanations. Instead, he turns to what he describes as the method of hypothesis, the first of which is the hypothesis of forms as causes, and its first corollary that particulars are come to be what each is in virtue of partaking in forms. Precisely, what's the connection between the Phaedo's method of hypothesis and the Republic's remarks on hypothesis and the assent to the unhypothetical first principle is a subject of controversy. Equally controversial is its connection with the Phaedo to the method of recollection and to the philosophical practice in general. Attempting to study what there is, Socrates says that he shrinks from things erga to concentrate on propositions, accounts, logi, which he denies are more images of what there is than the physical things. I started in this manner, taking as my hypothesis in each case the theory that seemed to me the most compelling. I would consider as true about causes and everything else, whatever agreed with this, as an untrue whatever did not agree. Since the hypothesis of forms is offered next, what is corollary or participating particulars, it would seem that logi are opinions about forms. These logi are to be treated as provisional. Socrates is the strongest logos and the safest. In explicit contrast to the wise explanation of others, from the examples provided, it seems that agreements here is not a notion of entailment or logical consequence. Rather, Plato directs us to posit initially a general hypothesis and to determine whether there are particular cases within the target domain. Here, the cause of generation and destruction that are inconsistent with, not adequately explained by it. Complicating matters in Plato's additional remark that one needs also to examine the initial hypothesis to see whether there is a higher hypothesis that accounts for it. But you would cling to the safety of your own hypothesis and give that answer. If someone then attacked your hypothesis itself, you would ignore him and would not answer until you had examined whether the consequences that followed from it agree with one another or contradict one another. And when you must give an account of your hypothesis itself, you will proceed in the same way. You assume another hypothesis, the one which seems to you best of the higher ones, until you come to something acceptable. Since the initial hypothesis is the theory of forms, it is uncertain what Plato has in mind in mentioning hypothesis higher than the theory, or what sort of test he has in mind. The Elliptic practice of Socrates would determine whether one account are consistent with another, but that still leaves the question of higher hypothesis unanswered. One temptation here is to think that the teleological account of the good is the higher hypothesis. Well, this may be so. Be so. There are perhaps intermediate accounts between the full-blown theology of the good, an account that Plato steadfastly throughout his writing refuses to provide, and the initial statement of the theory of forms and its corollary of participation. These intermediate stages might then be viewed as different accounts of the nature of forms, the nature of particulars, and the participation relation itself. For instance, Aristotle might offer a different account of forms than Plato, one that espouses immanent realism, wherein some particulars might be said to have essential properties. The theory of forms in the Phaedo and the Republic is hypothetical or provisional, awaiting a defense in which the nature of forms, the role of the good, and the relations between forms are examined. When one turns from the Phaedo to the Republic, the notion of hypothesis appears in the two upper segments of the line. They are distinguished in part by the fact that those considering their subject matter dianoetically still make use of the hypothesis, whereas those using nous have arrived at it unhypothetically hypothetical first principle and descending the line have destroyed the hypothesis. It seems that the mathematicians, for example, use discursive thought because they assume the starting point, the axioms or definitions of their sciences. In this respect, they are like Socrates of the Phaedo, positing the forms to explain generation and corruption. In Plato's hands, scientific inquiry seems to emerge from reflection on the everyday material world. The step from conviction to dianoia, however, is taken by far fewer individuals than those who step from acacia to conviction. The move from the second to the third level crosses the barrier between the visible and the intelligible. One derives images from the objects of pistis or considers them differently, developing different propositions about what one previously took for granted. The objects of the dianoian nous may be identical. The philosopher thinks about them differently from the scientist. If one assumes here the forms are the first posited, as seems required if we are to understand the descent from nous to secure the forms, then the object of dianoia and pistis cannot be the same. For the latter, not forms but ordinary particulars, we can then explain destroying the hypothesis as similar to what in the Phaedo was described as finding the higher logi. The initial strongest hypothesis, the theory of forms, is then rendered non-hypothetical when and only when the philosopher has determined which of the many accounts of the general nature of forms, immanent versus transcendent realism, simple versus complex forms, the nature of the good in its relation to other forms is best. The same route would secure the hypothesis of the sciences. The various interpretations of the objects of the sciences would be eliminated, leaving only the one justified by the theory of forms. The peculiar properties of axiom or axioms of the individual sciences would remain the provenance of the scientist. Dialectic or understanding would concern how we are to think about the nature of those properties and the structure of the sciences. Conclusion. Abram, God bless. The images of the central book do not settle the question of whether or not the objects of the different faculties are the same. In appealing to content analysis, fundamentally an analysis that takes propositions by the contents or objects of beliefs and knowledge, as opposed to the objects themselves, material particulars, or forms, one allows that there is a path from belief to knowledge. The same proposition can be believed or known, depending on one's reasons or justification for holding the belief, but a contents analysis is not committed to a justified true belief account of all knowledge. It is left open that knowledge of forms is somehow basic. Descending the line furnishes justifications for the claims of the dianoetic sciences and beliefs about the material world, including a state of affairs in actual cities. What to do about the basic knowledge of forms is a key issue. Sunlight and Cave suggest many readers that knowledge of forms is intuitive or acquaintance-like. On the other hand, the refrain that one who knows can give an account, logos of what he knows suggest knowledge by description or a propositional analysis to emphasize relations between forms, starting from the relation of the good to all forms, lends credence to the view that Plato is an epistemological holist. Holism is fueled by the search for definition, since in order to know, one must know all the elements of its definition, and thus the definition of those elements, and so on. In order to know a given form, one must know all the forms. An extreme version of holism, or at least one must know all the forms in a given science. The result of this analysis, the genera of species of a given science, and then hypothesized as forms, nodes in a web, or the elements of a field, there is a virtuous cycle of justification. Holist reading can also be combined with the narrow reading of recollection. The same token proposition may well be entertained by the philosophers as by those who still rely on concepts gleaned from their everyday encounters. Or one can try to save one's holism by allowing that the different states of mind cause the contents of the propositions to be different. Those who see recollection as an act of engaged in only by philosophers maintain that their concept differs from the empirically grounded concept of the non-recollector, the occupant apparently of at least two of the other three stages of mind. But how can one get from the one concept to the other is unspecified. The concepts are linked by the external fact. The holist program seems to entail that one can continue to add beliefs where one is deploying the empirical concepts until one, in a proper justificatory exercise, acquires all the appropriately related beliefs about properties. Once that is accomplished, the philosophical concept is recollected. It remains open to this account when one has recollected the form and then descends whether the contents of the philosopher's beliefs about the empirical world use the philosophical or empirical content. Those who read Plato and subscribing to different objects for knowledge and belief also need a story about how one gets from one stage to the next. If we assume that forms are at work throughout the learning process, then Plato is best viewed as not identifying the form with the propositional content of his states. The same expression will, depending on the state of the agent, have different reference, the images, the material objects, some immaterial, abstract, intermediary, or mathematical in the sense of dianoia. On the object's account, Plato has little to say about the status of the concepts deployed in thought. The concept is present throughout the developmental life of the human because knowledge of the form is latent in the mind. Sensation and everyday talk are capable of triggering the concept. A select individual will come to disdain the senses and the material objects of the sensible world and try to explain what accounts for the similarities present in his experience. The first fundamental moment of transition seems to be a shift from the many particulars to some abstract general notion and inchoate one over many, that he is able to isolate the one at all is, according to the broad reading of recollection, due to the unconscious operation of influence or influence of the form that allows him to sort the perceptions into kinds. The ontological status of these kinds is not as yet clear. With the further development of dialectic capacity, the philosopher to be comes to think that there are forms, that is, comes to think that there are special entities variously related to particulars and property instances. The objects of those beliefs are still not forms themselves. If the state of mind of the scientist or Fadian hypothesizer is not yet knowledge at this stage or even earlier, one might even be in possession of the definition of a form and still not have knowledge. Exactly why one lacks knowledge is hard to say. It is not, it seems, because he lacks beliefs about the relation the forms bear to other mathematical notions. On the one hand, it is doubtful that Plato believes that one can know all of mathematics, or that one can know what a triangle is only if one knows every other shape. On the other hand, the mathematician does seem to know as much as would be needed to qualify as having knowledge of mathematical forms. The philosopher is not said to know more mathematics than the mathematician. He secures his knowledge in a way the mathematician can't or doesn't. If more troops are added to the troops in the possession of the mathematician, these can only be truths about the nature of forms. These higher loci will then be general metaphysical principles about the role of the good, the simplicity or complexity of the forms, the specification of the participation relation, and so on, not a trivial and so on. Plato does then place fantastically high demands on knowledge. The desires to ensure irrefutability, perhaps the legacy of reflection on the Socratic Elenchus, drives him to the conclusion that one really has recollected the form only when one has become a metaphysician. He needs only know the general metaphysical theory. There's little reason to think that Plato espouses a holism of knowledge of the sort discussed above. Plato never says that a mathematician or a philosopher needs to know all the truths of mathematics or ethics to know some form. Moreover, while Plato does prescribe a course of study in the Republic designed to promote one's dialectic abilities, and while it is agreed by both holists and intuitionists, those who allow for atomic or acquaintance-like knowledge of a form, that the same forms are the basic objects of knowledge, it does not follow that Plato thinks that there is only one way to secure knowledge of the forms. If there are different paths to knowledge or different ways to know a given form, then Plato's epistemology is liable to appear to be both holistic and acquaintance-like. As far as for when and where recollection is operative, or whether Plato allows that a philosopher or scientist can know anything about the physical world, it is left to each reader of the dialogue to judge whether Plato is committed to gulfs between both the ordinary concepts of most humans and the special concepts of the few philosophers, as well as between the perfect forms and the seemingly imperfect physical world, since a Platonic dialogue is a dialectic conversation designed to summon the mind of the reader towards philosophizing. It is appropriate that each reader struggle to discover for himself what knowledge is. Okay, so 1 down, 5 to go. Tinkle, God bless. Good to see you. Just a handful of people watching. This is very tedious, but as said, you got to really want this. You got to really want to, know knowledge, and there's just a lot of information, and there's no shortcuts. So you start right there. A lot of this is extremely complicated. There's really no, like I said, there's no shortcut on this. And sorry, just check out my eBay real quick. And Lucy, also, God bless, good to see you. Okay, so let me pour myself a coffee real quick. We got a long day ahead of us, a lot of material to cover. A lot of this is very, it's extremely important. It's the basic of Western philosophy, starting with Plato and Aristotle. Yeah, people spiritually minded, interested in things like Kabbalah, mysticism, dualism, the nature of the soul. Plato is extremely important. As I said, most academic scholars believe that Kabbalah is largely based on Platonism in the first place. So these concepts were really complicated. We'll return to them again, and this was just an overview. So it was over an hour and a half on Plato, but we're just getting started. So next, Aristotle, Plato, the basis of Western philosophy, and the comparison of idealism of Plato versus pragmatism or empiricism of Aristotle, and a lot of these differences can be still seen till today. So the term metaphysics itself derives from Aristotle. Aristotle has 14 books on metaphysics, and there's a lot to cover, so let's just jump right in. Yeah, thanks, Lucy. Aristotle's Metaphysics. The first major work of the history of philosophy to bear the title Metaphysics was the treatise by Aristotle that we have come to know by that name. But Aristotle himself did not use the title or even describe his field as metaphysics. The name was evidently coined by the first century CE editor who assembled the treatise we know as Aristotle's Metaphysics out of various selections of Aristotle's work. The title Metaphysics, literally after the physics, very likely indicated the place the topics discussed therein were intended to occupy in the philosophical curriculum. Thus, they were to be studied after the treatise dealing with the nature, physics. In this entry, we discuss the ideas that are developed in Aristotle's treatise. Subject matter of Aristotle's Metaphysics. Aristotle himself described his subject matter in a variety of ways. His first philosophy, or the study of being qua being, or wisdom, or theology. A comment on these descriptions will help to clarify Aristotle's topic. In Metaphysics, Book 1.1, Aristotle says that everyone takes what is called wisdom, Sophia, to be concerned with the primary causes, Asia, and the starting points or principles, Archaea. And it is these causes and principles that he proposes to study in this work. It is his customary practice to begin an inquiry by reviewing the opinions previously held by others. And that is what he does here, as Book A continues with a history of the thought of his predecessors about causes and principles. The due diligence, the modern current scientific paper, the review of previous thinkers. That this is part of the reason Duvid is doing these streams. The due diligence, you enjoy your coffee, Lucy, of an inquiry, begin an inquiry by reviewing the opinions previously held by others. These causes and principles are clearly the subject matter of what he calls first philosophy. But this does not mean that the branch of philosophy that should be studied first. Rather, it concerns issues that are in some sense the most fundamental or the highest level of generality. Aristotle distinguishes between things that are better known to us and things that are better known in themselves, and maintained that we should begin our study of a given topic with things better known to us and arrive ultimately at an understanding of things better known in themselves. The principles studied by first philosophy may seem very general and abstract, but they are, according to Aristotle, better known in themselves, however remote they may seem from the world of ordinary experience. Still, since they are to be studied only by one who has already studied nature, which is the subject matter of physics, they are quite appropriately described as coming after the physics. Aristotle's description, the study of being qua being, is frequently and easily misunderstood, for it seems to suggest that there is a single, albeit special, subject matter, being qua being, that is being under investigation. But Aristotle's description does not involve two things, a study and a subject matter, for he did not think that there is any such subject matter as being qua being. Rather, his description involves three things: a study, a subject matter, the being, and a manner in which the subject matter is studied, qua being. Aristotle's Greek word that has been Latinized as qua means roughly insofar as or under the aspect. A study of x qua y, then, is the study of x that concerns itself solely with the y aspect of x. So Aristotle's study does not concern some recondite subject matter known as being qua being. Rather, it is the study of being, or better, of beings, of things that can be said to be, that studies them in particular ways as beings insofar as they are beings. Of course, first philosophy is not only the only field of inquiry to study beings. Natural sciences and mathematics also study beings, but in different ways, under different aspects. The natural scientist studies them as things that are subject to the laws of nature, as things that move and undergo change. That is, the natural scientist studies things qua movable insofar as they're subject to change. The mathematician studies things qua countable and measurable. The metaphysician, on the other hand, studies them in a more general and abstract way, qua beings. So first philosophy studies the causes and principles of beings qua beings. Aristotle adds that for this reason, it studies the causes and principles of substances, ousia. Later, Aristotle adds another description of the study of causes and principles of being qua beings, whereas natural science studies objects that are material and subjects to change, and mathematics studies objects that, although not subject to change, are nevertheless not separate from it, independent of matter. There is still room for a science that studies things, if indeed there are any, that are eternal, not subject to change, and independent of matter. Such a science, he says, is theology, and this is the first and highest science. Aristotle's identification of theology, so conceived, with the study of being qua being, has proved challenging to its interpreters. Finally, as we may note in Book B, Aristotle delineates his subject matter in a different way by listing the problems or perplexities, aporia, he hopes to deal with. Characteristic of these perplexities, he says that they tie our thinking up in knots. They include the following, among others: are sensible substances the only ones that exist, or are there others besides them? Is it kinds or individuals that are the elements and principles of things? And if it is kinds, which ones, the most generic or the most specific? Is there a cause apart from the matter? Is there anything apart from the material compounds? Are the principles limited either in number or kind? Are the principles of perishing things themselves perishable? Are the principles universal or particular? And do they exist potentially or in actuality? Are mathematical objects, numbers, lines, figures, points, substances? If they are they separate from, or do they always belong to sensible things? And the hardest and most perplexing of all, Aristotle says, are unity and being the substance of things, or are they attributes of some other subject? In the remainder of Book B, Aristotle presents arguments on both sides of each of these issues, and in subsequent books he takes up many of them again, but it is not always clear precisely how he resolves them, and it is possible that Aristotle did not think that the Metaphysics contains definitive solutions to all of these perplexities. The categories. To understand the problems and project of Aristotle's Metaphysics, it is best to begin with one of his earlier works, the Categories. Although placed by long tradition among his logical works, due to its analysis of the terms that make up the propositions of which deductive inferences are constructed, the Categories begins with a strikingly general and exhaustive account of things that there are onto beings. According to this account, beings can be divided into 10 distinct categories. Although Aristotle never says so, it is tempting to suppose that these categories are mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive of the things there are. They include substance, quality, quantity, and relation, among others. Of these categories of being, it is the first substance, ousia, to which Aristotle gives privileged position. Substances are unique in being independent things. The items in the other categories all depend somehow on substances. That is, qualities are the qualities of substances, quantities are the amount of sizes that substances come in, relations are the way that substances stand to one another. These various non-substances all owe their existence to substances. Each of them, as Aristotle puts it, exist only in a subject. That is, each non-substance is in something, not as a part, and cannot exist separately from what it is. Indeed, it becomes clear that substances are the subjects of these ontologically dependent non-substances are in. Each member of a non-substance category thus stands in this inherent relation, as it is frequently called, to some substance or another. Each requires for its existence that there be some substance in which it inheres. In addition to the fundamental inherence relation across categories, Aristotle also points out another fundamental relation that obtains between items within a single category. He describes this as a relation of being said of a subject. The set of relation, that is to say, is transitive, so the genus is said of the species, and both genus and species are said of the particular. The same holds in non-substance categories. There has been considerable scholarly dispute about these particulars in non-substance categories. The language of this contrast in a subject verse set of a subject is peculiar to the categories, but the idea seems to recur in other works as the distinction between accidental versus essential predication. Similarly, in works other than the categories, Aristotle uses the label universals for the things that are said of many. Things that are not universal he calls particulars. Although he does not use these labels in the categories, it is not misleading to say that the doctrine of the categories is that each category contains a hierarchy of universals and particulars, with each universal being said of the lower level universals and particulars that fall beneath them. Each category thus has the structure of an upside down tree. At the top or trunk of the tree is the most generic item in that category. Branching below them are universals at the next highest level, and branching below these are found lower levels of universals, and so on down to the lowest level universals. At the lowest level are found the individual substances. The individuals in the category of substance play a special role in the scheme. Aristotle calls them primary substances, for without them, as he says, nothing else would exist. Indeed, Aristotle offers an argument to establish the primary substances as the fundamental entities in this ontology. Everything that is not a primary substance, he points out, stands in one of the two relations inhering in or being said of two primary substances. Thus, everything in the category of substances that is not itself a primary substance is ultimately said of primary substances. And if there were no primary substances, there would be no secondary substances, species, or genera either. For these secondary substances are just the ways in which the primary substances are fundamentally classified within the category of substance. As for the members of non-substance categories, they too depend on the existence of primary substances, universal or a non-substance category. Similarly, particulars in non-substance categories, although there is not general agreement among scholars about what such particulars might be, cannot exist on their own. So primary substances are the basic entities, the basic things that there are in the world of the categories. A KL greeting, God bless. The role of substances in the study of being, quote, being. The categories lead us to expect that the study of being in general will crucially involve the study of substance. And when we turn to the metaphysics, we are not disappointed. First, in Metaphysics, Book 4, Aristotle argues in a new way for the ontological priority of substances, and then later wrestles with the problem of what it is to be a substance. We will begin with Book 4's account of the central place of substances in the study of being qua being. As we noted above, metaphysics, or first philosophy, is the science which studies being qua being. In this respect, it is unlike the specialized or departmental sciences which study only part of being, only some of the things that exist, or study beings only in a specialized way, only insofar as they are changeable, rather than insofar as they are beings. But being, for as Aristotle tells us, is said in many ways. That is, the verb to be has many senses, as do its cognates, being and entities. So the universal science of being qua being appears to founder on an equivocation. How can there be a single science of being when the very term being is ambiguous? Aristotle argues being is not ambiguous in this way. Being, he tells us, is said in many ways, but is not merely what he calls homonymous, sheerly ambiguous. Rather, the various senses of being have what he calls proshen ambiguity. They are all related to a single central sense. The Greek phrase proshen means in relation to one. Aristotle explains his point by means of some examples that he takes to be analogous to being. Notice that these various senses have something in common, a reference to one central thing, which is actually possessed by only some of the things that are spoken of, and these things are said to be in the primary sense of the term. Other things are considered only insofar as they are appropriately related to things in the primary sense. The situation is the same, Aristotle claims, with the term being. It too has a primary sense as well as related senses in which it appears to other things because they are appropriately related to things that are called beings in the primary sense. These things in the primary sense are substances. The beings in the other senses are the qualities, quantities that belong to substances. An account of the being of anything that is, therefore, will ultimately have to make some reference to substance. Hence, the science of being qua being will involve an account of the central case of being substances. The fundamental principles, axioms. Before embarking on the study of substances, however, Aristotle goes on in Book 4 to argue that first philosophy, the most general of the sciences, must also address the most fundamental principles, the common axioms that are used in all reasoning. Thus, first philosophy must also concern itself with the principle of non-contradiction, the principle that the same thing cannot at the same time belong and also not belong to the same thing and in the same respect. Thus, Aristotle says, is the most certain of all principles, and it is not just a hypothesis. It cannot, however, be proved, since it is employed implicitly in all proofs, no matter what the subject matter. In the first principle, and hence, it is not derived from anything more basic. What then can the science of first philosophy say about the principle of non-contradiction? It cannot offer a proof of the principle of non-contradiction, since the principle of non-contradiction is presupposed by any proof one might offer. Any purported proof of the principle of non-contradiction would therefore be circular. Aristotle thus does not attempt to prove the principle of non-contradiction in the subsequent chapters, instead that it is impossible to disbelieve the principle of non-contradiction. Those who would claim to deny the principle of non-contradiction cannot, if they have any beliefs at all, believe that it is false. For one who has a belief must, if he is to express this belief to himself or to others, say something. He must make an assertion. He must, as Aristotle say, signify something, but the very act of signifying something is possible only if the principle of non-contradiction is accepted. Without accepting the principle of non-contradiction, one would have no reason to think that his words have any signification at all. They could not mean one thing rather than another. Say anyone who makes any assertion has already committed himself to the principle of non-contradiction. Aristotle thus does not argue that the principle of non-contradiction is necessary truth. That is, he does not try to prove the principle of non-contradiction. Rather, he argues that the principle of non-contradiction is indubitable. What is substance? In the 17 chapters that make up Book Z of the Metaphysics, Aristotle takes up the promised study of substance. He begins by reiterating and refining some of what he says in Book 4, that being is said in many ways, that the primary sense of being is the sense in which substances are beings. Here, however, he explicitly links the secondary sense of being to the non-substance categories, the primacy of substance. Leads Aristotle to say that the age-old question, what is being, is just the question, what is substance? One might have thought that this question had already been answered in the categories. There we were given examples of primary substances, an individual man or a horse, and we learned that a primary substance is what is neither in a subject nor said of a subject. This would seem to provide us with both examples of and criteria for being primary substances, but in Metaphysics Book 7, Aristotle does not seem to take either of these examples or criteria for granted. In Book 7, too, he recounts the various answers that have been given to the questions of which things are substances, bodies, including plants, animals, the parts of plants and animals, the elements, heavenly bodies, things more basic than bodies, surfaces, lines, and points, imperceptible things such as Platonic forms and mathematical objects, and seems to regard them all as viable candidates at this point. He does not seem to doubt that the clearest examples of substances are perceptible ones, but leaves open the question whether there are others as well. Before answering this question about examples, however, he says that we must first answer the question about criteria. What is it to be a substance? The negative criterion, neither in a subject nor set of a subject of the categories, tells us only which things are substances, but even if we know that something is a substance, we must still say what makes it a substance. What's the cause of it being a substance? This is the question to which Aristotle turns next. The answer is to identify, as Aristotle puts it, the substance of that being. Substance, matter, and subject. Book 7.3 begins with a list of 4 possible candidates for being the substance of something: essence, universal, genus, and subject. Presumably, this means that if X is a substance, then the substance of X might be either the essence of X, some universal predicate of X, or a genus that X belongs to, or a subject of which X is predicated. The first 3 candidates are taken up in the later chapters, and Book 7.3 is devoted to an examination of the 4th candidate, the idea that substances of something is a subject of which it is predicated. A subject, Aristotle tells us, is that of which other things are said, but which it is itself not further said of other things. This characterization of a subject is reminiscent of the language of the categories, which tells us that a primary substance is not predicated of anything else, whereas other things are predicated of it. The subject which is X is predicated thus seems to reiterate the category's criterion for being a substance, but there are 2 reasons to be wary of drawing this conclusion. First, whereas the subject criterion of the categories told us that substances were the ultimate subject of predication, the subject criterion envisaged here is supposed to tell us the substance of something is. So what it would tell us is that if X is a substance, then the substance of X, that which makes X a substance, is a subject that X is predicated of. Second, as his next comment makes clear, Aristotle has in mind something other than this category's idea for the subject that he here envisaged. He says it is either matter or form, or the compound of matter and form. These are concepts from Aristotle's physics, and none of them figured in the ontology of the categories. To appreciate the issue of Aristotle is raising here, we must briefly compare his treatment of the notion of the subject in his physics with that in the categories. In the categories, Aristotle was concerned with subjects of predication, what are things we talk about and ascribe properties to. In the physics, his concern is with subjects of change. What is it that bears at different times contrary predicates and persists through a process of change? But there is an obvious connection between these conceptions of a subject, since the subject of change must have one predicate belonging to it at one time that does not belong to it at another time. Subjects of change, that is, are also subjects of predication. The converse is not true. In the categories, individual substances were treated as fundamental subjects of predication. They were also understood indirectly as subjects of change. A substance, one and the same in number, can receive contraries. These are changes in which substances move or alter or grow. What the categories did not explore, however, are changes in which substances are generated or destroyed. But the theory of change Aristotle developed in the physics requires some other subject for changes such as these, a subject in which substances is predicated, and it identifies matter as the fundamental subject of change. Change is seen as in the physics as a process in which matter either takes on or loses form. The concept of matter or form, as we noted, are absent from the categories. Individual substances, this man or that horse, apart from their accidental characteristics, the qualities that inhere in them are viewed in that work as essentially simple, unanalyzable atoms, although there is metaphysical structures to the fact that a certain quality inheres a certain substance devoid of metaphysical structure. But from the point of view of the physics, substantial individuals are seen as predicative complexes. They are hylomorphic compounds, compounds of matter and form, and the subject criterion looks rather different from the hylomorphic perspective. Metaphysics 7.3 examines the subject criterion from this perspective. Matter, form, and the compound of matter and form may all be considered subjects. Aristotle tells us, but which of them is substance? The subject criterion by itself leads to the answer that the substance of X is an entirely indeterminate matter in which X is composed. For form is predicated of matter as subject, and one can always analyze a hylomorphic compound into its predicates and the subject of which they are predicated. And when all predicates have been removed in thought, the subject that remains is nothing at all in its own right, an entity all of whose properties are accidental to it. The resulting subject is a matter from which all form has been expunged. Traditional scholarship calls this the prime matter, but Aristotle does not here indicate whether he thinks there is actually such a thing. So the subject criterion leads to the answer that the substance of X is the formless matter of which it is ultimately composed. But Aristotle rejects the answer as impossible, claiming that substance must be separable, and thus this something, sometimes translated some this, and implying that matter fails to meet this requirement. Precisely what the requirement amounts to is a matter of considerable scholarly debate. However, a plausible interpretation runs as follows. Separability has to do with being able to exist independently. X is separable from Y if X is capable of existing independently of Y. And being of this something means being a determinate individual. So substance must be a determinate individual that is capable of existing on its own. One might even hold, although it's controversial, that on Aristotle's account, not every this something is also separable. But matter fails to be simultaneously both separable and this something, the matter of which a substance is composed, may exist independently of that substance, but it is not as such any definite individual. It is just a quantity of a certain matter. Of course, this matter may be construed as constituting a definite individual substance, but it is in that sense not separable from the form or shape that makes it that substance. So although matter is in a sense separable and in a sense a this something, it cannot be both separable and a this something. It thus does not qualify as the substance of the thing whose matter it is. So this question of hylomorphism is extremely important for understanding the ancients. We talk like Descartes' dualism of separating between spirit and material. In the ancients, dualism was more a question of hylomorphism, form and matter, and mind is one of the forms, as opposed to the Cartesian form is likely also part of the material, not the spiritual. So it becomes a little bit complicated, and to understand these Aristotelian norms is pretty important. Hylomorphism, a very important subject. Really, as Aristotle bases everything on this essential substance. What is a substance? And substance and essence. Aristotle turns in 7.4 to a consideration of the next candidate for substance, essence. Essence is the standard English translation of Aristotle's curious phrase, tuti en enai, literally the what it was to be, for a thing. This phrase is so boggled his Roman translators that they coined the word essentia to render the entire phrase. And it is from this Latin word that ours derives. Aristotle also sometimes uses the shorter phrase tuti este, literally meaning the what it is, for approximately the same idea. In his logical work, Aristotle links the notion of essence to the definition horismos. A definition is an account, logos, that signifies an essence. And he links both of these notions to a certain kind of per se predication, kat haute, literally in respect of itself or intrinsically. What belongs to a thing in respect of itself belongs to its essence. We refer to it in the account of that states the essence. He reiterates these ideas in 7.4. There will be an essence only in those things whose logos is a definition. The essence of each thing is what it is said to be intrinsically. It is important to remember that for Aristotle, one defines things, not words. Aristotle's preliminary answer to this question, what is substance, is that substance is essence, but there is important qualifications for, as he points out, definition, like what it is said in many ways too. That is, items in all of the categories are definable, so items in all the categories have essences. But because of the prosense equivocacy of is, such essences are secondary in the primary, protos, and unconditional way, haplos, definition, and the essence belongs to substances. Thus, in 7.4 tells us it is only these primary essences that are substances. Aristotle does not here work out any details of this hierarchy of essences, but it is possible to reconstruct a theory of such hierarchy on the basis of substances developed in Book 7. In 7.6, Aristotle goes on to argue that if something is primary and spoken of in respect of itself, it is one and the same as its essence. The precise meaning of this claim, as well as the nature of the validity of the arguments offered in support of it, are matters of scholarly controversy. But it does not seem safe to say that Aristotle thinks that an accidental unity is not a kathautu legimen, and so is not the same as its essence. And 7.4 has already told us essence in this primary sense will belong to things that are species of a genus and not to other things. At this point, there appears to be a close connection between the essence of a substance and its species, eidos, and this might tempt one to suppose that Aristotle is identifying the substances of a thing, since the substances of a thing is its essence with its species. A consequence of this idea would be that Aristotle is radically altering his conception of the importance of the species, which in the categories he called secondary substances, that is, a substance only in a secondary sense, but such an identification would be a mistake for two reasons. First, Aristotle's point is not that a species is an essence, but that an essence of the primary kind corresponds to a species. Second, the word eidos, which meant species in the logical works, has acquired a new meaning in the hylomorphic context, where it means form contrasted with matter, rather than species contrasted with genus. In this conceptual framework of metaphysics, a universal, which was called a species and a secondary substance in the categories, is construed as not a substance, but rather a compound of sort, consisting of the account and this matter taken universally. The eidos is that is a primary substance in Book 7, is not the species that is individual substance belongs to, but is the form that is predicated of the matter of which it is composed. A. Leifar, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, Lucy, thanks for complimenting the highlighting. A lot of work went into this. Substances as hylomorphic compounds. The role of form in this hylomorphic context provides a link between substance and form, and thus fill what would otherwise be a gap in the argument. Since individual substances are seen as hylomorphic compounds, the role of matter and form in their generation must be accounted for. We do not produce the matter to suppose that we do leads to an infinite regress, nor do we produce the form. What could we make it out of? Rather, we put the form into the matter and produce the compound. Both the matter and the form must pre-exist, but the source of the motion in both cases, what Aristotle calls the moving cause of the coming to be, is the form. In production that results from craft or art techne, the form is in the soul of the craftsman. For example, the craft of building is the form of the house, and the form is in the understanding and hence in the soul of the builder. The builder has in mind the plan or design for a house, and he knows how to build. He then matters that plan or design by putting it into the materials out of which he builds the house. In natural production, the form is found in the parent, where the begetter is of the same sort as the begotten. Not that they are the same thing, certainly, nor one in number, but one in form. For example, in the case of natural things. But in either case, the form pre-exists and is not produced. As for what is produced in such hylomorphic productions, it is correctly described by the name of its form, not by that of its matter. The essence of such hylomorphic compounds is evidently its form, not its matter. As Aristotle says, by form I mean the essence of each thing and its primary substance, and by the substance without matter I mean the essence. It is the form of a substance that makes it the kind of thing that it is, and hence it is the form that satisfies the condition initially required for being the substance of something. The substance of a thing is its form. Substance and definition. In 7, 10, and 11, Aristotle returns to the consideration of essence and definition left out in 7, 6. but now with the hylomorphic context developed in 7 through 9. The main question these chapters consider is whether the definition of X ever includes a reference to the matter of X. If some definitions include a reference to the matter, then the link between essence and form would seem to be weakened. Aristotle begins 710 by endorsing the following principle about definitions and their parts. A definition is an account, and every account has parts, and as the account is to the thing, so the part of an account is the part of the thing. That is, if Y is a part of a definable thing X, then the definition of X will include as a part something Z that corresponds to Y. Indeed, Z must stand to Y in the same relation that the definition of X stands to X. That is, Z is the definition of Y. So according to this principle, the definition of a thing will include the definitions of its parts. In a way, this consequence of the principle seems very plausible, given Aristotle's idea that it is universals that are definable. Consider as a definendum a universal such as man and its definendums rational animal. The parts of this definiens are the universal rational animal. If these parts are in turn definable, then each should be replaced in the definition of man with its own definition, and so on. In this way, the complete and adequate definition of universal such as man will contain no parts that are further definable. All proper or completely analyzable definitions are ultimately composed of simple terms that are not further definable. But the implication of this idea for the definitions of hylomorphic compounds is obvious. Since matter appears to be part of such a compound, the definitions of the compound will include as a part the definitions of its material components, and this consequence seems implausible to Aristotle. Aristotle flirts with the idea of distinguishing between different senses in which one thing can be a part of another, but instead proposes a different solution to specify carefully the whole of which the matter is allegedly a part. Rather, what is divided into these as into matter is not the substance, but the compound. In restating his point yet more precipitously, Aristotle notes parenthetically another important aspect of the theory of substance. He reiterates the priority of form and its parts to the matter into which a compound is divided, and notes that the soul of animals, for the substance of the animate, is the substance that is in accord with the account, as is the form of the essence. This idea recurs in Book 711, where he announces that it is clear that the soul is primary substance, whereas the body is matter. It is further developed in Metaphysics in 717, as we will see below, and especially in De Anima. Returning now to the problem raised by the apparent need to refer to matter in the definition of substance, we may note that the solution Aristotle offered in 710 is only partially successful. But what about kinds of substances that do require particular kinds of matter? Aristotle's distinction between form and compound cannot be used in such cases to isolate essence from matter. Thus, there may, after all, be reasons for thinking that references to matter will have to intrude into at least some definitions. In 711, Aristotle addresses just such a case, although the passage is difficult and there is disagreement over its interpretation. The form of the human is always found in flesh and bones and parts of the sort, Aristotle writes. The point is not just that each particular man must be made of matter, but that each one must be made of matter of a particular kind. Some things, he continues, presumably are a particular form in a particular kind of matter, so that it is not possible to define them without reference to the material parts. Nevertheless, Aristotle ends 711 as if he has defended the claims that definition is of the form alone. Perhaps his point is that whenever it is essential to a substance that it be made of a certain kind of matter, this is in some sense a formal or structural requirement. A kind of matter, after all, can itself be analyzed hylomorphically, which is in turn predicated of some more generic underlying subject. The reference to matter in a definition will thus always be a certain kind of matter, and hence to a predicate rather than a subject. At any rate, if by matter one has in mind the ultimate subject alluded to in 7.3, so-called prime matter, there will be no reference to it in any definition, for it is indefinite. 712 introduces a new problem about definitions, the so-called unity of definitions. The problem is this: definitions are complex. Definiens is always some combination of terms. So what accounts for the definendum being one thing rather than many. Presumably, Aristotle has in mind a discussion in 7.4 of such accidental unities. Aristotle proposes a solution that applies to definitions reached by the method of division. According to this method, one begins with the broadest genus containing the species to be defined and divides the genus into two subgenera by means of some differentia. One then locates the definiendum in one of the subgenera and proceeds to divide this by another differentia and so on until one arrives at the definendum species. This is a classic definition by genus and differentia. Aristotle proposes that the division should take the differentia of the differentia. If one divides in this way, Aristotle claims it is evident that the ultimate or completing teleousia differentia will be the substance of the thing and its definition. For each differentia of a differentia entails its predecessor, and so the long chain of differentia can be replaced simply by the ultimate differentia since it entails all of its predecessors. As Aristotle points out, it would be redundant to include any of the differentia in the chain other than the ultimate one. This proposal shows us how a long string of differentia in a definition can be reduced to one, but it does not solve the problem of the unity of definition, for we are still faced with the apparent fact that genus plus differentia constitutes a plurality, even if the differentia is the ultimate or completing one. It is not surprising then that Aristotle returns to the problem of unity later and offers a different solution. Substances and universals. At this point, we seem to have a clear idea about the nature of substantial form as Aristotle conceives of it. A substantial form is the essence of a substance, and it corresponds to a species since it is in essence a substantial form is what is denoted by the definitions of a definition. Since only universals are definable, substantial forms are universal. To be the same in form is to have the same form. For one and the same substantial form to be predicated of two different clumps of matter and being predicated of many is what makes something universal. But 713 throws out our entire understanding of disarray. Aristotle begins by returning to the candidate for the title Ousia introduced in 7.3 and points out that having now discussed the claims of a subject and the essence, it is now time to consider a third candidate, the universal. But the remainder of the chapter consists of a barrage of arguments to the conclusion that universals are not substances. 713 therefore produces a fundamental tension in Aristotle's metaphysics that has fragmented his interpreters. Some maintain that Aristotle's theory is ultimately inconsistent, and on the grounds that it is uncommitted to all the three following propositions. 1, substance is a form. 2, form is universal. 3, no universal is a substance. Others have provided interpretations according to which Aristotle does not maintain all of the three, and there's considerable variety of such interpretations, too many to be canvassed here, but there are two main and opposed lines of interpretation. According to one, Aristotle's substantial forms are not universals after all, but each belong exclusively to particular whose form it is, and there are therefore as many substantial forms of a given kind as there are particulars of that kind. According to the other, Aristotle's arguments in 713 are not intended to show that no universal is a substance, but some weaker thesis that is compatible with there being only one substantial form for all of the particulars belonging to the same species. It would be foolish to attempt to resolve this issue within the confines of the present entry, as it is perhaps the largest and most disputed single interpretative issue concerning Aristotle's metaphysics. We will instead mention some of the main considerations brought up in each side of the dispute and give our reasons for thinking that substantial forms are universals. The idea that substantial forms are particulars is supported by Aristotle's claim that a substance is separable and this something, and that there is no universal apart from the particulars, and that universals are not substances. On the other side, the idea that substantial forms are universals is supported by Aristotle's claim that substances are par excellence the definable entities, that definitions is of the universals, and that it is impossible to define particulars. In our opinion, the indefinability of particulars makes it impossible for substantial forms to be particulars. If there were a substantial form that is unique to some sensible particular, then the definitions corresponding to the form or essence would apply uniquely. It would define, which is precisely what Aristotle says cannot be done. The question then is, Whether the evidence against substantial forms being universals can be countered, this is less clear, but the following considerations are relevant. Aristotle's claim that a substantial form is an individual does not exclude it being a universal. Universals are contrasted with particulars, not individuals, although Aristotle does sometimes ignore the distinction between an individual and particulars. What makes something a individual is its being a fully determinate thing, not further differentiable. What makes something a particular is its being a particular thing, unrepeatable and not predicated on anything else. There is thus the possibility of a universal individual, a fully determinate universal not further divisible into lower level universals, but predicated on numerous particulars. And the claim that there is no universal apart from particulars needs to be understood in context. His point may be that a generic kind is ontologically dependent on its species, and hence on the substantial form that are the essences of those species. The arguments of 713 against the substantiality of the universals are presented as part of the give and take investigation of the perplexities involved in the notion of substantial form. It is not clear, therefore, whether the blanket claim no universal is a substance is intended to be accepted without qualification. Indeed, a closer examination of the arguments may show that qualifications are required if the arguments are to be cogent. Aristotle's point may be that since form is predicated of matter, a substantial form is predicated of various clumps of matter, but it is not the substance of those clumps of matter, for it is predicated accidentally of them. The thing with which it is uniquely correlated, and of which it is the substance, is not one of its instances, but is the substantial form itself. This conclusion should not be surprising in light of Aristotle's claim in 7.6 that each substance is one and the same as its essence. A universal substantial form just is that essence. Okay, Lucy, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Substances as cause of being. In 717, Aristotle proposes a new point of departure in his effort to say what sort of thing substances is. The new idea is that a substance is a starting point and cause of being. Before looking at the details of his account, we will need to make a brief detour into Aristotle's theory of causes. The word atia, cause, or perhaps better explanation, Aristotle tells us is said in many ways. In one sense, a cause is that out of which a thing comes to be and which persists. A cause in this sense has been traditionally called a material cause, although Aristotle himself did not use this label. In a second sense, a cause is the form, the account of the essence, traditionally called the formal cause. A third sense, traditionally called the efficient cause, is the primary source of change or rest. In this sense, Aristotle says an advisor is the cause of an action, a father is the cause of a child, and in general, the producer is the cause of the product. Fourth is what is traditionally called the final cause, which Aristotle characterizes as the end telos, that for which a thing is done. Although Aristotle is careful to distinguish four different kinds of cause or four different senses of cause, it is important to note that he claims that one and the same thing can be a cause in more than one sense. As he put it, form, mover, and telos often coincide. And in De Anima, he is perfectly explicit that the soul, which is the form or essence of a living thing, is a cause in three of the ways we have distinguished: efficient, formal, and final. Let us return to Aristotle's discussion in 717. The job of a cause or principle of being, he notes, is to explain why one thing belongs to another. That is, it is to explain some predicational fact. The question must therefore be rephrased by taking advantage of the possibility of a hylomorphic analysis. The answer Aristotle proposes is that the cause of being of a substance is the form or essence that is predicated of the matter that constitutes the substance. The essence is not always just a formal cause. In some cases, Aristotle says it is also the final cause, and in some cases, an efficient cause. But in any case, what is being looked for is the cause in virtue of which the matter is something, and this is the substance and the primary cause of its being. Notice that the explanandum in these cases involves a species predication, but the answer Aristotle proposes invokes a hylomorphic analysis of these questions in which form is predicated of matter. In general, a species predication is explained in terms of an underlying form predication whose subject is not the particular compound but its matter. Form predications are thus more basic than their corresponding species predications. A substantial form, as a primary definable, is its own substance, for it is essentially predicated of itself alone. but the substantial form of a material compound, because it is predicated accidentally of the matter of the compound, is the cause of the compound's being the kind of thing that it is. The form is therefore, in a derivative way, the substance of the compound as well. Actuality and potentiality. In Metaphysics 7, Aristotle introduces the distinction between matter and form synchronically, applying it to individual substances at a particular time. The matter of substance is the stuff it is composed of. The form is the way the stuff is put together so that the whole it constitutes can perform its characteristic functions. But soon he begins to apply the distinction diachronically across time. This connects the matter-form distinction to another key Aristotelian distinction that between potentiality, dunamis, and actuality, entelecheia, or activity, energia. This distinction is the main topic of Book 10. Aristotle distinguishes between two different senses of the term dunamis. In the strictest sense, a dunamis potentiality is the power that a thing has to produce a change. A thing has a dunamis in this sense when it has within it a starting point of change in another thing or in itself insofar as it is other. The exercise of such power is kinesis, a movement or process, but there is a second sense of dunamis, and it is the one in which Aristotle is mainly interested. This might be better understood as potentiality, for as Aristotle tells us, in this sense, dunamis is related not to the movement, kinesis, but to activity, energia, and dunamis in this sense is not a thing's power to produce a change, but rather its capacity to be in different and more completed state. Aristotle thinks that potentiality, so understood, is indefinable, claiming that the general idea can be grasped from a consideration of cases. Activity is to potentiality, Aristotle tells us, as what is awake is in relation to what is asleep, and what is seeing is in relation to what has its eyes closed but has sight, and what has been shaped out of matter is in relation to the matter. Since Aristotle gives form priority over matter, we would expect him similarly to give actuality priority over potentiality, and this is exactly what we find. Aristotle distinguishes between priority of logos, a counter definition in time, and in substance. Actuality is prior to in logos, since we must cite the actuality when we give an account of its corresponding potentiality. Thus, visible means capable of being seen, buildable means capable of being built. As regards to temporal priority, by contrast, potentiality may well be seem to be prior to actuality. Nevertheless, Aristotle finds that even temporarily, there is a sense in which actuality is prior to potentiality. The active that is the same in form, though not in number, with a potentially existing thing is prior to it. Aristotle argues for the priority in substance of actuality over potentiality in two ways. The first argument makes use of the notion of final causality, things that come to move towards an end, telos, and the activity is the end, and it is for the sake of this that the capacity or potentiality is acquired. Form or actuality is the end towards which the natural processes are directed. Actuality is therefore a cause in more than one sense of a thing realizing its potential. As we noted earlier, one and the same thing may be the final, formal, and efficient cause of another. The formal cause is the logos defining the actuality. The final cause is the telos. Aristotle also offers an even stricter argument for his claim that actuality is prior to substance, to potentiality. A potentiality is for either of a pair of opposites, so anything that is capable of being is also capable of not being. What is capable of not being might possibly not be, and what might possibly not be is perishable. Hence, anything with the mere potentiality is to be perishable. What is eternal is imperishable, and so nothing that is external can exist only potentially. What is eternal must be fully actual, but the eternal is prior in substance to the perishable, for the eternal can exist without the perishable, but not conversely, and that is what priority in substance amounts to. So what is actual is prior in substance to what is potential. Unity reconsidered. Later, Aristotle returns to the problem of, in book 8, to the unity of definition and offers a new solution based on the concepts of potentiality and actuality. He begins by pointing out that the things whose unity he is trying to explain are those that have several parts and where the totality of them is not like a heap, but the whole is something beyond the parts. His task is to explain the unity of such complexes. The problem is insoluble, he says, unless one realizes that there is on one hand matter and on the other shape or form, morphe, and the one is potentially and the other actively. Once one realizes this, then what we are inquiring into will no longer seem to be a puzzle. It is easy to see how this hylomorphic analysis explains the unity of a substantial material particular, since neither the matter nor the form of the particular is by itself a single material individual, and it is only when they are taken together that they constitute such an individual. But the question Aristotle is trying to answer is this: why on earth is something one when the account of it is what we call definition? Since proper definables are universals, it remains to be seen how the proposed solution applies to them. After all, universals are not material objects, and so it is not clear how they can be viewed as hylomorphic compounds. But Aristotle has at his disposal a concept that can fill this bill perfectly, the concept of intelligible matter. So we surmise that it is for this reason that Aristotle goes on to introduce matter into a current context. It is, if this is so, we may conclude that the material component in the definition of a species is intelligible matter. Elsewhere, he explicitly describes genus as matter. The genus is a matter of what it is said to be the genus of. So a species too, although it is not itself a material object, can be described a hylomorphic compound. It matters is its genus. Its matter is its genus, which is only potentially the species defined. Its differentia is the form that actualizes the matter. The genus does not actually exist independently of its species. Aristotle concludes that the ultimate matter and the form morphe and are one and the same, the one potentially and the other actively, and what potentially is and what actively is are in a way one. The solution, of course, applies only to hylomorphic compounds, but that is all it needs to do, according to Aristotle, for he ends the chapter by claiming that the problem of unity does not arise for other kinds of compounds that are not material. Things that have no matter are all unconditionally just what it is, a one. And finally, theology. The science of being qua being is a science of form, but it is also theology, the science of God. The question now is, how can it be both? And Aristotle gives us a succinct answer. If there is some immovable substance that is theologically, philosophy will be prior and will be primary philosophy, and it will be universal in this way, namely because it is primary, and it will belong to it and get a theoretical grasp on being qua being, both what it is and the things that belong to it insofar as it is being. So the primacy of theology, which is based on the fact that it deals with substances that is eternal, immovable, and inseparable, is supposedly what justifies us in treating it as a universal science of being qua being. A reminder first of what this primacy is, as we saw in sections 2 and 3 above. Only beings in the category of substance are separable, so that they all alone enjoy a sort of ontological priority that is both existential and explanatory. Often, indeed, separability is associated with being such a subject. The underlying subject is prior, which is why the substance is prior. If we do not posit substances to be separated, and the way in which particular things are said to be separated, we will do away with the sort of substances we wish to maintain. Similarly, not being separable is associated with being predicated on of such a subject, although the things are either said of primary substances as subjects or in them as subjects. Therefore, if there were no primary substances, then there could not be anything else. The starting points and causes of all beings then must be substances. But for all that has been shown so far, the universe could still be made up of a lot of separate substances having little ontologically to do with each other. Here it must serve to return to 7.3, which opens by calling attention to something said about substances, namely that something is said to be legatized substance, if not in more ways, at any rate of all in four, for the essence the universal, and the genus seems to be the substance of each thing, and fourth of these, the underlying subject, since the primary underlying subject seems most of all to be a substance, because what is said or predicated of it depends on it. The investigation begins with this object, quickly isolating three candidates: the matter, the compound of the matter, and the form of itself, which is identical to essence. Almost as quickly, the first two candidates are at least provisionally excluded. Perhaps the major ground for their exclusion is the primacy dilemma, which we shall now briefly investigate. The philosophical background to the dilemma is this: if you are a realist about scientific knowledge and truth, as Aristotle is, the structure of your scientific theories must mirror the structure of reality, so that scientific starting points of first principles must also be the basic building blocks of reality. Suppose that this is not so. Suppose that your physics tells you that atoms are the basic building blocks of reality, and that your psychology tells you that sense perceptions are the starting points of scientific knowledge. Then you will face a very severe problem, that of skepticism, for a wedge can be driven between the starting points of scientific knowledge and reality's basic building blocks. Rene Descartes' famous dreaming argument is one familiar form such a wedge might take. Your sense perceptions are consistent with your being always asleep and having very detailed dream. Aristotle introduced a similar problem about the relation between our scientific representation of the world and how the world in itself is structured. We must ask whether the starting points are universal or exist in the way we say particulars do. For if they are universal, they will not be substances, for no common thing signifies a this something, but a such and such sort of thing, whereas substance is a this something. If then the starting points are universal, then things follow, but if they are not universals but exist as particulars, they will not be scientifically knowable, for scientific knowledge of all things is universal. Thus, there will be other starting points prior to the starting points, namely those that are predicated universally, if indeed there is going to be scientific knowledge of these. The basic building blocks of reality, Aristotelian science tells us, are particular matter form compounds, yet science's own starting points are the forms, the universal essences of such things. There is no science of you or of me, though there is one of human beings. How then can science possibly be reflecting accurately the structure of reality when its starting point and those of reality fail so radically to map onto each other? For there's no greater difference, it seems, than that between particulars and universals. The thing to do then, given that science provides our best access to the nature of reality, is to investigate the universal forms or essences that are basic to it. Aristotle begins the investigation with the most familiar and widely recognized case, which is the form or essence present in the sublunary matter form compounds. It is announced in 7.3, but not begun until some chapters later. It is not really completed until the end later, and then it's with actuality, entelechy, or activity, energia, that form is identified in matter with potentiality. The science of being qua being can legitimately focus on form or actuality then as the factor common to all substances, and so to all beings. But unless it can be shown that there is some explanatory connection between the forms of all these substances, the non-fragmentary nature of being itself will still not have been established, and the pictures given to us by the very sciences will, so to speak, be separate pictures, and the being they collectively portray divided. The next stage in the unification of being and the legitimation of the science dealing with being qua being is affected by the argument that trades on the identification of form with actuality and matter with potentiality. If there's something that is capable of moving, things are acting on them, but that is not actively doing so, there will not necessarily be movement, since it is possible for what has a capacity not to achieve it. There's no benefit, therefore, in positing eternal substances as those who accept as the forms do, unless there is to be present in them some starting point that is capable of causing change. Moreover, even this is not enough, and neither is another substance beyond the forms, for it will not be active, there will not be movement. Further, even if it will be active, it is not enough if the substance of it is a capacity, for then there will not be internal movement, since what is potentially may possibly not be. There must therefore be such a starting point, the very substance of which is activity. Further, accordingly, these substances must be without matter, for they must be eternal, if indeed anything else is eternal. Therefore, they must be activity. Matter-form compounds are, as such, capable of movement and change. The canonical examples of them, perhaps the only genuine and fully fledged one, are living metabolizing beings. But if these beings are to be actual, there must be substances whose very essence is activity, substances that do not need to be activated by something else. With matter-form compounds shown to be dependent on substantial activities for their actual being, a further element of vertical unification is introduced into beings, since layer-wise two sorts of substances belong together. Latterly, though, disunity continues to threaten, for as yet nothing has been done to exclude the possibility of each compound substance having a distinct substantial activity as its own unique activator. Being in that case would be a set of ordered pairs, the first member of which would be a substantial activity, the second a matter-form compound with all of its independent attributes. Later in metaphysics, Aristotle initially takes a step in the direction of such a bipartite picture. He asked how many substantial activities are required to explain astronomical phenomena, such as the movements of the stars and planets, and answers there must be 49 of them. But these 49 are coordinated with each other so as to form a system, and what enables them to do so and to constitute a single heaven is that there is a single prime mover of all of them. It is evident that there is but one heaven, for if there are many, as there are many human beings, the starting point for each will be one in form, but in number many. But all things that are many in number have matter, for one and the same account applies to many. For example, human beings, whereas Socrates is one, but the primary essence does not have matter since it is actuality. The primary immovable mover, therefore, is one both in account and in number, and so therefore is what is moved always and continuously. Therefore, there is only one heaven. What accounts for the unity of the heaven, then, is that the movements in it are traceable back to a single cause, the prime or primary mover. Leaving aside the question of just how this primary mover moves, what it moves directly, the next phase in the unification of beings is the one in which the sublunary world is integrated with the already unified sublunary one studied by astronomy. This takes one obvious indication of this unification is the dependence of the reproductive cycles of plants and animals on the seasons and their dependence in turns on the movements of the sun and moon. And beyond even this, there is the unity of the natural world itself, which is manifested in the ways in which its inhabitants are adapted to each other. All things are jointly organized in a way, although not in the same way, even swimming creatures, flying creatures, and plants, and the organization is not such that one thing has no relation to another, but rather there is a relation, for all things are jointly organized in relation to one thing, but it is as in a household where the free men least of all do things at random, but all or most of the things they do is organized, while the slaves and beasts can do little for a common thing, but mostly do things at random, for this is the sort of starting point that the nature is of reach of them. I mean, for example, that all must at least come to be disaggregated into their elements, and similarly, there are other things which they all share for the whole. Thus, the sublunary realm is sufficiently integrated with the sublunary one that we can speak of them as jointly having a nature and a ruler, and as being analogous to an army and a household. We may agree then that the divine substances in the sublunary realm and the compound substances in the sublunary one have prima facie been vertically integrated into a single explanatory system. As a result, when we look at the form of a sublunary matter form compound, we will find in it the mark of the sublunary activator, just as we do in the case of the various heavenly bodies, and as, as in the line of its efficient causes, we find the sun and its movements in an inclined circle. Still awaiting integration, though, are the mathematical objects such as numbers, but in books 13 and 14, these are shown to be not substantial starting points and causes, but abstractions from perceptible sublunary beings. They are dependent entities, in other words, rather than self-subsistent ones. Similarly, we read, the mathematician too busies himself about these things, planes, solid lines, and points, although not insofar as each one of them is the limit of a natural body, nor does he get a theoretical grasp of the coincidence of natural bodies insofar as they are such. That is why he separates them, for they are separable in the understandings from movement, and so their being separated makes no difference, nor does any falsehood result from it. This completes the vertical and horizontal unification of beings. Attributes depend on substances, substantial matter form compounds depend on substantial forms or activities. Numbers depend on matter form compounds. Beings are not said to be in accord with one thing, therefore, as they would be if they formed a single first order genus, but with reference to one thing, namely a divine substance that is in essence an activity, and it is this more complex unity compatible with generic diversity and a genuine multiplicity of distinct form order sciences, but just as robust and well-rounded, that grounds and legitimates the science of being qua being as a single science dealing with a genuine object of study. The long argument that leads to this conclusion is thus a sort of proof of the existence and so of the possibility of the science of which the metaphysics focus. It is also the justification for the claim, which we have looked at before, that the science of being qua being is in fact theology. There then is the starry heavens above us and the 49 celestial spheres, all moving eternally in a fixed circular orbits. The outermost one, which contains all the others, is the primary heaven. Questions immediately arise. How is the primary heaven moved? By the primary mover, the primary God. Aristotle gives his response. There is something, namely the primary heaven, that is always moved with an unceasing movement, which is in a circle, and this is clear not from argument alone, but also from the facts. So the primary heaven would be eternal. There is therefore also something that moves, namely the primary God. But since what is moved and moves something is something medial, there is something that moves without being moved, being eternal substances and activity. This, though, is the way the object of desires and the intelligible object move things. They move them without being moved. Of these objects, the primary ones are the same. Thus, the primary heaven is moved by a primary God in the way that we are moved by a good that we desire. But how can the primary God be such a God? Moreover, why is it not moved by something else again? The answer to this question for Aristotle, active understanding, though, is intrinsically of what is intrinsically best, and the sort that is the highest degree best is what is of the highest degree best. The understanding actively understands itself by partaking of the intelligible object, for it becomes an intelligible object by touching and understanding one, so that understanding and intelligible object are the same. For what is receptive of the intelligible object and of the substance is the understanding, and is active when it possesses it, so that is rather than that seems to be the divine thing that understanding possesses, and contemplation seems to be most pleasant and best. If then that good state of activity, which we are sometimes in, the primary God is always in, that is a wonderful thing, and if to a higher degree, that is yet more wonderful. But what is his state? And life too certainly belongs to him, for the activity of understanding is life, and he is that activity, and his intrinsic activity is life, and that is best and eternal. What the primary heaven is moved by then is the wish to be in a good state of active contemplation that we, when we are happiest, are in, and that the primary God is always in because he just is that activity. Just as we seek the good that the primary God is, so too does the primary heaven and its 48 celestial companions. This brings us to the question, when the understanding is actively contemplating something that intelligible object is what activates it, so why isn't that object yet more primary than the primary God? Aristotle gives his answer. The reasoning, though compressed, should now be fairly readably intelligible. What does it, the primary God, understand? For it is either itself or something else. And if something else, then either always the same thing or sometimes this and sometimes that. Does it then make a difference or not at all whether it actively understands the good or some random object? Or are there not certain things that it would be absurd for it to think of? It is clear, therefore, that it actively understands what is most divine and most estimable, and does not change its object, since the change would be for the worst and would already be a sort of movement. First, then, if its substance is not active understanding, but rather a capacity to understand, it is clear that something else would be more estimable than the understanding, namely estimable than the understanding, namely what is understood. And indeed, the capacity to understand and active understanding will belong even to someone who actively understands the worst thing. So that if this is to be avoided, for there are in fact some things that it is better not to see than to see, The act of understanding would not be the best thing. It is itself, therefore, that it understands, if indeed it is the most excellent thing, and the act of understanding is active understanding of active understanding. God is the understanding that understands himself, because his understanding is like ours would be if we imagine it as being the intelligible equivalent of seeing light without seeing any other visible object. From the inside, then, from the point of view of the subject experiencing it is a state of consciousness of a sort familiar from the writings of the great religious mystics, in which both the subject and object disappear from an awareness and yet remain fully and truly attentive, fully alive and joyous, insofar as we have any experience-based evidence of what a beatific state is like. This one surely approximates it. We are to experience it as something like it, then there is some reason to think that we would agree that it is bliss indeed, blessed happiness unalloyed. This is the conclusion Aristotle himself comes to and defends in Nicomachean Ethics, practical wisdom and theoretical wisdom. It follows have the same ultimate starting point, the same first principle, so that wisdom too is something unified. Go back now to the primary dilemma and notice that its resolution is within our grasp, though one might be forgiven for not readily understanding Aristotle's statement in book 13:10. The fact that all scientific knowledge is universal, so that the starting points of being must be also be universal and not separate substances, involves the greatest puzzle of those mentioned. But though there is surely a way in which what is said is true, there is another way in which it is not true. For scientific knowledge, like knowing scientifically, is twofold: one potential, the other active. The capacity or potential being as matter, universal and indefinite, is of what is universal and indefinite, whereas the activity being definite is of what is definite, being a this something or a this something, but it is only coincidentally that sight sees universal color, because this particular instances of color that it sees is a color, and so what the grammarian theoretically grasps, namely this particular substance of A is A, for if the starting points must be universal, what comes from them must also be universal, as in the case of demonstrations, and if this is so, there will be nothing separable and no substance either. However, in one way, scientific knowledge is universal, but in another, it is not. The idea is this: since forms or essence are universals, you and I may both know the same form, as we may both know the letter A, but when I actively know or contemplate that universal form, what is now before my mind is a particular. This actualization is of that universal. Now consider the primary God. He is eternally and essentially the object of the active understanding that he is, so he is a substantial particular. But since his is essentially in activity, he is also a universal essence of a special sort, one that can be actual, never merely potential. In a way, then, the primary God overcomes the difference between particulars and universals that seemed unbridgeable, for he is at once a concrete particular and the starting point of all scientific knowledge. He thereby unifies not just being, but the scientific knowledge of it as well, ensuring that the latter fits the former in the way that the realist requires. Okay, so you tinkle, a little humor there. So, yeah, very complicated there. So, we did the full gamut there of Aristotle and Plato, and Aristotle and Plato both have full systems and to some extent discuss and talk about every major important issue. But because they try to systematize their knowledge and take positions on everything, there's a lot of contradictions, and a lot of people like, what are they really saying? Can we know? And um, the Aristotelian system becomes somewhat the basis of the modern world, even though it has a lot of problems and is imperfect and so on and so on. So after Aristotle, the academy falls into the hands of the skeptics. And Jennifer, God bless. Um, so after Aristotle and Plato, who both had full systems for understanding things, there are contradictions and difficulties, then the academy comes under the skeptics. And the skeptics, they like question everything, and you can't really have a system. You could have, maybe some things that are better understood than others. Duvid's multiple truth hypothesis is probably more skeptical. There's like, okay, Church of Entropy is like Aristotle or Plato. She has a system, and what the system is, she thinks she has a system that explains things, but to other people, how do they interpret the system? How good is it? Does it have contradictions? So on and so on, as opposed to the skeptics, where the skeptics are like, well, question everything, and you have to withhold judgment, and you have to recognize the limited capacity. So Plato also has a little bit of this conception of the unknowability, but therefore he posits this second realm, the forms and the other things of mind. So the skeptics are also skeptical on that. So this article covers some of the other schools also, but skepticism is probably the most important of the Greek schools of philosophy, the most applicable today. And we'll also see that modern skepticism is of a different nature than ancient skepticism. And so this one's also long and complicated. And it said there's really no shortcut. You want to do the due diligence, you want to cover this material. There's just, there's no shortcut. There's just a lot of material, a lot to go over. So let me just keep at it. Ancient skepticism. The Greek word skeptis means investigation. Literally, a skeptic is an inquirer. Not all ancient philosophers, whom in retrospect we call skeptics, refer to themselves as such. Nevertheless, they all embrace ways of life that are devoted to inquiry. Ancient skepticism is as much concerned with beliefs as with knowledge. As long as knowledge has been attained, the skeptics aim not to affirm anything. This gives rise to the most controversial ambition, a life without belief. Ancient skepticism is, for the most part, a phenomenon of post-classical Hellenistic philosophy. The academic and Pyrrhonian skeptical movements begin roughly in the 3rd century BCE and end with Sextus Empiricius in the 2nd century CE. Hellenistic philosophy is a larger scale conversation, not unlike philosophy today. The skeptics, among them Pyrrho, Timon, Arcesilaus, Carneades, and Anicedemus, and Sextus Empiricus, do engage with pre-Socratic philosophy, Socrates and Protagorean relativism, Plato and perhaps Aristotle, but their contemporary and principal interlocutors are Epicurean, Stoics, Cynics, and Megarian logicians. The central questions. The core concepts of ancient skepticism are belief suspension of judgment, criterion of truth, appearances, and investigations. Important notions of modern skepticism, such as knowledge, certainty, justified belief, and doubt, play no or almost no role. This is not to say that the ancients would not engage with questions that figure in today's philosophical discussions. Ancient debates address questions that today we associate with epistemology and philosophy of language, as well as with theory of action, rather than specifically with contemporary topic of skepticism. They focus on the nature of belief, the relationship of belief to speech and action, and with the mental states of inquiry. From the point of view of the ancient skeptics, assertions are expressions of dogmatism, and yet the best-known ancient skeptic, Sextus Empiricus, wrote extensively, "Can the skeptics say anything meaningful about their philosophy without asserting anything about how things are?" Skeptical writings have a peculiar format, one that comes with its own challenges. The skeptics aim to describe their philosophy to court as they practice it without laying out any particular theories or doctrines. Skeptical ideas have been charged with the familiar family of objections. They might be self-refuting, inconsistent, self-contradictory, and so on. Another line of objection is associated with Hume, namely that nature is always too strong for principle. As Hume puts it, a Pyrrhonian cannot expect that his philosophy will have any constant influence on the mind. It is one thing for a skepticism to be coherent. It is another thing for it to be likely that anyone, no matter how much they rehearse skeptical arguments in their mind, will succeed in adhering to it. An ancient Pyrrhonius philosopher claimed to be able to do. Like later epistemologists, the ancient skeptics start from questions about knowledge, but discussions quickly turn to beliefs. The Greek term translated here as belief, doxa, can also be translated as opinion. The root of doxa is dokein, seemingly. In a belief, something seems so and so to someone, but there is also an element of judgment or acceptance. The relevant verb doxein often means to judge that something is so and so. Hellenistic discussions envisage three attitudes that cognizers take to impressions, how things seem to them, assent, rejection, and suspension of judgment. Suspension is a core element of skepticism. The skeptic suspends judgment. However, if this means that the skeptic forms no beliefs whatsoever, then skepticism may be a kind of cognitive suicide. Arguably, belief formation is a basic feature of human cognitive activity. It is not clear whether one can lead an ordinary human life without belief, or indeed, ancient opponents of skeptics say whether one can even survive. Perhaps even the simplest actions involve beliefs. It is also hard to say whether someone who succeeded in forming any beliefs could communicate with others, whether they could engage in philosophical investigations, or whether they could even think at all. The ancient skeptics also were well aware of these objections. The most widely discussed charge is that they cannot act without belief. In response, the skeptics describe their actions variously as guided by the plausible, the convincing, or by appearances. The notion of appearances gained great importance in Pyrrhonian skepticism and poses difficult interpretive questions. When something appears to be so and so to someone, does this for skeptics involve some kind of judgment on their part, or do they have in mind a purely phenomenal kind of appearing? The skeptical proposals that the skeptic adheres to the plausible, the convincing, or to appearances have in common their appeal to something less than full-fledged beliefs about how things are, while allowing something sufficient to generate and guide action. However, the claim that ancient skepticism is about belief, while modern skepticism is about knowledge, needs to be qualified. Ancient skepticism is not alone in being concerned with belief. Descartes speaks repeatedly about demolishing his opinions. Contemporary epistemology often pays equal attention to the notions of both belief and knowledge. The distinction focuses on ancient skepticism on belief becomes clearer once we consider a third component that figures centrally in ancient discussions, the criterion of truth. The skeptics and their opponents discuss how one recognizes a true impression as true, and there are some evident things, some kind of impression, which can be used as standards of criterion, so that nothing is to be accepted as true if it is not in agreement with these evident things. The Stoics and Epicureans formulate theories that conceive of such criteria. The skeptics respond critically to their proposals. Accordingly, the conception of a criterion of truth assumes as essential a role in the ancient debate as does the notion of knowledge in modern discussions. The debate includes in-depth analysis of sense perception and its relation to belief. According to Epicurus, all sense perceptions are true, but judgments based on these perceptions are true or false. The Stoics explore differences between sense perception, illusion, and hallucination. Their account of the criterion of truth starts from perceptual impressions that qualify or fail to qualify as cognitive. The Stoics propose that we should accept only cognitive impressions, and accordingly we should only form beliefs based on a subset of true perceptual impressions. Discussion of the criterion of truth arguably also covers some of the ground that is later discussed in terms of certainty. The Stoics say that a particular kind of impression is the criterion of truth, the cognitive impression. Cognitive impressions make it clear through themselves that they reveal things precisely as they are. The notion is an ancestor to the later conception of a clear and distinct impressions, and thus the discussion of certainty. Consider next the notion of doubt. Doubt is often considered the hallmark of skepticism, so how can it be that ancient skepticism is not about doubt? Insofar as to doubt means to no more than to call into question, the ancient skeptics might not be described as doubting things. However, skeptical investigations, as Sextus Empiricus describes, it does not involve doubt. Skeptics find themselves struck by the discrepancies among impressions. This experience is described as turmoil. They aim to resolve the disturbance by settling what is true and what is false among them, but investigations lead them to suspension of judgment, which brings its own peace of mind. Where in this account should we locate doubt? Is the initial turmoil the ancient skeptic experiences a kind of doubt? Are the ancient skeptics' investigations a kind of doubting? Should we describe suspension of judgment as a kind of doubt? All three stages may resemble doubt, at least insofar as the ancient skeptics have not settled on answers to the questions they investigate, but all three stages are also different from doubt as it conceived in later epistemology. The ancient skeptics do not describe themselves as making an active effort at doubting what ordinarily they would believe, as some philosophers in the Cartesian tradition have it. Instead, the ancient skeptics find themselves in turmoil because of discrepancies in how things strike them. Moreover, the progression that ancient skeptics describe differs from the doubt belief model that later thinkers tend to employ. The ancient skeptics improved their psychological condition by moving from turmoil to suspension of judgment, not by removing doubt. It seems best then to refrain from invoking the modern conception of doubt as at all fundamental in the reconstruction of ancient Greek skepticism. Some of the distinctness of ancient skepticism lies in the fact that it is developed by philosophers who genuinely think of themselves as skeptics. In later epistemology, skepticism is largely construed from the outside. In particular, early modern skepticism is, for the most part, conceived by philosophers who aim to refute it, but ancient skepticism is explored by skeptics, and that is by philosophers who intend their lives to be reflective of their philosophy. Socrates raises the challenge that it might be truly bad for one's life, for the state of one's souls, and so on, to base one's actions on unexamined beliefs. For all one knows, these beliefs could be false, and without investigation, one does not even aim to rid oneself of false beliefs, which is admittedly a bad thing for one's soul. Only an examined life is worth living. Once we take this challenge seriously, as the ancient skeptics do, we embark on a kind of investigation that is seen as directly relevant to our lives. Our beliefs are assumed, and this pre-skeptical phase to be guiding our actions. Confidence in unexamined views seems misplaced. Others regularly disagree with us in favor of each view. Some arguments can be adduced, some practices invoked, some experiences cited. These conflicting arguments, practices, and experiences need to be examined, but that just raises further views that are in conflict. As a consequence, suspension of judgment on every such question looks rationally mandatory, but it is also rational to persist in investigation. The skeptic is committed to a search for truth on virtually all questions, even if the search repeatedly and predictably leads to suspension of judgment. So, yeah, I think that probably the multiple truth hypothesis is probably best framed as a skeptical philosophy. So let's continue. I found this one on skepticism very enlightening because actually a lot of my practices and duvidisms largely come from skepticism. So, and I hadn't actually realized it till I was doing this research. Skeptical ideas in early and classical Greek philosophy. Early Greek philosophy. The early Greek philosophers developed distinctions between reality and appearances, knowledge and belief, and the non-evident and the evident. These distinctions form the framework in which skepticism can be conceived. The idea that truth is seen and knowledge gained from some perspective outside of the ordinary ways of mortal life, and that mortals rely on something lesser, be it hearsay of fame or science or appearances, runs through much of early Greek thought. However, very few early Greek thinkers seem to have had skeptical or proto-skeptical inclinations. Xenophanes and Democritus are perhaps the most prominent apparent exceptions. Xenophanes famously insists that all conceptions of the gods are anthropomorphic and culturally contingent. Xenophanes puts forward a number of theological theses of his own, but he says that no man will know the clear truth about such matters. He makes a point that has lasting relevance in discussions of skepticism. Even if someone succeeds in saying something that actually is the case, he himself would not know this. Thus, all is belief. Atomism, a theory which thrives in Hellenistic times as the physical theory of Epicureanism and is thus an interlocutor of skepticism, leads into difficult epistemological questions. The atomist can argue that sense perceptions are explicable as complex events initiated by objects, each one made up of a lot of atoms floating in the void from which atoms proceed and traverse the intervening space and affects the senses. It is certain objects made up by the atoms proceeding from the objects in question, filmy images that we actually perceive. We neither perceive real reality, atoms and voids, nor even macroscopic objects and their properties. Democritus seems to have argued along these lines, and accordingly his atomist view of perception can be seen as grounding a kind of proto-skepticism. Democritus' student, Metrodorus of Chios, says at the beginning of his book on nature, none of us know anything, not even this, whether we know or we do not know, nor do we know what to not know, or to know our, nor on the whole, whether anything is or is not. The formulation reflects an awareness of the fact that simpler statements than the one reported in Cicero, such as there is no knowledge, can be turned against itself. In particular, Metrodorus recognizes the role that understanding concepts plays in any such statements. Does its proponents know something merely by virtue of understanding what the terms he uses in philosophizing refer to? Sextus presents Metrodorus' pronouncement as related to an enigmatic idea that he ascribes to two other philosophers, the Democritian Anaxarchus of Abdera and the Cynic Menismus. Both are said to have likened existent things to stage painting. This comparison, which Bernier captures in the catchphrase, all the world's a stage painting, is open to a range of interpretation. For Menismus, Bernier argues it is likely to have had a moralistic upshot along the lines of all is vanity in Democritian philosophy, and insofar as the later skepticism recalls the saying, it is bound to be a proposal in epistemology or possibly epistemology and metaphysics. The 5th century sophists developed a form of debate which is an ancestor of skeptical argumentation. They take pride in arguing in a persuasive fashion for both sides of an issue and developing an agnostic art of refuting any claim put forward. Further, the sophists are interested in a contrast between nature and convention. The formative roles and customs and laws were discussed by some of the earliest Greek authors. Consider Pindar's law is king and its many interpretations, for example, in Herodotus. The sophist explores the idea that if things are different from different cultures, there may be, in fact, no matter of how those things really are. The skeptics engage with both legs of the distinction between nature and convention. Pyrrhonian skepticism employs an argument to the effect that if something is by nature F, it is F for everyone, affects everyone as F. Pyrrhonianism further associates convention with appearances so that the skeptic, by adhering to appearances, can lead an ordinary life. However, the contrast between nature and convention does not figure importantly in ancient skepticism, and there is no skeptical school that would confine itself to moral skepticism or skepticism about values. Sextus Empiricius, whose writings provide the most detailed extant account of Pyrrhonian skepticism, emphasizes how strongly the skeptics depart from all other philosophers, as he presents that the pre-Socratics who put forward some of the views cited above are what he calls dogmatists. They make claims about nature, reality, knowability, and so on. The second most detailed extant accounts of Pyrrhonian skepticism is offered by Diogenes Laertius in his Lives of Eminent Philosophers. It contains a large number of references to early Greek poet and pre-Socratic philosophers, suggesting that these early thinkers formulate ideas that are similar to skeptic ideas. It is controversial whether the skeptics Diogenes has in mind claim this ancestry. Alternatively, other philosophers may have charged the skeptics with sharing ideas with non-skeptical thinkers, thereby departing from their non-dogmatic approach. Either way, two observations seem relevant. Contrary to the classical assessment of Diogenes reported by Jonathan Barnes, the sections of text in which connections are made between early Greek thought and skepticism may be worth exploring. Moreover, scholars who have paid too little attention to skepticism, ancestry, and poetry, Pyrrho seems to have referred to Homer as a proponent of ideas he approves of, ideas about change, the status of human rationality, and language, and more. Plato. The Socrates of Plato's Apology tried to solve a puzzle. The Delphic oracle says that no one is wiser than Socrates, but Socrates does not think himself wise. He calls into question the truth of neither the oracle's pronouncement nor his self-perception. Accordingly, he must figure out how both are consistent with each other. In order to do so, Socrates talks to various groups of experts in Athens, politicians, poets, and craftsmen. As it turns out, all of them think that they know something about great and important things, but in fact, it seems clear to Socrates they do not. When asked, they cannot provide reasons for believing the things they claim to know that are rationally satisfactory. Socrates knows that he does not know about these most important matters, His interlocutors, it appears, do not know that they lack this knowledge. In this respect, Socrates is wiser than everyone else who has a general reputation for wisdom. In the course of recounting his conversation with others, Socrates says something enigmatic. About myself, I knew that I know nothing. Some readers, ancient and modern, take Socrates to profess that he knows nothing, but the context of the dialogue allows us to read his pronouncement as unproblematic. Socrates knows that he does not know about important things. He advocates the importance of critically examining one's own and others' views on important matters precisely because one does not know about them. Such examination is the only way to find out. Socrates' commitment to reason, examination, as the way to find out, inspires the skepticism of the Hellenistic Academy. One is bound to lead one's life based on one's belief, he assumes. Therefore, one ought to examine one's belief and abandon those that one finds to be false. One ought to do so because otherwise one might lead a bad life. Socrates' questioning is rooted in a concern with the good life. Insofar as it is, one might think that Socrates' roots of ancient skepticism lead one towards a kind of limited, wholly moral skepticism. However, Socrates' examinations are not confined to value questions. While ethical questions may be the starting points, they immediately lead to questions about the souls, the gods, knowledge, and so on. For Socrates and his Hellenistic followers, value questions cannot be insulated from questions of psychology, physics, and epistemology. Another strand of skeptical thought begins with questions about the nature of philosophical investigation. In the Meno, Plato formalizes a famous puzzle. How is investigation possible? We cannot investigate either what we know or what we do not know. In the former case, there is no need to investigate. And besides, if we really do know what we already have in mind, everything that investigation could reveal to us about the matter. In the latter case, we would not know what to look for, and we would not recognize it if we found it. So there is no room for investigating anything. Socrates calls this an heuristic argument, thus drawing attention to the fact that this puzzle that sophists have put forward. Plato's solution to this puzzle are difficult to assess. Learning is recollection, says one proposal. This is the one that Socrates himself immediately offers. We already know, but only in some implicit way, what it takes investigation to come to know explicitly. This is the famous anamnesis theory. If we give up on investigation, we shall be lazy people, says another argument. A third solution of the puzzle arguably says that one of its premises is false. It is not the case that for everything we either know it or are entirely ignorant of it. Rather, there is a third state, namely belief. Investigation can begin from beliefs. The Meno explores a mix of these solutions. Plato develops what he calls a hypothetical method. That is, the interlocutors, in some sense, begin from their beliefs, but they do not endorse them. They set them up as hypotheses and employ these hypotheses in investigation. A spurious dialogue, the Sisyphus, discusses a similar puzzle, though with respect to deliberation. Deliberation either invokes knowledge or is mere guesswork. Either way, deliberation is impossible. Here, too, we may ask whether the distinction between knowing and not knowing is exhaustive, or whether attention to belief changes the picture. Plato discusses and reformulates several of the metaphysical considerations that back up proto-skeptical and early skeptical intuitions. The relevant passages are spread out over a number of dialogues, among which passages in the Phaedo Republic, Theaetetus, and Timaeus are perhaps the most important. In these dialogues, Plato develops some of his own metaphysical ideas. He also engages critically with metaphysical theories that he does not ultimately adopt. However, in order to explore these theories, he formulates them in detail, often invoking a pre-Socratic ancestor as a proponent of a given idea. These distinctions are a great source of inspiration for Pyrrhonian skeptics who are interested in what may be called a metaphysics of indeterminacy. In contrast, the forms with the perceptible realm, Plato discusses properties, but perhaps many more, or indeed all predicates, work that way even when this is less obvious. Plato's arguments lead to the question of whether it is conceivable that all our predicates are in this particular sense relative. If this were the case, it might quite fundamentally upset our conception of the world as furnished with objects that have properties. Such considerations lead to another idea about properties in the perceptual realm. Only the form of F is F. While the relevant passages are difficult to interpret, it is clear enough which line of thought comes to influence skeptics. The skeptics engage with the idea that if something appears to be F and not F, it is not really or by nature either F or not F. In the Timaeus, Plato argues that an account of the natural world can only be likely. It is an Ecos logos. Most generally speaking, the idea here is that certain explananda are such that theorizing about them can do no more than mirror their, comparatively speaking, deficient nature. The idea has its ancestors in Xenophanes and Parmenides, and it plays a crucial role in the Timaeus. Academic skeptics employ various notions of the plausible and the convincing, thus developing further this tradition, albeit no longer with the assumption that different domains require different kinds of theorizing. In the Theaetetus, Plato explores the kind of cultural relativism that is associated with some sophist. In his examination, relativism is extended to a general theory, not restricted to the domain of values. Socrates is the main speaker of the dialogue, ascribes relativism to Protagoras, who is famous for saying that man is the measure. Socrates reformulates this claim as saying what appears to A is true for A and what appears to B is true for B. On this premise, Socrates argues that there is no rational way to prefer our perceptions well awake to our perceptions while asleep, or similar to prefer sober to intoxicated or deranged perceptions. In each state, our perceptions are true for us. Socrates analyzes relativism in several steps, pointing to ever more radical implications. Along the way, he envisaged a moderate metaphysics of flux, where objects do not have stable properties, but eventually points out that relativism is committed to an even starker revisionist metaphysics, radical flux, for it to be possible that what seems to A to be true for A and what seems to be true for B, there cannot be a stable world that A and B both refer to. Rather, everything is motion. The skeptics employ versions of some of the arguments in the Theaetetus without, however, arriving at a relativist conclusion. Aristotle. Aristotle engages at several points in his work with the Meno problem. For example, Aristotle points out that for successful investigation to proceed, one first needs a well-formulated question. One needs to know the knot in order to untie it. In order to know what to look for and to recognize it when one finds it, one needs to first think one's way through the difficulties involved and therefore formulate a question. If one does, then one shall be able to recognize the solution once one hits it. These ideas are highly relevant to Hellenistic discussions. The skeptic is an investigator, and one anti skeptical charge says that if indeed a skeptic knew nothing, they could not even formulate the questions they investigate. Interpreters have emphasized a contrast between Aristotle and the skeptics. For Aristotle, formulating puzzles and thinking one's way through them puts one in a better position, such that one gets clear about how matters are. This may be different for the skeptics. Engagement with different angles of philosophical problems leads them to suspension of judgment. Other scholars argue that the skeptics' way of thinking through puzzles improve their cognitive conditions, even though they do not settle for an answer to a given question. Also, scholars point to modes of thinking in Plato and Aristotle that are not primarily concerned with results. In contemplation, a cognizer may think again and again through the same kind of matters, and yet doing so presumably improves their cognitive condition. In posterior analytics, Aristotle says that all teachings and learning come about through things we already know. When we phrase the question, we already have that knowledge, and what knowledge? Another way in which Aristotle addresses the Meno problem conceives of particular perceptions as the starting points of investigation. Complex cognitive activities arise from simpler one. Many particular perceptions lead to memory, to experience, and eventually to expert knowledge. With the generalizations of memory, experience, and expertise comes the ability to investigate. With respect to skepticism, the important point here is that the starting point of investigation are not themselves in need of justification. Like Plato, Aristotle engages with the Protagorean claim that, as Aristotle puts it, all seemings and appearances are true. If this is so, Aristotle says everything would have to be true and false at the same time. Aristotle argues that earlier thinkers arrived at such views because they identified being solely with the perceptual. Caught up with this assumption, they did not see who or what was going to judge between conflicting sense perception. Aristotle reports that these early thinkers looked at the way in which things appear differently to different kinds of living beings and to one person at different times. In Metaphysics, Aristotle notes that some people consider it possible for the same thing to be and to not to be, and for someone to believe so. He refers to a range of positions, all of which in some way are related to the denial of the principle of non-contradiction. Against this, Aristotle says, is the firmest of principles that things cannot be and not be at the same time. To deny this shows a lack of training. With adequate training, one recognizes for which things proofs should be sought and for which it ought not to be sought. It is impossible that there should be demonstration for everything, otherwise demonstration would go on ad infinitum. Scholars often refer to this point when discussing the skeptical modes of argument. The skeptics might be guilty of what, from Aristotle's perspective, would be a mistake of exactly this kind. Aristotle continues in a way that is highly relevant to discussions of skeptical language and action. A person who wishes to deny that things cannot and be and not be at the same time has two options. Either they say nothing or they talk to us. In the first case, there is no need for us to refute them. In the second case, either their utterance signifies something or it signifies nothing. If it signifies something, then they say that something is so-and-so, which Aristotle takes to be self-defeating for them. If it signifies nothing, then it does not qualify as speech. Even though they make an utterance, the person is, in effect, not speaking with us or to themselves. Pursuit and avoidance testify to the fact that people have beliefs. Hey, Wave Morpher, God bless, good to see you. You will see maybe Chat GPT at a different time, but it's a lot of standard topic for today. Academic skepticism. Arcesilaus. With Arcesilaus and his role as leader of the academy, Plato's academy turned skeptical. Arcesilaus does not refer to himself as a skeptic. This nomenclature is a later designation. However, Arcesilaus stands at the beginning of a reorientation in the history of Platonically inspired philosophy. He rediscovers Socrates, the examiner, arguably based on his reading of Plato's dialogues. Socrates' commitment to investigation, to the testing and exploring of one's own and others' beliefs, and his passion for weeding out falsehoods, and the starting point of his academic skepticism. Throughout the history of the skeptical school, these traits and the corresponding commitment to a life guided by reason remain alive. When, as we shall see below, Arcesilaus defends a skeptical life without belief, this is because, as he thinks reason itself, if properly and faithfully followed, leads us to live that way. To Arcesilaus, the skeptical life is a life lived following reason, a life based on reason, just as the competing Stoic and Epicurean lives are alleged by their proponents to be. Arcesilaus engages with the epistemologies of these contemporaries of his. In particular, the academics call into question that there is a criterion of truth, as both Epicureans and Stoics, beginning in the generation before Arcesilaus, claim there is. One interpretive question that concerns Arcesilaus, but also later academic skeptics, is especially vexed. According to Seneca, the academics paradoxically claim to know that nothing can be known. Scholars disagree on how this and similar reports fit together with the picture of academic skeptics as open-minded inquirers. According to Sextus Empiricius, the academic skeptics say that everything is inapprehensible. Everything is inapprehensible, a single thing that can be apprehended. Does so-called non-apprehension amount to the general claim that there is no knowledge? Alternatively, the academics may dialectically appeal to the Stoic notion of catalepsis and argue merely that Stoic notion of apprehension is not compelling. Like Socrates, Arcesilaus did not write anything. His views must be honored from Sextus' comparison between Parhonian and academic skepticism, from Cicero's discussion in the Academica, and from a range of shorter and sometimes hostile reports. Major themes in Arcesilaus' philosophy are his dialectic method, discussion of whether there is a criterion of truth, and his defense of the skeptic's ability to act. Method. Arcesilaus embraces what scholars call a dialectic method. This method is inspired by Socrates. It proceeds by asking one's real or imaginary interlocutor what they think about a given question, then plunging into an examination of their views, employing their premises. Can they explain their position without running into inconsistencies and without having to accept implications that they want to resist? As a consequence of this method, it sometimes appears as if a skeptic, while examining someone's view and its consequences, makes a positive claim, so such and such, and is not so and so. However, with a dialectic exchange, this should be read as, according to your premises, such and such follows. This method remains a key ingredient of Greek skepticism. While the different skeptical schools develop variants of the dialectical method, skeptical arguments is often characterized by the fact that skeptics think themselves as engaging with dogmatic interlocutors. In the skeptical tradition, as articulated, for example, by Sextus Empiricus, dogmatists are philosophers who put forward and defend positive answers to philosophical questions about reality, knowledge, ethical values. They need not do so dogmatically or rigidly, or without consideration of alternatives in order to count in skeptical terms as dogmatists. The criterion of truth. Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, in roughly 20 to 30 years, Arcelius Sr. was for a time a student at the academy. He was still in the academy when he formulated key Stoic doctrines like Arcelius. He claims Socratic ancestry. Zeno is inspired by some of the same ideas that inspired the skeptics. In particular, he engages with the Socratic idea that knowledge is integral to virtue. Contrary to Arcelius, Zeno aims to give accounts of knowledge and virtue and holds them up as ideals that human nature permits us to achieve. For him, knowledge is very difficult to attain, but ultimately within the reach of human beings. From the point of view of Arcelius, Zeno's claim to Socratic heritage is almost offensive. Zeno seems to be too optimistic about our cognitive powers to be following Socrates. Scholars have traditionally envisaged an exchange of arguments between Zeno and Arcelius, where each modified his views in the light of the other's criticism. However, Zeno most likely formulated his views between 300 and 275, and Arcelius argued against him from 275 to 240 when Zeno, who died in 263, was probably already retired. The core of the disputes between Arcelius and the early Stoics concerns the question of whether there is a criterion for truth. The notion of a criterion is introduced into Hellenistic discussions by Epicurus, who speaks about the canon, literally measuring stick, and criterion. For Epicurus, a criterion is that evident thing, the content of sense perception against which claims about the non-evident are tested. For example, physics advances claims about non-evident things such as atoms and void. These are not accessible to the senses and accordingly do not count as evident. Perception rules out various physical theories. For example, a physical or metaphysical theory according to which there is no movement can be dismissed because it is in disagreement with the evident. Zeno argues that a certain kind of impression, namely cognitive impression, is the criterion of truth. Zeno's conception of cognition, catalepsis, literally grasping apprehension, and the related notion of cognitive impression aim to solve epistemological problems. Belief formation aims at the truth. There is a norm inherent in the practice of believing that one should only believe truths. It is not transparent to us, however, which of our beliefs or claims to the effect that such and such is true are successful in their aim and hit the truth. Zeno argues that some impressions are cognitive. A number of Stoic definitions of the cognitive impression formulated by Zeno and his successors are transmitted. Scholars approach them in at least three ways. First, some scholars consider one of the Stoic definitions as canonical. Two, scholars at times examine specific exchanges between Stoics and skeptics in the assumption that some clauses in Stoic definitions respond to skeptics' objections. Three, scholars have also pointed out here, as elsewhere, the Stoics offer a multitude of definitions without privileging one of them as the definition. Different definitions may speak to different dialectical content of theoretical foci. With some simplifications, a cognitive impression reveals its content and that it is a cataleptic. Not all true impressions are cognitive, but all cognitive impressions are true. We should only assent to cognitive impressions, and so, in forming our beliefs, hold only those certified beliefs. Arcelius calls into question whether there are impressions of this kind. His main point seems to be that there could be an impression that is phenomenologically indistinguishable from cognitive impressions, but nevertheless misinterpreted the matters it gives an impression about. Assuming that some clauses in Stoic definitions respond to specific skeptic challenges, the following clause, added to a shorter definition, appears to speak to these cases and of such a kind as could not arise from what is not. Absent the criterion of truth, Aristotle says skeptic suspends judgment about everything. Reason itself, Arcelius thinks, demands such suspension. Action. If skeptics suspend judgment, argues their dogmatic opponent, they're not able to act. Stoic philosophy conceives of three movements of the mind: impression, assent, and impulse. All three figure in action. The assent the agent assents to the impression that A is to be done. Their assent is an impulse for the action A. If there's no external impediment, the impulse sets off the action. It is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy that there can be no action without assent, and so without the belief that the action done is to be done, the Stoic aim to avoid the kind of determinism according to which actions are not up to the agent. For them, assent but not impression is up to the agent in response to the apraxia charge. Paracelsus seems to have argued that the skeptic can act without having assented, and so without believing that the action done is to be done. However, this is not his complete response. From the point of view of the Stoic, skeptical action, if performed without the relevant kind of assent, that is assent that is up to the agent to give, and that is rational acceptance of the impression, is like the action of non-rational animal, or like the automatic movement of plants when they grow and flourish. Our, our Celsius is robbing people of their minds, but Arcelius need not and does not go so far as to compare human agents with the non-rational agents. As human beings, skeptics have rational impressions. They perceive the world conceptually and think about it. Arcelius does not suggest that skeptical action is causally set off by impressions, or in that way, whatever that is, that animal actions are set off. This would be a problematic proposal, for it would disregard that the skeptic has a human mind. Given the complexity of human thought, the skeptic is likely to have several or often competing impressions. If all impressions triggered impulses, the skeptic would be inactive due to a kind of paralysis. The second component of Arcelius' reply thus is that the skeptic is acting without assenting, adheres to the reasonable. That is, Arcelius aims to explain skeptic action as rational agency. Arcelius disputed the dogmatic claim that some impressions can be identified as true, and the related claim that one can only act on the belief that some impressions are true, but he does not argue that there are no differences between impressions which agents could take into account. His agents are rational, they think about their options, and go with what looks in one way or another more plausible. Arcelius defends skeptical actions also against Epicurean critics, again by showing on the basis of the Epicureans' own premise that skeptical action is possible. Arcelius seems to have exploited the Epicurean view that while all sense perception is true, belief can introduce falsehood. Like Epicurean, the skeptic can keep apart the perception and a view formed on its basis by not assenting to the perception, thus adding belief. The skeptic guards against the source of falsehood, namely belief. So I would say that Arcelius is really the precursor of the multiple truth hypothesis, that you have to be skeptical of everything, suspend judgment on everything. You can't, in reality, know anything, but it doesn't necessarily imply that things are not knowable or not true, or that some things might be more accurate than others. And then you would have a method like the skeptical method, the method of inquiry, that wouldn't bring you true knowledge, but would, in modern probabilistic terms, help determine a better course of action, or what's more likely or more coherent, more corresponding. So, just reading this here, I'd say like this, Arcelius is not necessarily Davidian, because the multiple truth hypothesis is just a method that I use. So it's not like symbolic of Davidianism, but just the method of the multiple truth hypothesis. So definitely put Arcelius here as one of the precursors to the multiple truth hypothesis. Yeah, the last Australian, God bless. Carneades. Like Arcelius, Carneades refrains from writing and philosophizing in the Socratic spirit. Carneades led an embassy of 3 philosophers from Athens to Rome in 156-5 BCE. Aside from his official role, he is said to have given 2 speeches arguing for justice one day and arguing against justice the next day. Whether or not this is historically correct, the tradition takes on Carneades' speech is not that he aims to overthrow justice. Instead, the upshot is taken that he wants to show that supporters of justice, including Plato and Aristotle, do not have the successful arguments that they think they have to show what justice is and what it requires. Like Arcelius, Carneades engages with Stoic epistemology. He accounts for skeptical action, include a detailed proposal regarding the criterion. As part of his less radical skepticism, Carneades seems to allow for a certain kind of assent and perhaps for belief. The Stoic academic debate. Uh, Chrysippus, the third major Stoic after Zeno and Cleanthes, and his student Diogenes of Babylon, revived Zeno's epistemology, defending it against Arcesilaus's arguments. In response to their arguments, Carneades continues the exchange with the Stoics that Arcesilaus began. His first move addresses the link between mental states and actions. People in states of madness, he argues, are just as easily and naturally on their rely act just as easily and naturally on their impressions as other people, even those who act on cognitive impressions, if there are any. From the point of view of exhibited behavior, there does not seem to be a difference. Any and all impressions, even though the Stoics think clearly arise from something that is not, are in all respects relevant to actions completely on par. Cognitive impressions, if there are any, have no superiority. In a second argument, Carneades points to objects that are similar to one another. Can the wise person discern any two eggs, 2 grains of sand, and so on? The Stoics have multiple replies. It is conceivable that in some context of action, the wise person ascends to what is reasonable without having a cognitive impression or how things are, or if faced with the task of to identify grains of sand while lacking a cognitive impression, the wise person can suspend judgment. However, the wise will train themselves so as to be able to perceive minute differences where it might be important to do so. This point is backed up by Stoic physics. No two items in the universe are identical, and their differences are in principle perceptible. Carneades replies that even if no two things were exactly alike, consistent with the general line of argument, he does not take a stance on such questions. A very close similarity could appear to exist for all perceivers. That is, the impression of two items, though in fact these items might differ from each other, could be indistinguishable. Discussion continues with a move on the part of the Stoics. They add that their definition of the cognitive impression, one that has no impediment, sometimes an impression is, as it were, by itself cognitive, but is unconvincing due to external circumstances. It is a difficult question whether this addition harms the Stoics more than helps them. If the initial conception of cognitive impression hangs on the idea that something about its phenomenological nature or something internal to the impression marks it as cognitive, the Stoics give up on a crucial assumption if they grant that there are impediments. If, however, cognitive impressions are differentiated by a causal feature, the way they are caused by the imprinter, which causes the imprint, the further addition might help, since the impediment might need to be removed before the causal connection could be confirmed. Carneades' criterion. Even though Carneades further pursues a discussion begun by Arcesilaus, he does not simply continue within the framework of Arcesilaus' skepticism. The distinctiveness of the position is best seen in the context of his criterion. The notion of the persuasive can be understood in two distinctively different ways. Persuasiveness might be a causal feature, so that a persuasive impression sets off a physiological process of being moved in a certain way, but there may also be a rational kind of persuasiveness. Carneades construes persuasiveness in rational terms. For him, the persuasive is the convincing, or perhaps even the plausible. Carneades develops a three-stage criterion. In matter of importance, skeptics adhere to the persuasive. In matters of greater importance, they adhere to the persuasive and the undiverted. A persuasive impression is undiverted if there's no tension between it and its surrounding impressions. In matters that contribute to happiness, skeptics adhere to persuasive, undiverted, and thoroughly explored impressions. A persuasive impression is undiverted and thoroughly explored when it and the surrounding impressions are closely examined without its persuasiveness being diminished. The three-stage criterion is put forward in the context of action. However, Sextus describes Carneades' criterion as the criterion of truth, not criterion of action. Carneades might take himself to offer more than a practical criterion. His discussion of the persuasive come close to the general epistemological theory. Cicero renders the Greek penthenon as probable and sometimes as verisimile, which modern editors sometimes translate in terms of what is probable or likely to be true. Some scholars think that Carneades is an early thinker about likelihoods and argue that he develops a fallibilist epistemology. Assent and belief. Does adherence to persuasive impressions involve belief? Carneades coins a term for the kind of adherence he has been describing, approval. He distinguished it from assent in the sense of Stoic and other dogmatic theories, which establishes a belief that something is in actual fact true, but he nevertheless describes it as a kind of assent. Carneades' disciples disagree on whether approval is any kind of genuine assent. That is, they disagree on whether in approval one forms a belief. Philo and Metrodorus think that Carneades allows for some kind of belief close to or identical with beliefs of the Stoics, as Stoics understand it. Clytomachus disagrees, and Cicero follows Clytomachus. Scholars continue to debate these issues, and the basic problem remains unchanged. It is not clear whether there is a plausible notion of belief according to which beliefs fall short of holding to be true, or according to which, though some kind of holding true is involved, the relevant affirmation as true is weaker than in beliefs as Stoic and other dogmatist epistemologists conceive of them. In any event, affirmations as true, or at least of the full and flat out in actual fact sort the Stoics think of, are precisely what the skeptics does not make. Another approach to Carneades' stance towards belief is that to ask whether he might invoke Platonic considerations. Consider that Socrates, when asked in the Republic what he thinks the good is, refuses to reply because he thinks beliefs without knowledge are shameful. In response to this, his interlocutors point out that there is a difference between putting forward one's beliefs as if one knew them to be true and putting them forward with the proviso that they are merely beliefs. The shamefulness of mere belief might disappear through this proviso. A passage in Cicero's Academica suggests that Carneades invoked this thought. According to Carneades, the wise person can hold beliefs if they fully understand them to be beliefs. Along similar lines, it has been suggested that Carneades might conceive of a hypothetical mode of believing, perhaps engaging with a move in Plato's Meno. Investigation cannot get off the ground if we do not, in some sense, begin with our beliefs about the matter under investigation. But how can we do so without endorsing our beliefs, not knowing whether our views are true? Plato's answered at this point by hypothesizing our beliefs. Today, we would insist that hypotheses are not beliefs. However, it is conceivable that Carneades argued along these lines and that the details of his vocabulary got lost or confused in doxography. Lambie, God bless. Later academic skepticism. Carneades was an enigma to his students and immediate successors. Clytomachus, head of the academy from 127 to 110 BC, seems to have attempted the impossible to adhere closely to Carneades' philosophy, even though he never understood what Carneades truly meant. The cornerstone of his adherence lies in the view that Carneades argues for suspension of judgment and against beliefs understood as Stoics understood them. Philo of Larissa, another student of Carneades, interprets his teacher as allowing for tentative beliefs in the skeptic's life. While Philo, the skeptical era of Plato's academy comes to an end. Philo's philosophy seems to divide into two phases. In Athens, as the head of the academy, he stays relatively close to Carneades. Moving to Rome later in his career, he develops a markedly different position. He argues only narrowly against the Stoic criterion and their conception of cognition. One can apprehend things and so come to know them. One cannot apprehend them in a way in which the Stoics construe cognition. The fact that there is no apprehension in the sense of the Stoics does not mean that there is no knowledge. This move shifts the discussion in several important ways. First, Philo can be interpreted as a kind of externalist. One could know something without knowing that one knows it. Absent Stoic cognitive impressions, we are not able to identify which instances of holding true qualify as knowledge, but we nevertheless have some knowledge. Second, this proposal is a step towards modern skepticism, which is not concerned with criteria of truth, but with knowledge. Cicero's skeptical philosophy in his own philosophical writings is again distinctively different. In line with his notions of what is probable or likely to be true, Cicero often examines a range of philosophical positions, aiming to find out which of them is most rationally defensible. He thinks it is better for us to adopt a view that is likely to be true rather than remain unconvinced by either side. Cicero is of the greatest importance for the transition between ancient and early modern skepticism. As in other fields of philosophy, Cicero's influence is partly influenced on the translator. In transposing philosophical ideas into the language of a different culture, the ideas change. Cicero sometimes speaks of doubting. However, he often sticks with the earlier language of assent and suspension, but doubt has no place in Greek skepticism. Pyrrhonian skepticism. Early figures Pyrrho and Timon. When comparing Pyrrhonian and academic skepticism, two topics stand out. Pyrrhonism aims at tranquility, and it assigns pride of place to appearances. Anecdotes about Pyrrho's life convey how unaffected he was. This kind of ideal, a tranquil state of mind, is not part of academic skepticism, and scholars disagree on its role in Pyrrhonism, insofar as the point of anecdotes about Pyrrho's life and that Pyrrho did not avoid or pursue anything with further, or that he did not despair about things that other people find terrible. They capture ideas that remain central to Pyrrhonism. The biographical anecdotes portray Pyrrho as strikingly unconventional figure, unaffected not just by emotion and belief, but also by perception, to the extent that friends had to pull him off the street when a wagon approached. At the same time, Pyrrho seems to have said that the skeptic adheres to appearances. This might suggest that he would not cross the street when a wagon was approaching, and so appears to him. One story makes Pyrrho appear not only unusual, but arguably in a not so sympathetic character. Passing a drowning man, he was so unmoved that he simply walked on. This is a rather stark contrast with Stoic notions of unaffectedness, where the idea would be that, not being disturbed by emotions like fear and panic, the passerby is ideally equipped to help effectively. Some biographical details can seem to mold Pyrrho's life to fit the schema of the sage, a traveler to the east, whose insights are conveyed in brief sayings, an enigmatic figure, exemplary and shocking at the same time. Though it is difficult to assess the testimony of Pyrrho's travels, scholars increasingly explore resonances between Pyrrho's pronouncements, later Pyrrhonian skepticism, and dimensions of Buddhist philosophy. For example, Mill argues that a tradition of classical Indian philosophy develops a skepticism about philosophy that resembles dimensions of Pyrrhonian thought. Even though he discussed tranquility and adherence to appearances, Pyrrho was arguably no Pyrrhonian skeptic. That is, it is likely that he put forward a dogmatic position in the sense that he had positive philosophical views about the character of reality. Pyrrho wrote nothing. Much of what we know about him is preserved through the writings of Timon, his adherent. The most important piece of testimony is in a passage reporting an account by Timon. It is necessary above all to consider our own knowledge, for if it is our nature to know nothing, there is no need to inquire any further into other things. Pyrrho of Elis was also a powerful advocate of such a position. He himself has left nothing in writing. His pupil Timon, however, says that the person who is to be happy must look to these things. 3 points. First, what are things like by nature? Second, in what way ought we to be disposed towards them? And finally, what will be the result for those who are so disposed? Timon says that Pyrrho reveals that things are equally indifferent and unstable and indeterminate. For this reason, neither our perceptions nor beliefs tell the truth or lie. For this reason, then, we should not trust them, but should be without opinions and without inclinations and without wavering, saying about each single thing that is no more is than is not, and both is and is not, and neither is nor is not. Timon says that the result for those who are so disposed will be first speechlessness, aphasia, but then freedom from worry, ataraxia, and Anisodemus says pleasure. These then are the main points of what they say. In response to the first question, how things are in their nature, Pyrrho makes a metaphysical claim. They are indeterminate, there are no stable items or no items with stable properties. Scholars sometimes hesitate to ascribe such a position to Pyrrho because it is undoubtedly dogmatic. Perhaps this text can be given epistemological reading. Things are indifferentiable and unmeasurable and undecidable because we fail in differentiating, measuring, and determining how they are. But Pyrrho's response to the second question may only follow if we adopt the metaphysical reading. Pyrrho infers that our perceptions and beliefs are neither true nor false. They are not truth evaluable, presumably because there are no facts which could be correctly captured. Third, if we understand these things, speechlessness follows, and then tranquility. Pyrrho does not say that we should cease to speak. He suggests that we adopt a complicated mode of speech constructed around the expression no more, which aims to capture the indeterminate nature of things when we attempt to say anything about anything. Anisodemus, the 10 modes and appearances. Anisodemus, 1st century BCE, was discontented with the views discussed in the academy of his time, of which he began as an inherent. Philo's proto-externalism, as well as a contraposition formulated by Antiochus, both appeared to him dogmatic. Anicedemus aimed to revive a more radical skepticism and left the academy for this purpose. Arguably, he is the first Pyrrhonian skeptic. Anicedemus wrote a treatise, Pyrrhonian Discourses, probably similar in structure to Sextus' outline of Pyrrhonism, and partially preserved in a summary by Photius, a general account of skepticism, followed by books on particular philosophical questions. The basic elements of Anicedemus' skepticism are: the skeptic puts appearances and thoughts into opposition. This generates equivalence of equal weight between several appearances and or thoughts. Suspension of judgment follows. With it comes tranquility, and the skeptic leads a life according to appearances. However, we do not know much detail of his views of these matters. Instead, Anicedemus is famous for having developed the 10 modes or tropes, forms of argument by which the skeptic puts appearances and thoughts into opposition. Key questions about Anicedemus' skepticism concerns the interpretation of his modes, the relationship of his philosophy to competing theories, the scope of the 10 modes, and the skeptic's mode of speech. Conflicting appearances or causal invariance. The 10 modes are preserved in Diogenes Laertius, Philo of Alexandria on drunkenness, and Sextus. Diogenes' account of the 10 modes may postdate Sextus. Sextus gives extensive illustrations and integrates the 10 modes into his general account of Pyrrhonism. Here's the first of the 10 modes interpreted in two ways. Arguments concerning oppositions based on the differences between kinds of animals. The conflicting appearances interpretation. X appears F to animal of kind A, like humans, and F to animal of kind B, where F and F prime are opposite or otherwise incompatible properties. We cannot judge how X really is because we are a party to the dispute. Causal invariance interpretation. For something to be really F, it would have to consistently affect different perceivers as F, but different constitutions of different animals cause different impressions of the same thing. For different animals, something is F and F prime, where F and F prime are opposite or otherwise incompatible properties. Therefore, things do not seem to be really be F or F prime. The conflicting appearances interpretation is based on Sextus' account. The focus here is on the idea that every kind of animal, perceiver, sensory faculty, thinker, or judger, depending on which mode we consider, is only one of several animals, perceivers, sensory faculties, thinkers, or judges. Judgers, the object is perceived or considered from a particular point of view. Everyone is a party to the dispute, and there is no view from nowhere. Accordingly, the dispute cannot be decided. The causal invariance interpretation, on the other hand, suggests that the focus on undecidability is introduced by Sextus. Anicedemus may implicitly or explicitly have endorsed the following idea: if X were F by nature, X would affect everybody as F. If X affects different people as F and F prime, X is by nature neither F nor F prime. The 10 modes can generally be construed as engaging either with conflicts between appearances or with causal invariance. Number 2, arguments based on the differences among human beings, differences in body and in soul. 3, arguments based on the differences between the senses and the complexities of perceived objects. Argument 4, arguments based on states, dispositions, and conditions of human beings, such as age, motion versus rest and motion. 5, arguments based on positions, distances, and place. 6, arguments based on mixtures, objects in conjunction with external things like air and humidity, physical constituents of sense organs, physiology of thought. 7, arguments based on the composition of perceived objects. 8, arguments based on relativity to the judging subject to circumstances. Arguments on relativity comprise of the first 1 through 7. 9, arguments based on constancy and rarity of occurrence. 10, arguments concerned with ways of life, custom, laws, mythical beliefs, and dogmatic assumptions, all of which can be put into opposition of each other. Skepticism, relativism, Epicureanism. Consider first the relationship between skepticism and relativism. Relativism, as envisaged in Plato's Theaetetus, looks at a similar range of phenomena. Things appear different to different kinds of animals, to different people, and so on. Relativism embraces the intuition that there is, as we would say today, faultless disagreement. That is, you and I disagree, but neither for us is wrong. Accordingly, metaphysical relativism claims we must give up on the intuition that we both refer to the same thing. In the Theaetetus, the world dissolves into radical flux. There are no stable items with stable properties that we both refer to. The 10 modes, according to the conflicting appearances, differs from relativism by turning precisely the other way. They implicitly rely on the intuition that there are stable items with stable properties. Of course, the skeptic is not committed to the thesis that opposites cannot hold on the same thing, and that therefore no two conflicting appearances can be true. However, the modes presuppose a common sense metaphysics that does not accommodate faultless disagreement. In all cases of disagreement, at best one of us can be right. If we cannot figure out which view is right, we should suspend. This does not mean that Pyrrhonians are committed to common sense metaphysics. The 10 modes are only one of several tools that skeptics have at their disposal. They may thus imply a metaphysics that, at other points, skeptics would call into question. Causal invariance differs from conflicting appearances precisely with respect to the metaphysics that is, even if only dialectically invoked. Innateness seems to have explored the relation between skepticism and flux. He remarks that skepticism leads to Heraclitean philosophy. The idea that one thing appears to have contrary properties, the ones it appears to different animals, persons, senses to have, leads to the idea that one thing actually has contrary properties. This remark can be taken as an expression both of moderate flux and relativism. And Anaximenes does not seem to think of radical flux where it is no longer even possible to refer to anything. There is no stable reality of how things are. Moderate flux. X is F and F prime insofar as X seems F to A that it is true for A and F prime to B that is true for B. Relativism. This proposal differs from the causal invariance interpretation of the modes presented above. There, Anaximenes seems to argue that things do not really have stable properties. They are neither F nor F prime by nature. He does not say that they are F and F prime as relativism says. The third approach, competing with skepticism and relativism, is Epicurean epistemology. Again, the set of phenomenon to be accounted for is the same, but it is described differently. Epicurus insists that we should not even speak of conflicting appearances, rather we should speak of different perceptions. Perceptions cannot refute each other because they are in the same weight. Epicurus here uses the term that is central to Pyrrhonism, equal weight, isothenia. Accordingly, Epicurus argues all perceptions, even though they differ, are true. They all have causal history that physics can explain. The precise interpretation of this proposal is controversial. One might object that the notion of truth employed here is deeply puzzling. It is not clear what is meant to describe all perceptions as true if they cannot be true or false. Scope. For the greatest part, the 10 modes seem to be concerned with perception in a broad sense, so that it includes pleasure and pain, harm and benefit, as well as pursuit and avoidance. To perceive something as pleasant or beneficial is to pursue it. Perception and evaluation are mixed in another way, depending on the frequency in which we perceive something. It seems more or less amazing and precious to us. The 10th mode envisages positions that can be construed with the help of dogmatic theses. The 10 modes thus fit Sextus' description of what skepticism is, the ability to put appearances and thoughts into opposition. Another issue concerning the scope of the 10 modes is whether they address general or particular matters. The 10 modes offer strategies for suspension of judgment on both kinds of questions. Scholars have asked whether there is a problem for skepticism if the 10 modes appear systematic. A set of arguments that aim to be complete, covering domains according to the standardized pattern, may appear to be out of tune with the skeptic's presumed mode of investigation. Purportedly, skeptics think, though given questions as they arise, arriving at suspension of judgment in a piecemeal fashion. If this self-description is to be taken at face value, then modes of generating suspension of judgment across the board may appear problematic. In this respect, Diogenes Laertius reported the 10 modes may be superior to Sextus' account. Diogenes begins with a remark that suggests that skeptics pick up where other philosophers have already begun to make an argument. Other philosophers have collected, presumably, ways in which we are persuaded, say because things regularly appear the same way. Now, the skeptics, as it were, in response to this, add a collection of further cases where things do not appear the same way to different cognizers. If this is a dialectic setup, the 10 modes may not be systematic in a way that harm skepticism. They may co-opt the patterns of dogmatic reports about cases where appearances are stable. Language. Anaximenes contributes an interesting move to the question of how the skeptic can speak. Consider the relationship between a skeptic's state of mind and their utterances. One way to construe this relationship is that an utterance reflects a state of mind. This is a background assumption to the idea that if skeptics use esoteric language, they hold beliefs. Another option is to assume that the language does not have the means to capture the skeptic's state of mind. On this premise, the skeptic might flag their utterances as falling short of doing so. This is Anaximenes' strategy. He says that the Pyrrhonian determines nothing, and not even the facts that he determines nothing. The Pyrrhonian puts matters in such terms, he says, because he has no way to express the actual thoughts of the skeptic in determining nothing. Agrippa and the five modes. Almost nothing is known of Agrippa, 1st to 2nd century CE. However, the modes of arguments that Sextus calls the five modes are attributed to him. These modes are among the most famous arguments of ancient skepticism. Diaphonia. 1. Diaphonia. The mode that argues from disagreement. With respect to some matters that presents itself, there is undecided conflict both among the views of ordinary life and the views held by philosophers. Due to this, we are unable to choose or reject one thing and must fall back on suspension. Ace Aperion Ec Balanta, arguments that throw one into an infinite regress. That which is brought forward to make a given matter credible needs yet something else to make it credible, and so on ad infinitum. Since we thus have no starting point for our arguments, suspension of judgment follows. Number 3, pros T, arguments from relativity. X only ever appears such and such in relation to the subject judging and to things observed together with it. Suspension on how X really is follows. 4, hypothesis. Someone makes an assumption without providing argument. A dogmatist is thrown back into an infinite regress of arguments. Just assume something as a starting point without providing an argument. We suspend over more hypotheses. They could be false. Opposite hypotheses could be formulated, and so on. In tan dialelion, arguments that disclose circularity. This mode is used when that which ought to confirm a given investigative matter requires confirmation, credibility from that matter. We are able to assume either. In order to establish the other, we suspend judgment on both. It is commonplace to say that while the 10 modes as presented in Sextus are concerned with conflicting appearances, the 5 modes are about arguments or proofs. In these modes, the skeptic develops strategies by which to attack theories that the dogmatists defend. If this is how we characterize the modes, Aristotle's objection immediately comes to mind. Do the 5 modes reveal the skeptic's lack of understanding because they presuppose that everything is subject to proof? The 3 so-called formal modes, regress, hypothesis, and circularity, can be construed in this fashion. When employing them, the skeptic can argue that every premise must be supported by argument. If it is not so supported, the theory begins from mere hypothesis, or it is ultimately circular. However, the skeptic might not be vulnerable to this criterion. First, the 5 modes can be construed as dialectical, invoking dogmatic theories of justification. Second, they might be broader in scope. First 3 explore disagreements about relativity. Skeptical examinations often begin with the mode of disagreement. Different answers to a given question are surveyed, and the conflict between them is observed. The interpretation of the first hangs, for the most part, on the question of whether Innateness should be translated as undecided or undecidable. It would be dogmatic to claim that matters are undecidable. The Pyrrhonians might prefer that idea that up to now matters that have been decided. In applying the modes of disagreement, skeptics can either record a conflicting argument that others have formulated or come up with an argument that disagrees with the view formulated by a dogmatist. This leads to the question of whether something can be found that would decide matters, and thus to the application of the further modes. Scholars have observed that the mode of relativity does not really fit into the 5 modes. However, the 5 modes could be designed to supersede and include the 10 modes, and the third might be viewed as capturing the common thread of the 10 modes. With the help of the third, the skeptic can argue that the premises that theorists employ are formulated from particular points of view in particular contexts, and so on. Third, even so, called formal modes might not be narrowly concerned with proof, but rather with everything that can lend credibility to something else. Consider regress, the first of the formal modes. The text does not actually speak of proof. Sextus language is wider. The mode deals with everything that can make something else credible. We might read this in the context of Hellenistic view that proofs is a species of sign. A sign reveals something non-evident. The target of the five modes might be sign inferences in general. If this is so, then their target might include what we would call inductive reasoning and causal explanation. When Sextus introduces a further set of modes, the causal modes, he said that they are not really needed because the relevant work can be done by the five modes. Taken together, five modes deny all proof criterion, sign, cause, movement, learning, coming into being, and that there is anything by nature good or bad. This is notably more than just proof. Indeed, it is an excellent summary of the key topics in Sextus' discussion of logic, physics, and ethics. Sextus Empiricus. Sextus, 160 to 210 CE, epithet Empiricus indicates that he belonged to the Empiricist, a medical school. The Empiricist medical school argued against rationalist tendencies in medicine. Rationalism in medicine aims to give causal explanations as a basis for therapies. Empiricism, on the contrary, confines itself to observation and memory. Somewhat confusingly, considering his name, Sextus discusses differences between Pyrrhonism and empiricism and says that skepticism is closer to the medical Methodism than to empiricism. On the whole, it may be safest to think of Sextus as rejecting medical rationalism as well as other trends within medicine that by Sextus' light are dogmatic. Methodism follows appearances and derives from what seems beneficial. No explanations are attempted, no underlying substance postulated, no regularities assumed. These are some of the rationalistic methods that both Methodism and empiricism argue against. Methodism also makes no statements to the effect that such explanations cannot be given or that underlying substances and regularities do not exist. As Sextus says, empiricism does. Beyond the fact that Sextus was a doctor and wrote on medicine, his philosophical thinking seems shaped by engagement with medical writers. Scholars have long been interested in the relationship between medicine and skeptical arguments that pertain to be therapeutic. More recently, scholars explore ways in which medical writings, in particular by Galen, inform Sextus' thinking, even on specific issues such as how to conceive and solve sophism. It has also been argued that the skeptic's application of the modes should be interpreted in light of the methodological commitment of non-rationalist medicine. Sextus' philosophical writings are traditionally divided into two groups. The outlines of Pyrrhonism consist of three books. The first is the only general account of Pyrrhonism that survives, and the outlines of Pyrrhonism 2 and 3 discuss questions of logic, physics, and ethics. The other writings are similarly referred to traditionally as against the mathematicians. In fact, they oppose not just mathematical, but also other theorists. The title really means against the theoreticians or against the learned. In a sense, only against the mathematicians 1 through 6 should go by that title. It is a complete work, and 7 does not seem to be its continuation. Against the mathematicians 1 through 6 discuss grammar, rhetoric, geometry, arithmetic, astrology, and music theory. They argue against theoretical leanings, learning in these fields. Against the mathematicians 7 through 11 discuss core questions of the three philosophical disciplines, logic, physics, and ethics, and could plausibly be referred to as against the logicians, against the physicists, and against the ethicists. Scholars disagree as to whether against the mathematician is earlier or later to outlines of Pyrrhonism. Scholars also disagree as to whether we can evaluate different strands of skepticism within Sextus as more or less sophisticated. Those who consider outlines of Pyrrhonism as later often do so because they think it shows greater philosophical sophistication, either by avoiding claims that a certain matter cannot be known, sometimes described as a negative dogmatism, as found in Against Mathematicians, or by streamlining the discussions. These questions are complicated further by Sextus' attempt to incorporate diverse materials, such as different sets of modes, into his skepticism. According to a recent interpretation, the different sets of modes are a part of an integrated philosophical approach. Morrison argues that the 10 modes and 5 modes both serve the same purpose, to produce equal and opposing arguments to arguments in support of philosophical or scientific views. Arguably, two kinds of consistency are at work in Sextus' writing. On the one hand, Sextus aims at the consistency of one philosophical outlook. On the other hand, he aims at the consistency of having a response to every objection. These two aims overlap greatly, but they can also come apart. A given argument might refute a particular critic. This argument may go back to the various earlier versions of Pyrrhonism. Similarly, the critical objection that is refuted may be traced back to dogmatic theories formulated over the course of several centuries. As a result, a given argument in Sextus may be effective against a given objection he has in mind. It may thus preserve consistency in the sense of leaving the skeptic unharmed by dogmatic criticism. But at the same time, this argument may have implications that are in tension with the way in which Sextus explains skepticism in other passages. Such tensions are particularly important with respect to the way in which Sextus uses core concepts. For example, it is not clear that Sextus uses the notion of appearances in a consistent fashion. At other times, he draws on the constant contrast between appearances and thought, but for the most part, the term refers to all cases where something seems so and so to the skeptic, either perceptually or in thought. In some contexts, Sextus draws on the idea that appearances are impressions, invoking the dogmatic assumption that impressions are passive. In other contexts, he does not envisage appearances as entirely passively experienced. It is thus no surprise that the interpretation of Sextus' Pyrrhonism is quite controversial. This applies in particular to the question of whether the skeptic has any beliefs or beliefs of any kind. In the past 40 years, scholars have paid attention to the question more than any other interpretive issue. Insofar as the text may contain different strands of Pyrrhonian argument, exegesis is to some extent shaped by the philosophical interests we bring to the text. Two ideas are particularly prominent here. First, some scholars find in Sextus an account of action that challenge standard ancient and modern theories of agency. These theories might portray ordinary agents as all too rational, as if every action involved an actively formed belief that such and such is good. Scholars explore how far we can draw on Sextus, asking whether a life guided by appearances, as Sextus says the skeptic's life is, might, after all, be rather ordinary. And second, one might, on the other hand, embrace those aspects of Sextus' text that make Pyrrhonism look radically different from ordinary life. From this perspective, Sextus' writings invite reflections on the questions of whether it would be possible to live without belief. Outlines of Pyrrhonism 1, which figures most prominently in scholarly discussions, is a tour de force. Sextus gives an general account of what skepticism is, including skeptical investigation, suspension of judgment, the skeptic's end, action, and language. He gives lists and illustrations of various sets of modes. He explains the so-called skeptical formula, such as I determine nothing, non-assertion, maybe, and so on, and he compares skepticism to relatively similar philosophies. Sextus emphasizes that the skeptic is an investigator. Others either arrive at theories, dogmatism, or at claims about inapprehensibility, negative dogmatism, that the matter investigated is beyond one's capacity to decide, and so is unknowable, but the skeptic continues to investigate. Investigation is described as setting appearances and thoughts into opposition, and as the application of the various set of modes, skepticism does not have teachings, but is an approach in philosophy. Many of the thoughts that skeptics arrive at are expressed in the skeptical formulae. The starting point arche of skepticism is divergency and anomalia. The proto-skeptics are disturbed by the discrepancies they encounter and begin to investigate. They hope to gain quietude by settling what is true and what is false, but then they have a surprising experience encountering disagreement where several views appear to be of equal weight. Isothenia, they find themselves unable to decide things, give up, and experience tranquility. Ataraxia, the skeptic's end. Telos is tranquility in matters of belief. Katadoxum and moderate affection. Metriopathia, in matters that are forced upon us. That is, skeptics can free themselves from these kinds of turmoil that come with holding beliefs. They cannot free themselves from freezing, thirst, or pain, but they suffer less than others, for they do not add to the belief that, for example, pain is bad. The skeptic must explain how, without belief, they can be active. Sextus says that skeptics follow appearances, and this is that they adhere to the fourfold way of life. Nature supplies them with perception and thought. Necessary affections compel them. They go along with traditions and customs, and they can do technical things by having been instructed in skill. The notion of appearances is also central to Sextus' account of how the skeptic can speak without making assertions. The skeptic reports, like a chronicler, what appears to them now. I shall discuss the following aspects of Sextus skepticism: investigation and tranquility, concepts and inference rules, belief, the formulae, appearances, language, action, and the so-called special arguments, that is, arguments that do not explain the nature of Pyrrhonism, but engage with specific dogmatic theories in logic, physics, and ethics. Okay, yeah, God bless Australian. Investigation and tranquility. Investigation must aim at the discovery of truth, otherwise it is not a genuine investigation. However, a skeptic seems to be to mechanically apply the skeptical modes in order to generate suspension of judgment and tranquility. Scholars disagree on whether the skeptic genuinely aims at the truth, while they also aim at tranquility. Note that this objection, unlike the other problems central to contemporary engagement with ancient skepticism, was not raised in antiquity. If ancient skepticism is approached in the context of the larger study of ancient philosophy, we might first of all note that the skeptics, in a sense, agreed with Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Epicurus, and the Stoics. All these philosophers defend, in so many formulations, a life of reason, of contemplation, of wisdom, or of inquiry as the best or at least a very good human life. The objection that skeptical inquiry seems insincere then may not have come up in antiquity in quite the way in which it is discussed today, because a commitment to inquiry would be common ground among most philosophers. Further, we must observe that aiming at the truth includes two aims: to accept truths and to avoid falsehoods. The modes are tailored to keep us from assenting to something that could be false. Insofar as the skeptic's effort to avoid falsehood expresses a valuation for the truth, the skeptic might be a genuine investigator. A related objection calls into question the actual practice of skeptical inquiry. Does Sextus rely on the assumption that, in any given case of putting several arguments into opposition, these arguments are equally persuasive for the skeptic? This seems unrealistic. At least in some cases, skeptical inquirers are bound to be more strongly attracted to one view than another. How then do they arrive at suspension of judgment? One skeptical strategy is to remind oneself that additional arguments will be formulated in the future. Another strategy is to consider that different arguments are persuasive to different people. Relatedly, skeptics may find themselves in a position comparable to a student who takes a seminar on freedom and determinism. It is possible to be more attracted to one view rather than another, and at the same time be aware that as far as the arguments are concerned, this is unresolvable disagreement among several views, to the effect that neither of the views seems compelling in a way that warrant assent. Concepts and rules of inference. If skeptics do not assent, then how can they understand the terms philosophers use? Even more radically, how can they even think? This objection, which Sextus says is continually raised against the skeptics, proceeds on the assumption that possessions of concepts involve the acceptance of assumptions. For example, in order to examine a given theory of proof, the skeptic must have a notion of what proofs are. This involves assumptions, for example, the assumption that a proof contains a premise and a conclusion. Sextus' response to this objection invokes the Epicurean and Stoic theories of preconceptions. Human beings are not born with reason. The acquisition of reason is a nature-guided process of concept acquisition. At a given age, children have completed this process. They become rational, which means that they can perceive and think in a conceptual way. Only now they have rational impressions to which they can assent. The acquisition of preconceptions did not involve assent, simply because the child was not yet rational. Sextus invokes the dogmatic ideas about the acquisition of reason or the abilities of conceptual thought in response to the apraxia charge. Skeptics are, first of all, active because nature has equipped them with perception and thought. More generally, the skeptic's ability to think and investigate depends on the fact that they have acquired concepts as part of growing up. This process did not involve assent, and accordingly, Sextus argues that the skeptic's ability to think does not violate suspension of judgment. It is conceivable, though, that the skeptic's ability to understand involves some knowledge, namely kind of knowledge that does not entail any belief. This option appears counterintuitive given today's premise in epistemology, according to which someone who knows that P also believes that P, the relevant notion of belief in skeptical discussions, doxa, as well as the relevant ancient notions of knowledge, however, may behave quite differently. Insofar as doxa is an inherently deficient activity and attitude, and insofar as knowledge is conceived in elevated ways, knowledge without belief is a rather intuitive option within ancient epistemology. If understanding concepts and arguments involves knowledge that does not entail beliefs, the skeptics may be taken to have such knowledge. Modern critics raised the further question of whether the skeptic must endorse logical laws such as the principle of non-contradiction and rules of inference. In particular, they ask whether a skeptic is committed to logical validity of the conditions they formulate when arguing against the dogmatist. Sextus records no ancient version of this complaint, and accordingly no direct response. Relatedly, one might ask whether Sextus' method, in particular regarding the five modes, is systematic in a way that is in tension with suspension of judgment. Belief. Bury, in his Loeb translation, translates adaxastos as undogmatically. For example, when Sextus speaks of skeptics as saying that nothing is true, this translation suggests that Sextus bans dogmatism from the skeptic's life, whereas this still leaves room for other non-dogmatic beliefs. But adaxastos means not dogmatically or without belief. As noted above, the skeptic's end is tranquility in matters relating to belief, katadoxen. A skeptic lives adaxastos, and even more confusingly, the skeptics assent adaxastos when they act. Contemporary interest in Pyrrhonism skepticism was much spurred by Michael Freide's paper, The Skeptic's Beliefs, 1979. Freide argues that ancient skepticism was traditionally dismissed too easily as vulnerable to the apraxia charge that without belief the skeptic cannot act. The skeptic seems to be confident that they have replies to this objection. Thus, it seems uncharitable not to look closely at these replies. Further, insofar as these replies respond to the charge that without belief one cannot act, we should focus on what the skeptics say about the role of beliefs in their life. Freide cites the outlines of Pyrrhonism 113 and claims that in this passage we find a distinction between two kinds of belief. When we say that the skeptic does not dogmatize, we're not using dogma in the more general sense, in which some say it is a dogma to accept anything, for the skeptic does not assent to the experiences forced upon him in virtue of this or that impression. Rather, when we say he does not dogmatize, we mean dogma in the sense in which some say that dogma is assent to any of the non-evident matters investigated by the sciences, for the Pyrrhonius assent to nothing that is non-evident. Following Freide, several scholars focus on this passage when discussing skeptical belief. They take it to be obvious that in the paragraph, Sextus distinguishes between two kinds of belief, one which he bans from the skeptic's life and one which he allows into the skeptic's life. Barnes employs a distinction between rustic and urbane skepticism. The rustic skeptic suspends on all matters. The urbane skeptic suspends on scientific matters but holds ordinary beliefs. The clause non-evident matters investigated in the sciences might be taken as a point of reference for the urbane interpretation. However, Barnes points out that this cannot be right. Everything can be considered as non-evident matter, even such things as whether honey is sweet. Against Barnes, Freide argues that the relevant distinction must be drawn between two kinds of assent, such as having a view involves one kind of assent, whereas taking a position or making a claim involves another kind of assent, namely the kind of assent that skeptic will withhold. Sextus characterizes skeptical assent in three ways. He speaks of forced assent, involuntary assent, and adaxastos assent. Freide does not explore the details of how Sextus uses these notions. The core of his proposal is that Sextus allows for a kind of assent that does not involve a claim as to how things are in actual fact. Freide is predominantly concerned with the skeptic's reply to the apraxia charge. His focus is on skeptical pronouncements such as nothing can be known. His distinction between two kinds of assent and accordingly two kinds of belief is explored with respect to such sentences. Freide writes, to be left with the impression or thought that P does not involve the further thought than that is true that P. This is the sense in which, on his interpretation, the skeptic might think nothing is known. The thought counts as a belief, but not as a claim. In actual fact, nothing is known by anybody. Contrary to Freide's interpretation, one might argue that to believe simply is to hold true, at least according to the notions of belief that the skeptics invoke in discussions with their contemporary critics. It is thus not clear that Freide's distinction is generally one between two kinds of beliefs. Perhaps it is a distinction between two different propositional attitudes, only one which is belief. As Stryker points out, there is a danger that debates over this issue become merely terminological. We might thus draw a distinction between two issues. It is one thing to disagree with Freide on what should or should not be called belief, and another to dispute whether he identifies and characterizes the phenomenon in the skeptic's mental life. As Freide argues, skeptics find themselves with a rather persistent thought without having accepted it as true in actual fact. This appears to capture a core element of skepticism, the way in which the skeptic thinks such thoughts as everything is incomprehensible. The skeptical formulae. It's the passage in which scholars find the distinction between the two kinds of beliefs. It occurs in a chapter of outlines of Pyrrhonism entitled Does the Skeptic Dogmatize? One angle from which we might disagree with Freire is to insist that addresses the status of the core thoughts of skeptical philosophy rather than the questions of skeptical belief. Consider the rest of the chapter. Not even in uttering the skeptical formulae about unclear matters, for example, in no way more, or I determine nothing, or one of the other formulae which we shall later discuss, do they dogmatize. For if you dogmatize, then you posit as real the things that you are said to dogmatize about. But skeptics posit these formulae not as necessarily being real, for they suppose that just as the formula everything is false says that it too, along with everything else, is false, and similarly that for nothing is true, so also in no way more says that it too, along with everything else, is no more than not so, and hence cancels itself along with everything else. And we say the same of other skeptical formulae. Thus, if people who dogmatize posit as real the things they dogmatize about, well, skeptics utter their own phrases in such a way that they are implicitly canceled by themselves. Then they cannot be said to dogmatize in uttering them. But the main point is that in uttering these formulae, they say what appears to themselves and report that their own feelings without any belief, affirming nothing about external objects. When explaining here how the skeptic does not dogmatize, Sextus may have particular issue in mind that some skeptical formulae look like doctrines and have traditionally been turned against themselves due to the dogmatic surface structure. For example, all things are indeterminate looks like a straightforward dogmatic statement. There is a long history of skeptical attempts to explain the nature of such pronouncements so that they do not undermine themselves. Sextus arguably mentions several solutions to this problem. Later, Sextus identifies the following as his main point. The skeptic merely reports what appears to them. Along these lines, Sextus calls indeterminacy an affection of thought, a state that the utterance, all things are indeterminate, aims to capture. The other solution mentioned is somewhat more problematic. The skeptical formulae cancel themselves out. That is, one can say them and convey something through them, but then once one has made a point, they, as it were, turn back upon themselves and eat themselves up as the fire burns combustible materials and then destroys itself. The idea became famous through another comparison Sextus uses. The skeptical pronouncements are like a ladder that one climbs up, and once on top, one can throw the ladder away. Scholars disagree, which also invoked by Wittgenstein. Scholars disagree on whether Sextus, in some sense, admits that these statements are self-refuting or whether he diffuses their self-refutational structure. Appearances. While it is difficult to establish a clear distinction between two kinds of belief in Sextus, there is comparatively more explicit distinction between the two ways of engaging with appearances. Sextus says that while things appear X to the skeptic does not affirm that they are X. Questions that are traditionally discussed in terms of whether the skeptic has beliefs thus might be addressed in terms of whether the way things appear to the skeptic has a judgment component. Arguably, A appears X to me now can be construed in different ways. Certain examples may suggest that appearances can but need not involve something like judgment. Some formulations in Sextus seem to insist on significant differences between the mental activity of something appearing to a cognizer on the one hand, and on the other hand, the mental activity that, on the level of language, is represented by assertion. This suggests that for Sextus, A appearing F to me now does not entail that I hold it to be true that A is F. Language. Another approach to the question of whether the skeptic has beliefs looks at skeptical language. Sextus insists that the skeptic does not accept or reject any impression and associates the absence of these mental acts with the fact that the skeptic does not affirm or deny anything. Arguably, we can infer from Sextus' account of the skeptic's utterances what Sextus wants to say about the skeptic's mental states and acts. That is, the question of learning immediately bears on the question of belief. The report on Pyrrhonian skepticism and Diogenes is particularly instructive in this respect. Contrary to scholarly focus on belief and reconstructing skepticism, it barely mentions belief. Discussions of the skeptic's attitude is almost entirely conducted in terms of skeptical language and the skeptical formulae. If Sextus is read in light of the report, may appear to be more an isolated passage than scholarly debates imply. Sextus too devotes much space and accounts to skeptical expressions, and language. It may thus be asked whether scholars reframe discussions and pay more attention to skeptical language than they previously have. As of now, there is one monograph on skeptical language, Cordy, and one approach to belief that focuses on language of Vogt. Both scholars pursue further ideas put forward by Barnes, who compares the skeptic's utterances to avowals. The skeptic lays open their state of mind they announce or record. In order to do this, the skeptic must misuse language. Some strategies to avoid assertion are given in the context of skeptical formulae, non-assertion, I determine nothing, and so on. Skeptical expressions can be used as signs which reveal state of mind. Expressions like no more or no wise no more can be indefinitely in the sense of interchangeably, as in the practice of in ordinary language. The skeptic can use expressions elliptically, for example, no more or no more this than that. People often use expressions instead of assertions, and the other way around. Similarly, no more can be construed as a question. Why more this than that? The skeptic misuses language and uses it in a loose way. And again, in opposition to Mathematics 1 and 2, Sextus says that the skeptic goes along with ordinary ways of using language. This seems to be a key resource in construing skeptical ways of speaking. The skeptic exploits the ways in which ordinary speakers can diverge from grammatically correct speech and still be understood, apart from using their skeptical formulae and apart from conducting philosophical investigations, which they can do in dialectic mode. Referring to these arguments and inferences, the skeptic also has to talk in everyday context. If it is here where we see best how skeptical utterances are tailored to reveal a state of mind in which nothing is accepted or rejected. Sextus takes the great pains to construe his examples of skeptical utterances according to the following schema. X appears F to me now. This will generally be understood as an elliptical version of X appears to be F to me now. However, Sextus consistently avoids to be. The peculiar form of skeptical utterances suggests that Sextus sees a relevant difference between X appears to be F to me now and X appears F to me now. The former might imply the reference to a state of affairs and an epistemic usage of appear that could be rendered as it appears to me that P, or I take it that P. This, however, would be assertoric. The skeptic would state that it appears to them that such and such is the case, but the skeptic's elliptical utterances about what appears to them aim to be purely phenomenological. They aim to report a condition of the skeptic's mind without expressing a judgment of any kind. As part of the skeptic's way of life, language can also be seen as an activity. This is how the skeptics can speak, can be considered a sub-question of how the skeptics can act. Skeptical utterances have been compared to Wittgensteinian confession, arguably a kind of speech that is consistent with the skeptic's avoidance of belief. Moreover, the skeptics not only speak, they presumably also understand what others say. A persuasive account of skeptical language must employ both speaking and understanding. Action. Sextus says that appearances, phenomena, are the practical criterion of the skeptic. By adhering to appearances, the skeptic is prevented from inactivity. Note that Sextus does not describe the skeptic as performing actions in the sense of dogmatic theory of action, which involves belief and choice. Contrary to the academic skeptic as Sexton, skeptic does not view themselves as a rational agent who chooses one course of action over another. Sextus claims that an active life for the skeptic, but not the life of a rational agent, as conceived by dogmatic philosophers. This attitude has been critically discussed for a long time, for example, with respect to its ethical and political upshots, and with respect to the skeptic's relationship to the law. The skeptic's forced assent is situated in the domain of action. Thirst, for example, necessitates assent, and that means it moves the skeptic to drink. This kind of assent may be genuinely unrelated to belief formation in any kind. Rather, forced assent generates the movement of action. But what about the more complex kind of activities, such as applying a medication or attending a festival? Sextus argues that the skeptic adheres to customs, conventions, and traditions, and to what they have been trained to do. In explaining how adherences to appearances in these domains generates activity, Sextus does not mention assent. However, he might have to conclude that, like drinking when thirsty, more complex actions also involve some kind of assent. In Outlines of Pyrrhonism 2, Sextus says that the skeptics assent non-docastically to all the things relied on in ordinary life. Earlier, you mentioned that involuntary assent, according to non-docastic and involuntary assent, may figure in those domains of skeptical action that do not involve necessitation by bodily affection. Non-docastic assent is, from the point of view of the Stoics, a contradiction in terms, just like forced and involuntary assent. Assent is defined as in our power and as that by which beliefs are formed. If Sextus intends skeptical assent to be genuinely non-stochastic and involuntary, then it does not have the core features of assent as defined by the dogmatist. And finally, logic, physics, ethics, and the disciplines. The special arguments of the skeptic are directed against the particular theories of the three disciplines of Hellenistic philosophy: logic, physics, and ethics. In addition, they address the so-called disciplines, namely grammar, rhetoric, geometry, arithmetic, astrology, and music theory. Sextus' treatment of logic divides up into two main topics: sign and criterion. This structure reflects the central concerns of Hellenistic epistemology as well as ancient skepticism. Skepticism looks to decipher between conflicting appearances and thoughts. A decider could be something evident. Dogmatic philosophers associate the evident with the criterion of truth. For something to serve the role of criterion, it cannot be equally disputed as a matter it helps to decide, or something non-evident could take on the role of decider. For that to be the case, the skeptics argue it would have to be conclusively revealed by a sign or proof. If there is no compelling theory of the criterion and no compelling account of the sign and proof, then there is nothing that can decide between several conflicting views. Sextus' treatises on the logic are thus not simply a collection of individual arguments against various dogmatic theories. Their main line of thought stretches a route between skepticism. Along these lines, Vlasitz argues that Sextus' treatment of the logic is unified. Sextus' argument is structured such as it leads to suspension of judgment on the methodology of the dogmas. The final section of the opposition to mathematics formulates a challenge for the skeptic that scholars interested in self-refutation arguments have examined. Does the skeptic aim to prove the proof does not exist? Sextus' discussion of ethics also focuses on issues that plausibly led into skepticism. Again, there are two central questions: whether there's anything good and bad by nature, and whether there is an art of life, as the Epicureans and Stoics claim there is. If we could settle what is good and what is bad, some of the most disturbing anomalies would be resolved. If there were an art of life, there would be a teachable body of knowledge about the good and the bad. In both cases, questions that cause a great deal of puzzlement would be resolved. Sextus' discussion of ethics are in part famous because Sextus ascribes outlandish and shocking views to the Stoics. As Sextus construes his arguments in contrast between ordinary life and philosophical views, leads to the suspension of judgment. In the modern tradition, a number of philosophers, including Hegel and Nietzsche, have engaged with the aspects of Sextus' outlook, and in particular with the skeptical adherence to ordinary life. Recently, scholars have asked how ethical a skeptic can be, to use a phrase employed by Bett, given that it may seem that suspension of judgment on grave ethical challenges can be facile. At the same time, scholars point out that some dimension of ethical frameworks went unquestioned for a long time. For example, with respect to gender, here suspension of judgment may appear innovative. The book on physics discusses God, cause, matter, bodies, mixtures, motion, increase and decrease, subtraction and addition, whole and part, change, becoming and perishing, rest, place, time, and number. Notably, God is one of the topics explored in physics. This stands in stark contrast to medieval and early modern discussions, where the quest for knowledge of God often frames and motivates engagement with skepticism. In Outlines of Pyrrhonism 3, Sextus prefaces a discussion of arguments for and against the existence of gods by saying that the skeptic's ordinary life without opinions includes the following. The skeptic say that there are gods, are pious towards the gods, and say that the gods are provident. Scholars discuss how this relates to Sextus' discussion of theology, qua topics, and physics on the one hand, and his portrayal of the skeptic's ordinary life on the other hand. The skeptics come to suspend judgment on all central questions in ancient physics. This means they come to suspend judgment on whether, for example, there are causes, time, place, and bodies. Their suspension does not merely mean that they have not yet found a satisfying theory of, say, body. It means that they find themselves unable to say whether there is a body. The 6 books entitled Against Those in the Disciplines have traditionally received less attention. Only in the last few years have scholars begun to explore them with a kind of philosophical subtlety that has been brought out to bear in the study of ancient skepticism in recent decades. Again, outlines the opposition to mathematics, skeptically examines 6 fields of study, namely grammar, rhetoric, geometry, arithmetic, astronomy, and music theory. Sextus begins with an astonishing move, contrary to his usual strategy of emphasizing the distance between skeptics and dogmatists. He admits that Pyrrhonians and Epicureans share much in viewing standard disciplines as useless. Generally speaking, increased attention may provide additional occasion to modify the long-standing assumption that Stoics are Sextus' most important dogmatic interlocutors. Uh, Throughout the opposition, resonances between Epicurean and Pyrrhonian philosophy are remarkably visible. Engagement with Epicurean philosophy shapes Sextus' approach deeply to the extent that both schools, Stoics and Epicurean, should be considered fundamental points of reference. After his remarks on how Pyrrhonians and Epicureans take issue with the presumed usefulness of the discipline, Sextus lays out general arguments suitable for skeptical examination in any field. He argues that for there to be a discipline, there must be the matter being taught, the teacher, the learner, and the means of learning. If, however, neither of these things exist, then the discipline doesn't exist. This is how Sextus proceeds. He argues, or seems to argue, for the non-existence of the disciplines. Already in the very first sentence of part 1, Sextus describes his own approach as one of putting forward counter-arguments, a strategy that he mentions repeatedly. These moves give rise to the most contentious question regarding, are the books negatively dogmatic, or do they fit in with Sextus' outlook, where skeptical arguments are described as leading up to a suspension of judgment? Bett argues that with some qualifications, Sextus' approach is to be explained as follows. Sextus lays out counter-arguments based on the assumptions that the arguments of the dogmatist have already been formulated. For there to be arguments of equal weights on both sides, only the anti-dogmatic arguments need to be adduced. The intended effect is that jointly these opposing sets of argument lead us to suspend judgment. In addition, Bett notes that the remarkable emphasis on counter-arguments, non-existence, and uselessness suggests that some of the material in sections 1 to 6 go back to the earlier phase of Pyrrhonism. In 4 of the 6 fields, namely grammar, rhetoric, music, and astrology, Sextus omit non-technical versions of the skeptic's life while subjecting all theoretical claims to skeptical examinations. For example, he distinguishes between the ordinary ability to read and write on the one hand and grammar and technical disciplines on the other, or the ability to play a musical instrument on the one hand and music theory on the other. It is remarkable that qua theoretical field, Sextus examines astrology rather than astronomy. The latter would make more typical sequence, apart from the fact that in Sextus, logic is considered part of philosophy rather than a discipline. The 6 fields are otherwise correspond to the so-called trivium of grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and the quadrivium of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music theory. Sextus' attention to astrology rather than astronomy highlights a deep feature of his philosophy. Astronomy, from Sextus' point of view, is concerned with appearances, and hence there is a sense in which the skeptic does not object to it. Astronomy, then, is a version of astrology that skeptics can admit into their adherence to ordinary life. Presumably, astronomy is concerned with predicting things like droughts, floods, earthquakes, and plagues based on appearances. Astrology, on the other hand, is concerned with matters of great obscurity. Ancient and modern skepticism transitions. Augustine, reconceiving skepticism in a theological framework. Historians of philosophy sometimes argue that Henry VIII's rediscovery of Sextus in 1562 initiated an era of epistemology. Early modern engagement with skepticism is here seen as a turn to arguments found in Sextus via Cicero. Early modern philosophers seem to engage also with academic arguments. In particular, the beginning of Descartes' meditation may display a kind of Socratic spirit, a commitment to calling into question all of one's belief. However, early modern philosophers work within a theologically framed tradition that importantly begins with St. Augustine. A major part of Augustine's early education consisted in the study of Cicero's writing. He was thus closely acquainted with the academic skepticism. Cicero was one kind of academic skeptic. Augustine sees the force of ancient skeptical strategies. Even though he does not become a skeptic, he integrates distinctively skeptical moves into his thought. This had a long-standing effect on the history of theology and science. For example, Galileo Galilei is able to cite Augustine when he defends himself against the charge that his physics is in opposition to the Bible. Augustine supplies arguments to the effect that we should keep an open mind. Both our physical theories and our interpretations of the Bible are likely to evolve. This idea figures importantly in Pyrrhonism. Past experience tells us on every given issue, someone eventually came up with a new argument. Accordingly, even if the skeptics cannot find an objection to a given claim right now, they expect in the future a conflicting view will be formulated. However, such traces of skepticism are integrated into an ultimately non-skeptical philosophy. In Contra Academicus, Augustine recognizes a core feature of ancient skepticism, namely that it is a commitment to ongoing inquiry. The question that Augustine considers vital, then, is whether life devoted to inquiry can be compelling. If seemingly there is no prospect for ever attaining truth, it is as a philosophy of inquiry that skepticism makes a lasting contribution to ethics, continuing, as it were, a Socratic legacy. Augustine creates a framework that will become characteristic of early modern discussions. First, in the work, skeptical arguments are explored in order to be refuted. Second, the key issue is whether we have knowledge, not whether we should hold anything to be true. In Augustine, the background for caring so much about knowledge is the pressing question of whether we can know God, whether we can know that he exists, and whether his properties are. This might also be the reason why knowledge of testimony gains importance. The Bible or parts of it might be considered testimony about God, and accordingly as one possible way of attaining knowledge of God. Third, in the process of asking whether we can have knowledge of God, it makes sense to distinguish between kinds of knowledge, sensory, rational, and by testimony. If we know God, then we do so via one of the kinds of knowledge. This becomes a standard feature of discussions of skepticism. Philosophers go through the different kinds of knowledge that are conceivable and examine them in turn. And Augustine, as well as later author, this includes mathematical knowledge. Though Sextus wrote on geometry and arithmetic, questions about knowledge in mathematics do not shape Hellenistic debates between skeptics on the one hand and Epicurus and Stoics on the other. Fourth, Augustine conceives of what he calls inner knowledge. He envisages a skeptical scenario. Suppose we have no sensory knowledge, no rational knowledge, and no knowledge of testimony. We still know that we think, love, judge, live, and are. In the City of God, Augustine uses a well-known phrase, even if I err, I am. That is, Augustine suggests that we have knowledge of our mental acts. However, Augustine does not consider these pieces of knowledge foundational. While he points to them when he discusses the challenges of academic skepticism, he does not systematically build up upon them in refuting skepticism about sense perception, rational knowledge, and knowledge of testimony. Rather, he refutes skepticism by stating that God created us and the things that are known to us. God wanted these things to be known to us. In later epistemology, the idea of the turn into one's mind and an introspective access to one's mental acts becomes a secular idea. Augustine is a transitional figure in the philosophy of mind and thereby reconceives skepticism by focusing on a gap between what is in the mind and the outside world. He, as it were, invites external world skepticism. But Augustine is concerned with the paths to God. The mind turns into itself, and from there it moves further towards God. Next to Augustine, Al-Ghazali plays a major role in reconceiving the questions of relevant to skepticism. In The Rescuer from Error, Al-Ghazali literally describes God as the rescuer from error. Like Augustine before and Descartes after him, Al-Ghazali moves through different cognitive faculties. Do the senses or reason allow us to gain knowledge? These questions are framed by the quest for knowledge or God, while Augustine thinks that knowledge of God comes through a combination of seeking God on the other hand and God's grace on the other. Al-Ghazali thinks it comes through spiritual exercises. However, once confidence in God is secured, trust in the more familiar ways of gaining knowledge, sense perception, rational reasoning, and so on is restored. One key difference between ancient skepticism on the one hand and medieval as well as Cartesian skepticism on the other is that ancient skepticism is not framed by theological concerns. Note that in Cartesian skepticism, God is not only invoked when it comes to refuting skepticism. More importantly, the skeptical problems arise in a way that depends on God as creator. Our cognitive faculties are seen as created faculties, and the world as a created world, a kind of faculty skepticism that asks whether our cognitive faculties are built so as to be erroneous is formulated as a potential gap between our minds and the world opens up. Perhaps God made us in such a way that we are fundamentally wrong about everything, or as later secular versions have it, a mad scientist experiments on a brain in a vat. These are important steps away from the non-theological ancient construal skepticism. The theological premises of modern skepticism are not only foreign to ancient debates, they would be seen as misguided. From the Hellenistic point of view, theology is part of physics, and account of God is part of the account of the natural world. As such, it is unrecognizable as theology from the point of view as in later theologies. Human beings and their cognitive faculties are part of the natural world. They are organic and functional parts interconnected with other parts of the larger whole, which the universe is, a mind-world gap of the kind envisaged by the Cartesian tradition is inconceivable. Each mind and that his rational soul is integrated physical part of the physical world, like a part of a complex organism. It would not exist were it not for the interrelations it has with other parts. A physiological account of the mind makes the stark divide between mind and world that figures in earlier modern skepticism unimaginable. Skepticism about induction. Contemporary discussions inherit long-standing problems from early modern philosophy, among them external world skepticism, skepticism about other minds, and skepticism about induction are particularly prominent. In assessing ancient skepticism, we might ask whether the ancients saw these problems. Among the skeptical problems of modern philosophy, skepticism about induction stands out. Its early formulation, Hume, does not depend on the idea that our faculties are created by God, who also created the world. Hume takes himself to engage with Pyrrhonian skepticism. Induction proceeds from particular observations to general conclusions. Skepticism about induction points out that no matter how many particulars we observe, the general claim pronounces also on what has not been observed. In this respect, the inference system unwarranted, and so we should suspend judgment on its effectiveness. Induction can concern the ascription of properties to some kind of entity as well as causal claims. In the latter, the skeptic observes that what regularly precedes as type of event may not be its cause. Perhaps we cannot infer anything from the fact that certain properties or events regularly occur together. Relevant ideas can be traced to various aspects of Sextus philosophy. First, Sextus sides with the anti-rationalist tendencies in medicine. According to these schools, a doctor remembers that in earlier cases, symptom A was alleviated by medication B. They do not infer that medication B makes symptom A disappear or that illness C is the cause of symptom A. Second, five modes does not exclusively target proof. They address everything that lends credibility to something else. They may thus also call into question signs that are taken as indicative of their causes. Sextus skeptic does not accept such indicative signs. Third, Sextus discusses the role of so-called commemorative signs in the skeptic's life. Fourth, Sextus records a set of causal modes, which are specifically targeted toward causal explanations. He does not ascribe the kind of relevance to them that the 10 modes and the 5 modes have. However, he thinks the 5 modes can do the work of causal modes, that is, call into question causal and explanatory thesis and theories. However, the causal modes go into great detail on how the skeptic investigates any kind of causal thesis or theory. Subjectivity and other minds. The distinction between subjectivity and objectivity is central to modern discussions of skepticism. It is not envisaged in ancient thought. However, this does not mean that ancient philosophers do not reflect on questions relevant to this discussion. Arguably, Pyrrhonism conceives of the affections of the mind in a way that anticipate later thought about subjectivity. Sextus described the skeptic's state of being appeared to as affections of the mind. A skeptic can report these states in their utterances, illustrating this point. Sextus uses expressions associated with the Cyrenaics, a Socratic school of thought. These expressions literally mean something like I am being heated or I am being whitened. They aim to record affections without claiming anything about the world. Fine argues that the skeptic's beliefs are beliefs about these affections. With this proposal, Fine turns against two prominent positions in scholarly debate about skeptical belief: that skeptics have no beliefs whatsoever, and that they have beliefs that fall short of holding true. Fine envisages reflective beliefs, beliefs about one's state of mind. Whether or not Sextus accounts for the skeptic's mental life includes reflective beliefs about one's mental states, we should note an important difference to later proposals of that kind. Later philosophers focus on a particular kind of certainty attached to reflective knowledge. Reflective knowledge is sometimes seen as a stepping stone towards greater confidence in our cognitive powers and our ability to attain other kinds of knowledge, but it may not be obvious that reflective knowledge can take on this important role. In this respect, Augustine is still closer to ancient than modern traditions. He states that such pieces of knowledge as I know that I think and not what we are looking for. Augustine envisages that reflective knowledge claims can be iterated so that we would have infinitely many pieces of knowledge. I know that I think, but from his point of view, this kind of knowledge leads nowhere. When we ask whether we can have knowledge, we are interested in knowledge of the world and of God. Modern philosophers also pay great attention to the privileged access cognizers have to their own cognitive activities. Augustine introduces a distinction that paves the way for this idea. He argues that the mind cannot know what kind of stuff it is. The mind does not know its substance, but it knows its activities. For Augustine, this means that the mind knows itself. The mind is precisely what it knows itself to be. In knowing that one thinks, judge, lives, and so on, one knows the mind. Note that this argument indicates that knowing that one lives and are not pieces of knowledge about one's bodily existence, but about the activities of the mind. Finally, modern philosophers conceive of the skeptical kind of access to one's own mind, not only in contrast with our access to the world, they also compare it to our access of what goes on in other minds. One of their core problems in skepticism about other minds, if our own minds are accessible to us in a way nothing else is, then we might not be able to ascribe mental states to others. The ancient skeptics envision nothing of this kind. They suggest that insofar as they draw a distinction between affections of the mind and the world, this distinction is construed differently than in modern skepticism. External world skepticism. In the early modern versions, external world skepticism involves the idea that there is a creator, someone who made the world and our faculties, and the fit or misfit between them. If this assumption is crucial to external world skepticism, then the ancients do not conceive of this skeptical problem. From the point of view of modern philosophy, ancient skepticism may appear limited by not addressing some of the most radical skeptical scenarios. From this point of view of ancient skepticism, early modern skepticism and the long life that its problems enjoy, however, would seem to originate in a flawed theology. Contemporary philosophers sometimes discuss external world skepticism in terms of a paradox. One thinker finds himself torn between the strengths of skeptical arguments and ordinary convictions. For example, thinks that this is her hand, but she concedes that the skeptical hypothesis that a mad scientist might have set things up so that she has such perceptions and thought, the so-called brain in a vat scenario, is hard to refute. This way of framing discussions of skepticism is foreign to antiquity. In antiquity, skeptics and their opponents are different thinkers, each of them with one set of intuitions arguing against each other. It is also foreign to ancient skepticism insofar as it inherits the early modern idea that some greatly powerful agent set things up, and in this sense creates a thinker's faculties and the world as it appears to them. However, the ancient skeptics might conceive of their own kind of external world skepticism. One way to explore the question is to turn to the way that which Sextus describes that which is outside of the skeptic's mind. Throughout his work, Sextus employs the distinction between appearances and what really is the case. Consider some of the detail of how he characterizes the latter. One phrase in the 10 modes is the externally underlying things. Other phrases meant to demarcate roughly the same contrast with appearances and how things are in their nature, the underlying things, as well as a combination, the nature of the underlying external things. The expressions which contain the word external might read as if Sextus was talking about the external world in a sense familiar to us from early modern skepticism. But what are the underlying or external objects as Sextus conceives of them? In such a case, it is assumed that there are ordinary objects, but we do not have access to the properties they really have. However, external objects in Sextus' sense also include objects that later philosophers would not obviously see as part of the external world. For example, an answer to the question of what kind of life really is good would count as a claim about external and underlying reality. Another approach to the question of whether Sextus envisages this some kind of external world skepticism is to turn to his discussion of physics. Ordinarily, we take ourselves to live in a world in which there are bodies, movements, place-time, and so on, but as Sextus argues, we do not have compelling accounts of any of these core conceptions of physics. This leads to suspension of judgment on whether there are bodies, movements, place, and time, and so on. Sextus' discussion of physics might add up to a rather far-reaching skepticism about the natural world. Okay, so still got a few people watching. So yeah, that was very tedious, very long, but extremely important. Say like skepticism basically covers the whole gamut of inquiry and questioning things that creates all of the current metaphysical questions. So the so to say, now what metaphysicians argue about, talk about, the skeptics had questions, and so just saying, well, you have to suspend judgment. You could never really know, as opposed to now looking at it in a manner to say, well, we have theories, we have explanations, or to think even empirical science could inform it. So skepticism is still very popular, still one of the most important schools, and I'm glad I went through. We'll cover skepticism further and like David Hume and other thinkers. So you've been going a long time here, but so there's no shortcuts here. So you just got to do the hard work, pound through. It's been 5.5 hours. I still got a lot more to do. So these last two are shorter. So let me use the restroom real quick, pour a tea. I should finish my coffee, so be back in a second. Okay, so there's really no shortcuts here. So you got to do due diligence. We want to understand this stuff. It's long, it's tedious, it's a lot of work. So let's continue. And I'll mention that the multiple truth hypothesis is probably best understood as a theory within skepticism. And, because it's questioning everything, suspending judgment. Say, well, what is the truth? And you have to suspend judgment and say, well, I don't really know what the truth is. And so you have to devise a method for working with multiple possible hypotheses while you suspend judgment of which hypothesis is correct. Although you might be able to determine that one hypothesis is significantly more likely than the other one. So I'm glad I went through the extremely long, tedious work there for skepticism. Hopefully it's useful to at least a handful of people watching. So now we'll look at innateness, and you'll look from the ancients till today. We'll take some theories going back from the dispute between Plato and Aristotle and see how it plays out till modern times. And then we'll do the long-term effects of Platonism and metaphysics that has a lot to do with some of the stuff I talked about recently, like Brouwer, intuitionalism, Frege, and modern mathematics and science. And both of these are quite a bit shorter than the other ones, but still probably another 2 hours. So yeah, keep the strength. The reward is proportional to the effort, and you want to understand these things. Philosophy, you have to have a true love of wisdom to just really want to toil and work hard to understand these important topics. The historical controversies surrounding innateness. We are as we are, and we live and we do because the interplay between our inherent natures and the world around us. This much is uncontroversial, but one may wonder about the extent of the contributions of the two broad factors and about the nature of interactions. This is where the innateness controversy begins. In the history of philosophy and the focus of innateness debate has been On our intellectual lives, does our inherent nature include any ideas, concepts, categories, knowledge, principles, or do we start out with blank cognitive states, tabula rasa, and get all of our information and knowledge from perception? Nativists defend some variant of the first option, while empiricists lean towards the second. The modern ears, to modern ears, this sounds like a straightforward empirical question that can only be addressed scientifically. But even if we grant that the philosophical controversy was to some extent premature, like Greek speculations about the ultimate constituents of the world, it is important to understand that the question loomed large in philosophy not only because of its inherent interest, but primarily because of what followed or was thought to follow from the competing positions. The innateness question was taken as a linchpin in settling questions in morality, religion, epistemology, metaphysics, and so on. A survey of the philosophical career of innateness reveals that although it is not an easy doctrine to attack, it is a hard one to kill. Innateness has been in the philosophical limelight in two periods, each time flaring and then receding in the ancient world. It played a pivotal role in Plato's philosophy, but was excluded from the Aristotelian system that came to dominate subsequent philosophical thinking. In the 17th and 18th century, it was revived. It played an important role in Descartes' theory of knowledge. Locke mounted a sustained assault against it in the very beginning of his essay, and Leibniz produced a detailed rebuttal against Locke. But the Lockean empiricist approach carried the day, and innateness was written off as a backward and discredited view. 19th century Kantianism, although potentially friendlier to innateness, left it on the sidelines as philosophically irrelevant. Recently, however, prompted by Noam Chomsky's claim that finding in linguistics vindicate nativism against empiricism, innateness has made a strong comeback and is once again the subject of philosophical and scientific controversy. Okay, I appreciate this last Australian. You say that, yeah, you got to keep at it. Keep the... Okay. Prehistory. Empedocles and Anaxagoras. Even before the competing positions of innateness were delineated, reflective thinkers were drawn to one or the other pole of the controversy. We've already seen a precursor of the debate in the opposing theories of knowledge in the pre-Socratic philosophers Empedocles and Anaxagoras. The poetic Empedocles, who speculated that reality is the product of ever-recurring cycles of love and strife, held that sensation, perception, and even wisdom is a matter of knowing like by like. His rival Anaxagoras held that perception is by opposites. One way to read these obscure fragments is to see them as emblematic of two different ways of thinking about minds. For Empedocles, the mind is made for the world. Mind grasps reality because it is pretuned to the world and resonates with it. For Anaxagoras, the world has to impress itself upon us to shape our uninformed minds into its forms. The image of the world informing the knower becomes the tabula rasa of the 17th century empiricism. But there is another connection. Empedocles, with his cycles of love and strife, is unabashedly speculative. Anaxagoras, on the other hand, comes down to us as dry, clear-headed, having a common sense attitude. The difference in intellectual personality is reflective in the subsequent debate. Empedocles would be very much at home with the nativist rationalist philosophers and their rather dreamlike vision of the universe. As Bernard Williams has put it, the British empiricists are more likely to share Anaxagoras' commonsensical impatience with such flights of fancy. One latest parallel worth noting, well, we have these early figures in view of the very radical nature of Empedocles' nativism. The fragment can be read as saying that all our modes of understanding are somewhat mirrored in our makeup. Despite their very different philosophical commitments and interests, ancient, modern, contemporary nativists are all drawn to this totalistic version of the doctrine. It is not so much that they all defend this radical position, but they are at least attracted to it. The prevailing thought is that something about the nature of concepts, ideas, knowledge, per se, pushes us to the nativist position. Plato and the Aristotelian tradition. As with most philosophical matters, Plato is the first of the Western tradition to address the innateness question directly and to work out some of its broader implications. The issue first comes up in the Meno, where he puts forward the doctrine of anamnesis, which holds that all learning is recollection, that everything we will ever learn is already in us before we are taught. According to this view, perception and inquiry remind us of what is innate in us. In the dialogue, Socrates supports this view by showing that By simply asking an uneducated slave the right question, the slave can discover for himself a version of the Pythagorean theorem. Socrates does not elaborate the anamnesis claim as much as we would like. Among other things, it is not clear what counts as knowledge in this context, what exactly is innate, or how the innate interacts with perception and or inquiry to give rise to knowledge. Still, nativists have treated the slave episode in the Meno as a touchstone for their view. Platonism has at different times referred to the innateness doctrine. Apart from the interpretive problems just noted, the Meno has never been treated as a significant defense of nativism because it is too easy to doubt Socrates' claims that the slave has not been told the solution. Skeptics see Socrates' questioning as really implicitly feeding the slave the right answer. The upshot is that this demonstration has remained famous as a pedagogical tour de force, but not as a compelling defense for the doctrine of recollection. In a later dialogue, Phaedo, Socrates argues that the notion of equality involved in perceiving a pair of sticks as equal could not have its source in experience and therefore must be innate. Here the focus is not on knowledge per se, but on concept application, and Plato introduces the theory of forms as part of his explanation. We have an innate grasp of the form equality, and this grasp of the form is somehow involved in our perceiving sticks as equal. Here again, the case is less compelling for at least two reasons. First, it's hard to pin down exactly how the equality argument is supposed to go, and second, we are still not sure about the content of Plato's theory of forms. Despite the weakness in the arguments, Plato's discussions begin to put key nativist pieces into play. One could argue, following Whitehead's famous remark, that all the key elements in subsequent nativist theorizing are anticipated in Plato. Especially important is the form of argument, now termed the poverty of the stimulus argument. Some X must be innate because of the inadequacy of sensory experience, and the focus of mathematical knowledge and concepts. Though the innateness doctrine is, strictly speaking, a hypothesis about the cognitive development, it is attractive to Plato because it is of its deeper metaphysical and methodological consequences. The Meno innateness solves what is sometimes termed the paradox of inquiry. The paradox inquiry into the nature of X only makes sense if we don't know the nature of X, and we have a way to determine if a candidate account of X nature is correct. But if we don't know the nature of X, how are we supposed to determine whether a solution is correct? Plato's anamnesis solution sees inquiry as a kind of deep memory recall. The right answer to our question is already known within us. Inquiry, when successful, reminds us that answer in the same way that we are reminded of the name that goes with a face. Once that name is consciously brought to mind, we somehow know we have it. In this way, innateness provided a rationale for Socrates' philosophical practice. We once grasped the transcendent ideas that represent the real nature of things. The trace of the earlier understanding remains in our souls, waiting to be awakened by inquiry. So it makes sense to embark on a philosophical search for the nature of truth, justice, piety, courage, and so on. Given innateness, Socrates ultimately arrives at the doctrine of preexistence, that there is a stage of our existence before this life in which we came by our knowledge, and he goes on to use preexistence as an argument for the immortality of the soul. This connection between innateness and immortality prompts Socrates' deathbed discussion of innateness in the Phaedo, where the topic of discussion is the immateriality and immortality of the soul. Plato seems to be aware that the connection between nativism and immortality is tenuous, but the purported tie will haunt or edify depending on one's perspective nativism as it evolves in the modern period. Plato is the nativist, so one might have expected Aristotle to be the empiricist. They do disagree on innateness. By assigning Aristotle a place in the innateness controversy is complicated. Aristotelian thinking rejects Platonic nativism, in large part because it rejects Plato's poverty of the stimulus argument. The key here is the Aristotelian rejection of the theory of transcendent forms. For Aristotelians, the form of a thing is not a transcendent reality that the thing strives for and fails to reach, but is rather part and parcel of the thing itself. Material things are forms embodied in matter. For Aristotle, our grasp of the nature of forms or things is based on perception, which he understands as a process in which the form of things, the sensible as well as the intelligible form, is conveyed to the mind and the matter left behind. So there's no poverty of the stimulus to motivate the nativist account. Variations of the anti-nativist approach dominated European thought for 2 millennia, and Aristotle's more down-to-earth and less speculative approach to philosophy is reflected in 17th and 18th century empiricism. but it would obscure too many differences, especially in their views of perception and reason, to put Aristotle at the head of the empiricist line. The rationalist deployment of nativism, Descartes, and Leibniz. Intelligibility is at the heart of the revival of innateness doctrine of the modern period. From the very start of the Western tradition, it has been widely accepted that we not only sense the world, but we also make sense of it. That is not only sensible, but is also intelligible. Platonism explains intelligibility in terms of the innate forms that we are reminded of by sense experience. Aristotelianism explains intelligibility in terms of a richer theory of perception. It holds that we receive the intelligible nature of things from the things themselves. The scientific revolution of the 17th century, with its stress on the distinction between primary and secondary qualities, and the materialistic conception of the physical world, undercut the Aristotelian view of perception completely. The problem can be illustrated with a new account of vision. What happens when we see, according to the new scientific picture, is that light bouncing off an object carries a pattern of motion to the eye. These motions cause motions in the brain, and somehow conscious visual experiences result. How can we explain the richness of our conception of the world, given that only motion reaches the sense organs? There seems to be no natural way to incorporate the transmission of Aristotelian intelligible forms into this account, so the problem of intelligibility returns. In the second Meditations, Descartes exposes this gap between what the senses receive and what the mind knows and understands. Considering a piece of wax which presents itself to us as a contingent set of actual and possible sensory images, he asks how we come to understand it in the way that scientists must, as inherently colorless, odorless, persistent object with an underlying nature that is subject to mathematical laws. The answer for Descartes is that we have an abstract, non-sensory idea of physical objects. Sense perception makes it possible for us to fill out this abstract idea with the contingent details of our actual situation. But intelligibility, our most general understanding of the world, of physical objects, of space, of causality, of God, and so on, is grounded in these abstract ideas. But where do these general abstract ideas come from? Given the poverty of sense, nativism now seems an attentive answer. We must come into the world preloaded with the categories, concepts, principles, general ideas that will enable us to make sense of what we actually see here. Reason can mine this innate endowment to arrive at an a priori understanding of things. One can see the concept of innateness at work behind the scenes in Descartes' wax argument, but that passage is designed more to rid us of the idea that our deepest understanding of things comes from the senses that to defend innateness. It is in working out the implications of the wax discussion that we arrive at an innate abstract concept of spatial extension. Innateness is also at work, but again behind the scenes in the central argument of the Meditations that takes us from the fact that we have an idea of God to the existence of God outside of mind. This innate idea of an infinite being, God's signature, is in us. His creatures, as Descartes has it, is what makes it possible for us to know that there is a world beyond our thoughts and that our thoughts are not systematically mistaken. But in the discussions of Meditations 3, Descartes again does not feature the concept of innateness. When and how we've come by our idea of God is less to the point than that we have it and could not have constructed it from our thoughts about our own mind. What's more, that argument takes a given as a causal principle to the fact that the cause of an idea must have at least as great a degree of formal reality as the objective reality, or the degree of reality of the object content of the idea. The principle is arcane, and it's hard to imagine how Descartes could have explained its availability to the meditator except by claiming that it rests on clear and distinct insight into the nature of causality, which would presumably have to be given innately in both these arguments. As in most of his main works, Descartes does not address the concept of innateness head on. Part of the problem might be that it's not easy to integrate the claim that there are innate ideas or principles with Descartes' identification of mind and consciousness. What is innate is in the mind prior to experience. He suggests at one point that ideas may be in the mind innately in the way that gout may run in the family. To the extent that it is read as a propensity theory, it will come in for heavy criticism in the empiricist attack on innateness. Leibniz, the other important rationalist defender of innateness, elaborates the theory in a number of important ways in his new essays on human understanding. He famously challenges Locke's analogy of the mind as a blank state with competing images of the mind as a block of marble whose veins already mark out the shape of Hercules. The more significant point in his sharpening of the poverty of the stimulus claim, he argues that our experiences of the world is always of contingent particulars, but our knowledge can be general and sometimes necessary. Going back to the Meno example, the slave can see that the squares Socrates has scratched out in the dirt stand in a certain relation, but he ends up knowing that such a connection must hold of any possible sets of squares that meet Socrates' initial description that it holds, to use a phrase Leibniz introduced, in all possible worlds. Leibniz argues that rationality must involve more than induction from contingent experience. It must ultimately rely on innate ideas and principles that allows us to grasp not just how things happen to be, but also why they must be that way. Leibniz addresses the question of how the innateness doctrine needs to be integrated into a broader epistemology and theory of mind. Among his most important contributions in this area is the defense of unconscious mental states, the suggestion that not all of our innate endowment needs to be realized as unconscious ideas and thoughts, but might instead be procedural, inborn ways of thinking and reasoning, a clear distinction between something between being innate in us and being known innately, and the provocative idea also hinted at in Descartes that our innate endowment is not simply a grab bag of elements that God thought it would be good for us to start with, but is in some way a systematic reflection of our nature. For example, the fact that we are substances and can reflect our natures somehow provides us with the innate idea of substance. As Leibniz has it, we are innate to ourselves. Leibniz, like Plato, saw the innateness issue as being the most important point of disagreement between himself and Locke, and perhaps as the central issue in philosophy. He suspects that Locke's anti-nativism was an indirect attack on the immaterial soul, and therefore a challenge to the idea of the afterlife and immortality, and therefore a challenge to religion, to ethics, and to public order. Finally, we note that there are really two distinct but related Leibnizian philosophies. The foregoing presents Leibniz's attempt to mainstream his thought and contribute to the broader 17th century controversy over science, epistemology, and innateness. But there is another Leibniz that we find in his more speculative, more Empedoclean metaphysical writing, particularly the Monadology. Leibniz's goal there is to precisely, presciently, like the work of the contemporary string theorist, to look behind the scientific picture and lay out the still deeper ontological and metaphysical nature of reality. The relevant point for us is that the ultimate simple elements of the system, the individual monads, contain representations of the world beyond themselves, but these representations are not caused by the world. For Leibniz, world to mind causality is only an appearance. The reality is that each monad contains, as part of its essential nature, a preloaded set of representations of the world. The sequential unfolding or playing out of these representations can be thought of, in the case of minds, as a stream of consciousness, but the monads do not interact. Instead, the streams are coordinated by a pre-established divine harmony. Leibniz's analogy is a pair of synchronized clocks. The upshot of all this is that we arrive again at the radical conclusion that all thought and experience is innate. There can be no external origin for a mental element in Leibniz's monadology, and the same can be said for the metaphysics of Spinoza, the third of the great rationalists. Three nativist thinkers we have so far discussed also happen to be rationalists, that is, they hold that reason allows us to go beyond experience and to arrive at a more profound grasp of the world. There is a natural affinity between nativism and rationalism, but it needs to be stressed that despite the tendency to identify the two, they're different. Nativism is about initial conditions of our mental life. Rationalism is about the character of what we can know. Nativism is a supporting element in these larger rationalist philosophies, but this raises a question that prospective critics of 17th century rationalism ask: even if it were granted that there are innate concepts and principles, how can they support rationalism unless we know independently that they are correct? Otherwise, we have no warrant to hold that these innate materials reveal the ultimate nature of the world, let alone all possible worlds. It is tempting to think that the 17th century response would be to add the premise that such innate ideas and principles are God-given and God would not deceive us, but this reply is inadequate. First, it is hard to avoid the charge of circularity, but second is also dogmatic about God's plans. How do we know, as one critic put it, that the purported innate materials we start off with are not meant to be burnt away by experience? In the matter of the natural wild growth of soil before it is cultivated. As it happens, the rationalist can resist the temptation to invoke God and avoid the dead end to which it leads. For Descartes, the presence in us of innate materials is, of course, a contingent fact, but the warrant for the deeper truths we derive from what is innate does not involve any premises about their origin. It is because we have innate ideas that we can think of mind and extension in the abstract way we do, but the principle that matters extension cannot think in an a priori truth according to Descartes because we can see clearly and distinctly that it holds. Clarity and distinctiveness are a criterion of truth, raises its own difficulties, but the difficulties are not the obvious and devastating ones raised above. Once we disentangle nativism from rationalism, we can look back and identify the non-nativist rationalist elements in Aristotle and see rationalist elements in the empiricist and arch anti-nativist Locke. Both present us with forms of rationalism without nativism. By the same light, contemporary nativists inspired by Chomsky's linguistics, nativisms are empathetically anti-rationalist. Hey, Mr. Boston, good to see you. Empiricism and the attack on nativism, Locke and Hume. The modern debate about innateness really begins with Locke's polemic against innate principles and innate ideas in the opening chapter of his essays concerning the human understanding, which happens to also be the founding document of modern empiricism. The point of the polemic is to delegitimize the innateness as a candidate explanation of our knowledge and understanding, and to thereby leave the field to the empiricist account that is developed in the rest of the essay. The thrust of Locke's argument is twofold. First, that the facts nativists cite in favor of their views are not facts at all. Second, that even if the facts were granted for the sake of argument, empiricist accounts are preferable because they are simpler. The simplicity resides in the fact that both parties accept a role for experience and knowledge acquisition. Empiricists presume there is only experience. Nativists think that there is experience plus innate principles and ideas. If we can account for knowledge without innate ideas, principles, and so on, the empiricist wins. Given the logic of the situation as Locke understands it, the whole polemic negative attack on innateness is almost besides the point. The real epistemological prize he is after can only be won by providing a satisfactory positive innateness-free account and how knowledge is produced from experience. But Locke is probably right in thinking that his empirical doctrine will be more convincing if there is no nativist alternative to challenge them. Why, according to Locke, is nativism not only unnecessary but illegitimate? One prominent theme is that if there were innate principles in the mind, his example is whatsoever is, we would be aware of them, and they would therefore be universally assented to. But he argues children and idiots cannot even make sense of such claims, let alone assent to them. He goes on to argue that various fallback positions, assent when they understand, assent when they begin to reason, capacity to assent under appropriate conditions, all reduce the claim to a sort of triviality. The upshot is that innateness is either a real alternative to empiricism, but obviously false or trivially true and not incompatible with empiricism. Underlying much of Locke's attack on the Cartesian view that to claim something is in the mind innately or not is to give it a place in our conscious awareness. Leibniz's bold hypothesis of non-conscious mental states would, if successful, sweep away most of Locke's arguments against innateness, but we need to keep in mind that the polemics in the essay, though they were historically influential, are almost a sideshow. The real issue is whether the empiricist can construct a satisfactory account of human knowledge without adverting to any innate ideas and principles. To meet this challenge, Locke, and to even greater extent Hume, offered what may be termed adequacy of the stimulus counterarguments. Locke constructs the theory of experience, perception, and reflection as the source of all our ideas, stretches an account of the mental faculties that can be brought to bear on these ideas, and applies these materials to our ideas of infinity, number, space, substance, air, our understanding of general principles of causality, and so on. These were the abstract ideas and the principles that rationalists had claimed could not be derived from perceptual experience. Locke wants to demonstrate that such ideas and principles can be acquired without the need for any innate preceding. Locke believes that the key to intelligibility and understanding lies in a proper appreciation of what our faculty of reason can accomplish when we set to work on the ideas received in our experience. In considering Locke's execution of this plan in the essay, we discover a trend that grows stronger in subsequent empiricist thinkers like Hume and his 19th and 20th century successors. One can be easily misled into thinking that there was a general agreement on both sides of this controversy about the explanandum we can call that our understanding or simply the intelligibility of the world. The innateness controversy would then be about which theory can provide the best explanation of the agreed upon understanding. But this positivistic paradigm of the dynamics of theory selection does not fit the real debate. A Kuhnian perspective is closer to the truth. Empiricists inevitably reconfigured the explanandum. Some elements of the original explanandum were to be better explained by the empiricist account, but a good deal of it was to be explained away as rationalist overreaching. Our early examples of Descartes' a priori claim that matter cannot think is a case in point. Locke's system was criticized for not being able to exclude the possibility of thinking matter, but for Locke, that possibility was not excludable, despite Descartes' clear and distinct perception to the contrary. So Locke does not accept the explanatory burden of providing an empiricist account of how it is that understanding grasps the falsity of materialism and that the truth of the dualism. Our knowledge of this world does not extend so far as the rationalist thinks, and the true explanatory burden is therefore lighter than the rationalist makes it out to be. This pattern of explaining away reaches its culmination in Hume, who sees more clearly than Locke that the fact that the mind can make the world intelligible is itself a philosophical presumption that needs to be explained away. Hume replaces it with a naturalistic account of how we track the way the world appears to us and collate the results to guide us in the future. Our understanding of the world in Hume's philosophy is then out into something the rationalists would not count as understanding at all. His conception of human reason is, appropriately enough, a pale shadow of their reason. The doctrinally pure empiricism that we find in Hume also contains a surprising twist for the innateness doctrine. The alternative to innateness, at least for Locke's shorthand form, is that ideas come via the senses from the world outside us, but it can be argued that Hume's empiricism has no room for thinking of a world outside of us, and certainly not for ideas as copies of properties of things or as caused by things in the world, a point also stressed by the other prominent British empiricist, Bishop Berkeley. Hume, perhaps a bit tongue-in-cheek, tells us that the innateness debate is totally wrong-headed and that he sees that all our impressions are innate and that they are originally to the mind. Along these lines, one can argue that for Hume, innateness is a red herring. What matters to empiricism is not the history of ideas in the mind and the before and after, but the nature of those ideas. Specifically, what foundationally important for Humean empiricism is not anti-nativism, but what we might call experientialism, the thesis that all of our ideas are representations of particular sensory states. We can summarize this and say that they must be copies of experiences, but for Hume, it has no philosophical import if we one day learn how to tinker with a fetus to produce in its mind an innate representation of the taste of chocolate. What counts is that the idea produced be experiential in the right state. For Hume, we will never be able to tinker away to produce an abstract idea of causal power because there is no such idea. All ideas are experiential or constructs of such. These points, I think, can explain why Hume is so cavalier about the famous missing shade of blue that seems to not be copied from experience because it's still an experiential idea. The Kantian turn. Kant is usually given short shrift in discussions in the history of nativism, empiricism, controversy. He is certainly not an empiricist. He sees it, his philosophy, as a response to the challenges of Hume empiricism. Nevertheless, he is critical of rationalist versions of the innateness doctrine at every turn. In my view, Kant is a nativist. The reason for the anomalies is that he is much more than a nativist and assigns a very different role to what is innate in us and the role assigned by his rationalist predecessors. The more here is Kant's distinctive approach to metaphysics and epistemology, his transcendental idealism. Hume had argued that since knowledge is based on experience, our knowledge of the world could not go beyond registering and mining regularities in the experience. The prospect of what Kant calls synthetic a priori knowledge, of an understanding of the necessary structuring principles of reality, was beyond us. Kant takes it as a given that we have such knowledge and sets out to construct a system that explains how such knowledge is possible. In response to Hume's challenges to argue that the distinctive structure of experience is a function of our nature, we impose regularities. If these regularities are recognized as our contribution, we can understand the structuring principle that are at work. We can make sense of the actuality of synthetic a priori knowledge, but the price we pay is that this is knowledge of the world of appearances, not about things as they are in themselves. Kant divides these ordered principles into the forms of sensible intuition, and the categories. Space and time are pre-experiential ordering principles that give us sense experience of a spatial and temporal world. The categories play a parallel role for the understanding through the category of causality. For example, if we impose causal structure on the events that we perceive, this imposed structure allows us to move from the subjectivity of the successive sensations to experience of an objective world. Consider an analogy. The pixel structure of every picture that a digital camera takes is the result of an ordering principle imposed on every photograph by the nature of the camera. The pixel structure of the representation does not capture a feature of the camera-independent reality. Similarly, the spatial, temporality, and categorical structure of our experience is not a feature of a mind-independent reality. Kant's main complaint against rationalist nativism was that it is accepted that the innate had to correspond to an independent reality, but it could not explain how we could establish such a correspondence or use it to account for the full range of our knowledge. In this, it failed to meet Hume's challenge. Kant finds the position guilty of a number of related fatal errors. Warrant: how can we establish that innate principles are true of the world? In the Prolegomena, he criticizes the innateness doctrine of his contemporary Crucius because even if a benevolent, non-deceiving God was the source of innate principles, we have no way to reliably determine which candidate principles are innate and which may pass as such for some. Psychologism. At times, Kant seems to suggest that psychologism of rationalist nativism is itself a problem that makes it impossible to explain how we can get knowledge of objective necessary connections as opposed to subjective necessities. Modal concepts. Callanan reads Kant as offering a Hume-style argument that rationalist nativism cannot explain how we could come to have a concept of objective necessity if all we had were innate psychological principles. The root problem of rationalist nativism, as seen through the lens of Kant's transcendental idealism, is that it needs to say more than that something, a framework of concepts, ideas, principles is innate in us. It needs to say that it is only in us. It must acknowledge that we create the structures that we find in our experience. The problem of rationalist nativism all arises from trying to get in from the mind structuring of the world's inherent structure. Once we drop the idea that we are aiming for the world's inherent mind-independent structure, the problem should dissolve. From Plato to Kant, nativism was supposed to serve realism, whatever the vision of reality was. Forms for Plato, matter in the mind for Descartes. Our grasp of the reality was possible because we were provided with a map to that reality before we set out. Kant rejects the realist aspirations of this tradition. For him, we can never understand the ultimate nature of things as they are in themselves. Our theoretical knowledge can only go so deep as the structure we impose. The only necessity we can grasp is the one we have spontaneously made. We've discussed Kant's main complaint about the nativist tradition, at least as a reply to the empiricist challenge, but he also argues that we have no innate representations of space or time or causality or of any of the ordering principles we impose a priori. To return to our earlier analogy, the initial state of the camera includes no pictures representations of the innate abstract pixel structure that the camera imposes, but unlike the camera, we can acquire representations of these ordering constraints, these Kant's terms, pure a priori ideas of spacetime, of causality, of substance, and so on. These pure a priori ideas play a crucial role in our understanding of how knowledge of mathematics and metaphysics and natural science is possible. In this respect, Kant agrees with Locke that there are no innate principles or ideas to be found in us. Both hold that all our ideas have their origin in experience, but Locke thinks that we build these ideas by abstracting from experience and recombining abstracted elements. Kant hold that such representations or ideas cannot be abstracted from experience. They must be the product of careful reflection on the nature of experience. The camera analogy can help highlight an important shift. Imagine that a camera is damaged and the resolution in part of the screen is diminished. The newly acquired constraint will be reflected in every subsequent photo, and this low resolution element would be an a priori feature of each photo. It would be a contribution of the representation structure of the camera, not of the scene. The point is that the key feature of Kant's framework element is the role they play in structuring experience, not whether they are present as part of the initial condition. In principle, acquired changes could play this role. In this respect, Kant shifted the epistemological focus away from the generic question of origins to the question about sources of warrant. It could be argued that this shift moved innateness to the periphery of the philosophical concern until its 20th century revival. The temporary triumph of anti-nativism. In terms of the historical contest, empiricism emerged triumphant, and as inevitably happens in such victories, anti-nativism triumphed over nativism. The doctrine of innate ideas came to be seen as backward and unscientific, and as inextricably tied to discredited metaphysical and theological doctrines, and is therefore incompatible with a naturalistic approach to human nature. Empiricism developed very much along Humean lines and with Anaxagoras' anti-speculative hard-headedness. The 20th century logical positivism and logical empiricists agreed with Hume that we have no a priori knowledge about the intelligible structure of the world. A priori knowledge is only possible in the formal sciences, and this is so only because our knowledge is ultimately about the structure of our concepts and our language. Others follow Quine, have gone a step further and followed John Stuart Mill lead in rejecting all claims to knowledge of a priori necessary truth. For Quine, only our sensory evidence ultimately warrants the claim that 2 plus 2 equals 4. On other views, once we get straight about the true nature of the extent of our knowledge, nativism turns out to be unnecessary extravagance. Even without its 17th century metaphysical and theological baggage, the nativist view and the entire controversy surrounding it came to be seen as born in conceptual confusion about the proper task of the theory of knowledge. Real philosophical questions about the nature of our ideas and about the structure and justification of our knowledge, nativism deflects attention from these issues and distracts us with empirical claims about the genesis of ideas and beliefs. Kantianism, the main 19th century alternative to the empiricist project, presses many of these ideas. The modern scientific temperament was influenced by both of these approaches and eventually to be identified with empiricism. We learn about the world only from our perceptual encounter with it. Nothing is revealed to us beforehand, so innateness was triply condemned. It was born of superstitious religious thinking, it is empirically false, and it is philosophically besides the point. Conclusion: choosing sides. Although the battleground for the historical controversy over innateness was epistemology, if we were to take one step back, we see that the rationalist defense of the doctrine is part of a broader set of metaphysical, theological, and ethical commitments. Different nativists would highlight different elements, but the underlying picture of human nature that emerges from the nativist side of the historical debate is something like this. We human beings, distinct from all other created things, are not fully in of this material world. We are guided in our thoughts and actions by a special gift from our Creator, who has seen fit to implant in our souls the deeper truth of the nature of the world and special guidance about how we are to act in it. We must discover this inner truth and adhere to it in the face of the often distracting course of our experience. Looking at Locke as the voice for the other side of the controversy, we find a very different set of motivation. Nativism makes understanding seem too much like inherited wealth. It suggests that without our innate legacy, we would not have the resources to understand the world we live in. To this extent, nativism stands against the ethos of individual initiative. It can also be too easily abused as a tool of intellectual authoritarianism, because those who are not up to the task of uncovering those rarefied innate truths must take their lead from those who are. For the empiricist, this is an invitation to superstition, obscurity, and abuse. The empiricist does not see our understanding in any way given to us as a gift. It is the product of our individual labor. God has given all of us the general ability to reason, and this includes the ability to acquire knowledge from experience. It is our job to exercise that ability. We fully own our knowledge. We collect the raw materials and add our mental labor to create it. Locke is more drawn to the dignity of the worker than to the status of the aristocrat who has received a special inherited honor. The factors that drove Locke's rejection of nativism ultimately led in no small part through Hume's philosophy to the now dominant naturalistic picture of human beings. On this picture, we humans are material beings continuous with the rest of the natural world. We have no divine element in our nature and no divine guidance to help us along, and no recourse but to build our understanding of the world on our experience. But I close with 2 points about these developments. The first has to do with Locke, or our arch anti-nativist, and that he would have been horrified at what his empiricism has wrought. The underlying rationalist picture I sketched 2 paragraphs back is a picture that Locke would, with some small reservations, have accepted. He was a dualist and a theist. He believed in an afterlife, and he saw our God-given faculty of reason as capable of discovering the most important truths about our world and our lives, the existence of God and the nature of our own moral duties. The second point is that even though our contemporary naturalism was inspired by anti-nativist empiricism, it is seen a revival of nativist thinking. The turning point in this revival, Chomsky's work in linguistics, is an area set apart from the concerns that energized the historical controversy over innateness. but contemporary researchers in cognitive development, genetics, and evolutionary psychology, and other fields that extended Chomsky's nativist thinking to the very concepts and principles that were at the heart of the historical debate: God, morality, personhood, mind, causality, mathematics, basic ontology. So we see as a general trend in all of these that a lot of these ideas bounce back and forth and become part of the other school, so like nativism now, so Locke's anti-nativism, even though he was a deist, leads to kind of the modern materialistic atheism, and now the modern materialistic atheism through biological genetics reincorporates nativism. So there's a lot of interesting, doing the due diligence of the historical recourse is very interesting to discover some of these things. So let's do the last one, Platonism and metaphysics. The innateness was more the psychology, the soul, and the Platonism and metaphysics more looking at external concepts of things like mathematics and logic. So let me just say Kriya Shema. Okay, last stretch. Get another hour going here. Okay, Platonism in metaphysics. Platonism is the view that there exists such things as abstract ideas, where an abstract object is an object that does not exist in space and time, and which is therefore entirely non-physical and non-mental. Platonism, in this sense, is a contemporary view. It is obviously related to the views of Plato in important ways, but is not entirely clear that Plato endorsed this view, and it is as it is defined here. In order to remain neutral on this question, the term Platonism is spelled with a lowercase p. The more important figure in the development of modern Platonism is Gottlieb Frege. The view has also been endorsed by many others, including Kurt Gödel, Bertrand Russell, and Quine. Section 1 will describe the contemporary Platonist view in detail. Section 2 will describe the alternatives to Platonism, namely conceptualism, nominalism, immanent realism, and Mainoganism. Section 3 will develop and assess the first important argument in favor of Platonism, namely the one over many argument. Section 4 will develop and assess the second argument for Platonism, namely the singular term assessment. This argument emerged much later than the one over many argument, but as we will see, it is widely thought to be the more powerful. Finally, Section 5 will develop and assess the most important argument against Platonism, namely the epistemological argument. Okay, so let's make sure the sound is working. Okay, here we go. What is Platonism? Platonism is a view that there exists abstract, that is non-spatial temporal objects, because the abstract objects are wholly non-spatial temporal. It follows that they are also entirely non-physical. They do not exist in the physical world and are not made of physical stuff and non-mental. They are not minds or ideas in minds. They are not disembodied souls or gods, anything else along these lines. In addition, they are unchanging and entirely causally inert. That is, they cannot be involved in cause and effect relationships with other objects. All of this might be somewhat perplexing, for with all of these statements about what abstract objects are not, it might be unclear what they are. It is not a physical object. It is a wholly non-physical, non-mental, and causally inert, and does not exist in space or time. One might put this metaphorically by saying that on a Platonist view, numbers exist in Platonic heaven. But we should not infer from this that according to the Platonists, numbers exist in place. They do not, for the concept of place is a physical spatial concept. It is more accurate to say that the Platonist view numbers exist independently of us in our thoughts, but do not exist in space and time. Similarly, many philosophers take a Platonist view of properties. The property itself also exists according to Platonists. This property is an abstract object. Indeed, Even when there are no instances of property in reality, Platonists will typically maintain that the property itself exists. This isn't to say that Platonists are committed to the thesis that there is a property corresponding to every predicate in the English language. The point is simply that in typical cases, there will be a property. The only difference is that our physical world, the one property happens to be instantiated, whereas the other does not. In fact, Platonists extend this position here even further, for on their view, properties are just a special case of a much broader category, namely the category of universals. But according to this sort of Platonism, properties are not the only universals. There are other kinds of universals as well, most notably relations. Finally, some of the philosophers claim that propositions are abstract objects. One way to think of propositions is the meaning of a sentence. Alternatively, we can say that a proposition is that which is expressed by a sentence on a particular occasion of use. There are many different Platonist conceptions of propositions. For instance, Frege held that propositions are composed of senses of words, whereas Russell at one point held that propositions are composed of properties, relations, and objects. Others hold that propositions do not have significant internal structure. The differences between these views will not matter for our purposes. It might seem odd to say that Russellian propositions are abstract objects. It does not seem that the Russellian proposition is completely non-spatial temporal. Nevertheless, philosophers typically lump these together with abstract objects, and it's not just Russellian propositions. Similar remarks can be made about various other kinds of objects. This seems to be a hybrid object of some kind as well. Because it has concrete objects as its members, it's still a set, and on the standard view, sets are abstract objects. If we wanted to be really precise, it would probably be best to have another term for such objects, hybrid object or impure abstract object. But again, this isn't how philosophers typically talk. They usually just treat these things as abstract objects. None of this will matter very much in what follows, however, because this essay is almost entirely concerned with what might be called pure abstract objects that are completely non-spatial temporal. Numbers, propositions, and universals, properties, and relations are not the only things that people have taken to be abstract objects. As we will see below, people have also endorsed Platonic views in connection with linguistic objects, most notably sentences, possible worlds, logical objects, and fictional characters. And it is important to note here that one can be a Platonist about some of these things without being a Platonist about the others. One might be a Platonist about numbers and propositions, but not properties or fictional characters. Of course, Platonism about any of these kinds of objects is controversial. Many philosophers do not believe in abstract objects at all. The alternatives to Platonism will be discussed in section 2, but it's worth noting here that the primary argument that Platonists give for their view is that, according to them, there are good arguments against all the other views. That is, Platonists think that we have to believe in abstract objects because there are good reasons for thinking that things like numbers in universals exist, and the only tenable view of these things is that they are abstract objects. We will consider these arguments in detail below. A taxonomy of positions. There are not very many alternatives to Platonism. One can reject the existence of things like numbers and universals altogether, or one can maintain that there do not exist such things as number and universals. Instead of saying that they are abstract objects, one can say that they are mental objects of some sort. Usually the claim is that they are ideas in our heads or physical objects of some sort. Thus, the four mainstream views here are as follows, and keep in mind that anti-Platonists can pursue different strategies with respect to different kinds of alleged abstract objects, taking one view of, say, numbers and another view of properties or propositions. Platonism, the view described in section 1. Immanent realism. Immanent realism, advocates of this view agree with Platonists that there do exist such things as mathematical objects or universals or whatever category alleged abstract objects we're talking about, and that these things are independent of us and our thinking. But immanent realists differ from Platonists in holding that these objects exist in the physical world. Depending on the kind of object under discussion, whether we're talking about mathematical objects or properties or what have you, the details of this view will be worked out differently. In connection with properties, the standard immanent realist view is that properties like redness exist only in the physical world, in particular in actual red things, as non-spatial parts or aspects of those things. This view traces back to Aristotle. In connection with numbers, One strategy is to take numbers to be universals of some sort. One might take them to be properties of piles of physical objects, but views of this kind have not been very influential to the philosophy of mathematics. A more prominent strategy for taking numbers talk to be about physical world is to take it to be about actual piles of physical objects rather than properties of piles. Thus, on this view, arithmetic is just a very general natural science. A view of this sort was developed by John Stuart Mill, 1843, and more recently, a similar view has been defended by Philip Kitcher. It should be noted, however, that while there are certainly physicalist themes running through the views of Mill and Kitcher, it is not clear that either of them should be interpreted as immanent realist. Kitcher is probably best classified as a kind of anti-realist, and it is not entirely clear how Mill ought to be classified relative to our taxonomy, because it's not clear how we would answer the question, are there numbers, and if so, what are they? Finally, Penelope Maddy has also developed a sort of immanent realism view of mathematics, concentrating mainly on set theory. Maddy maintains that sets of physical objects are located in space and time, right where their numbers are located, but Maddian sets cannot be identified with the physical matter that constitutes their members. On Maddian's view, corresponding to every physical object, there is a huge infinity of sets, the set containing the given object and the set containing the set, and so on. They're all distinct from one another, but which all share the same matter and the same spatial temporal location. Thus, on this view, there is more to a set than the physical stuff that make up its members, and so Maddy might be better interpreted as endorsing a non-standard version of Platonism. Conceptualism, also called psychologism and mentalism, depending on the sort of objects under discussion. This is the view that there does not exist numbers or properties or propositions or whatever, but that they do not exist independently of us. Instead, they are mental objects. In particular, the claim is usually that they are something like ideas in our head, and we will see below this view has serious problems, and not very many people endorse it. Nonetheless, it has long had periods of popularity in the history of philosophy. It is very often thought that Locke held a conceptualist view of universals, and prior to the 20th century, this was the standard view of concepts and propositions. In the philosophy of mathematics, psychologistic views were popular in the late 19th century, the most notable proponent being the early Husserl, and even in the first part of the 20th century, with the advent of psychologistic intuitionalism, Brouwer and Hayting. Finally, Noam Chomsky had endorsed a mentalistic view of sentences and other linguistic objects, and he has been followed here by others, most notably Fodor. It should be noted here that one can claim that the existence of numbers or propositions or whatever is dependent on us humans without endorsing a psychologistic view of the relevant entities, for one can combine this claim with the idea that objects in question are abstract objects. In other words, one might claim, and some have claimed, that numbers, propositions, or whatever are mind-dependent abstract objects, objects that exist outside of the mind and outside of space and time, but which only came into being because of their activities of human beings. Nominalism, also called anti-realism. This is the view that there is no such thing as numbers or universals, or whatever sort of alleged abstract objects are under discussion. Thus, for instance, a nominalist about properties would say that while there are such things as red balls and red houses, there's no such thing as the property of redness over and above the red balls and red houses. As we'll see below, there are many different versions of each kind of nominalism, but for now, we don't need anything more than the general formulation of this view. Sometimes nominalism is used to denote the view that there is no such thing as abstract objects. On this usage, nominalism is synonymous with anti-Platonism, and views like immanent realism count as versions of nominalism. In contrast to the usage employed in this essay, nominalism is essentially synonymous with anti-realism, and so views like immanent realism will not count as versions of nominalism here. Prima facie, it might seem that nominalism or anti-realism is further from the Platonist view than immanent realism and conceptualism, are for the simple reason that the latter two views admit that there do exist such things as numbers or universals or whatever. It is important to note, however, that nominalists agree with Platonists on an important point that immanent realists and conceptualists reject. In particular, nominalists agree with Platonists, endorse the following thesis. If there were such things as numbers or universals or whatever sort of alleged abstract objects we're talking about, then they would be abstract objects That is, they would be non-spatial, temporal, non-physical, and non-mental. This is an extremely important point because it turns out that there are some very compelling arguments which we will discuss in favor of this thesis. As a result, there are very few advocates of immanent realism and conceptualism, especially in connection with mathematical objects and propositions. This is a widespread agreement about what numbers and propositions would be if there were such things, namely abstract objects, but very little agreement about whether there do exist such things. Thus, today, the controversial question here is a purely ontological one. Are there any such things as abstract objects, mathematical objects, propositions, and so on? It is worth noting that while there are only four mainstream views here, Platonism, immanent realism, conceptualism, and nominalism, a fifth view deserves mention, namely Menonganism. On this view, every singular term picks out an object that has some sort of being that subsists or that is in some sense, but only some of these objects have full-blown existence. According to Menonganism, sentences that Platonists take to be about abstract objects express truths about objects that don't exist. Menonganism has almost universally rejected by philosophers. The standard argument against it is that it does not provide a view that is clearly distinct from Platonism and merely creates the illusion of a different view by altering the meaning of the term exist. The idea here is that on the standard meaning of exist, any object that has any being at all, and so according to standard usage, Menonganism entails that numbers and universals exist, but this view clearly doesn't take such things to exist in space-time, and so the argument concludes Menonganism entails that numbers and universals are abstract objects, just as Platonism does. It is worth noting, however, that while Menonganism has mostly been rejected, it does not have some more contemporary advocates. It does have some more contemporary advocates. The one over many argument. There are two mainstream arguments for Platonism. The first, which goes back to Plato, is an argument for the existence of properties and relations only. This is the one over many argument. The second is also present in some of the work, in some sense in the works of Plato, at least in some readings of these work, but its first modern formulation, and certainly the first clear formulation, was given by Frege. I will call this the singular term argument, and unlike the one over many, it can be used in connection with all the different kinds of abstract objects, numbers, property, propositions, and so on. In the present section, we will only discuss the one over many argument. In the next section, we will discuss the singular term argument. The one over many argument can be formulated as follows. I have in front of me three red objects. These objects resemble one another, therefore they have something in common. What they have in common is clearly a property, namely redness, therefore redness exists. We can think of this argument as inference to the best explanation. There is a fact that requires explanation, namely that three objects resemble each other. The explanation is that they all possess a singular property, namely redness. Thus, Platonists argue if there's no other explanation of this fact, the fact of resemblance, that is good as the explanation, the one that appeals to properties, then we are justified in believing in properties. Notice that, as the argument has been stated here, it is not an argument for a Platonistic view of properties. It is an argument for the thesis that properties exist, but not for the thesis that properties are abstract objects. Thus, in order to use this argument to motivate Platonism, one would need to supplement it with some reason for thinking that the properties in question here could not be ideas in our heads or immanent properties existing in particular physical objects. There are a number of arguments that one might use here, and later we will discuss some of these, but there is no need to pursue this here because there is good reason to think that the one over many argument doesn't succeed anyways, that it does not provide a good reason for believing in properties of any sort. In other words, the one over many argument fails to refute nominalism about properties. Before proceeding, it is worth pointing out that the one over many argument described above can be simplified. As Michael David points out, the appeal to resemblance or to multiple things having a given property is a red herring. The real challenge is for the nominalist to explain simple predicative facts without appealing to properties. More generally, the need to show how we can account for the truth of sentences of the form A is F without appealing to the property of Fness. This is the very well-known nominalist response to the one over many argument. The heart of the response is captured by the following remark by Quine, that the house and roses and sunsets are all of them red may be taken as the ultimate and irreducible, and it may be held that the Platonist is no better off in point of real explanatory power, for all the occult entities which he posits under such names as redness. There are two different ideas here. First, that the nominalist can respond to the one over many with an appeal to irreducible facts or brute facts. The second is that the Platonists are no better off than such brute fact nominalists in terms of real explanatory power. Now, Quine didn't say very much about these two ideas, but both ideas have been developed by Devitt, whose exposition we follow here. The challenge to nominalists is to provide an explanation of the facts of a certain kind, namely predicative facts expressed by sentences of the form A is F, the fact that a given ball is red. Now, whenever we have challenged to provide an explanation of the fact or alleged fact, we have a number of options. The most obvious response is simply to provide the requested explanation, but we can also argue that the alleged fact isn't really a fact at all. Or third, we can argue that the fact in question is a brute fact, a fact that does not have an explanation. Now, in the present case, nominalists cannot claim that all predicative facts are brute facts because it is clear that we can explain at least some facts of this sort. For instance, it seems that the fact that a given ball is red could be explained very easily by saying that it is red because it reflects light in such and such a way, and that it reflects light in this way because its surface is structured and thus in so manner. So nominalists should not claim that all predicative facts are brute facts, but as Devitt points out, there's a more subtle way to appeal to bruteness here, and if Quinean nominalists make use of this, they can block the one over many argument. The Quine-Devitt response to the one over many begins with the claim that we can account for the fact the ball is red without appealing to the property of redness by simply using whatever explanation scientists give of the fact. Now, by itself, this explanation will not satisfy advocates of the one over many argument. If we explain the fact that the ball is red by pointing out its surface is structured in some specific way, then advocates of the one over many argument will say that we have only moved the problem back a step, because nominalists will now have to account for the fact that the ball's surface is structured in a given way, and they will have to do this without appealing to the property of being structured in the given way. More generally, the point is this: it is, of course, true that nominalists are asked to account for the fact that some object A is F without appealing to the property of Fness. They can do this by pointing out that A is G and all F's are G's. This is some sort of explanation they will get if they borrow their explanation from scientists, but such explanations only move the problem back a step, for they leave us with the task of having to explain the fact that A is G, and if we want to endorse nominalism, we will have to go to this without appealing to the property of genus. This is where the appeal to bruteness comes in. Nominalists can say that we can keep giving explanations of the above sort, explanations of the sort A is F because it is G, or because its parts are G's, H, and I's, or whatever, for as long as we want. And when explanation of the sort cannot be given, no explanation at all can be given. The thought here is that at this point, we have arrived at a fundamental facts that do not admit of explanation, facts about the basic physical natures of elementary particles. When we arrive at facts like this, we will say there's no reason why these particles are this way, they just are. This gives us a way of understanding how nominalists can plausibly use an appeal to bruteness to respond to the one over many argument. But the appeal to bruteness is only half the Quinean remark quoted above. What about the other half, the part about the Platonists being no better off than the brute fact nominalist in terms of real explanatory power? To appreciate this claim, let us suppose that we have arrived at the bottom level fact that Quinean nominalists take to be a brute fact. Advocates of the one over many would say that their view is superior to Quinean nominalism because they can provide an explanation of the fact in question. Thus, to use Quine's words, it seems that advocates of the one over many are no better off in point of real explanatory power than brute fact nominalists are. The Quinean response to the one over many argument is often couched in terms of a criterion of ontological commitment. A criterion of ontological commitment is a principle that tells us we are committed to believing an object of a certain kind in virtue of having assented to certain sentences. What the above response to the one over many suggests is that we are ontologically committed not by predicates, but by singular terms. A singular term is just a denoting phrase, an expression that purports to refer to a specific object. Certain uses of pronouns, and some use definite descriptions. More specifically, the idea here seems to be this: if you think that a sentence of the form A is F is true, then you have to accept the existence of the object A, but you do not have to accept the existence of the property of Fness. 3 points need to be made here. First, the above criterion needs to be generalized so that it covers the use of singular terms in other kinds of sentences. Sentences of the form A is R related to B. Second, on the standard view, we are ontologically committed not just by singular terms, but also by existential statements, by sentences like there are some F's, there are at least one F, and so on. The standard view here is that if you think that a sentence like this is true, then you're committed to believing the existence of some F's or at least one F, but you do not have to believe in Fness. Quine actually thought that we are committed only by existential claims and not by singular terms, but this is not a widely held view. Third and finally, it is usually held that we are ontologically committed by singular terms and existential expressions or existential quantifiers only when they appear in sentences that we think are literally true, and only when we think the singular term or existential quantifier in question can't be paraphrased away. We can summarize by saying that the standard view of ontological commitment is as follows. Criterion of ontological commitment. We are ontologically committed by the singular terms that can't be paraphrased away in the simple sentences that we take to be literally true, and we are ontologically committed by the existential quantifiers that can't be paraphrased away in the existential sentences that we take to be literally true. But we are not committed to the predicates of all such sentences. For instance, if we believe that a sentence of the form A is F is literally true, and if we think that it cannot be paraphrased into some other sentence that avoids reference to A, then we are committed to believing in the object A, but not the property of Fness. And likewise, if we assent to a sentence of the form A is R related to B, then we are committed to believing in the objects A and B, but not the relation R. And if we assent to the sentence of the form there is an F, then we are committed to believing in an object that is F, but we are not committed to the property of Fness. The one over many argument is now widely considered to be a bad argument. Ironically, though, the above criterion of ontological commitment, which Quinean nominalists appeal to in responding to the one over many argument, is one of the central premises in what now thought to be the best argument of Platonism. We will call this argument the singular term argument, although one might just as well call it the sucker punch on the Quinean nominalist argument. For as we will see, the strategy is to accept the above criterion of ontological commitment and turn it against the Quinean nominalist. Yeah, definitely a blessing to study Plato in your teens. God bless. More Plato, the better. The singular term argument. The general argument strategy here has the root in the works of Plato, but first clear formulation was given by Frege. We begin with a general formulation of the argument. If a simple sentence, a sentence of the form A is F or A is related to B, is literally true, then the objects that its singular terms denote exist. Likewise, if an existential sentence is literally true, then there exist objects of the relevant kinds. If there is an F is true, then there exists some Fs. There are literally true simple sentences containing singular terms that refer to things that could only be abstract objects. Likewise, there are literally true existential statements whose quantifiers range over things that could only be abstract objects. Therefore, abstract objects exist. Premise 1 follows straightforward from the criterion of ontological commitment that we discussed in the last section. Again, this is widely accepted among contemporary philosophers for a good reason. If you think that a sentence of the form A is F is literally true and that it cannot be paraphrased into some other sentence, then it's hard to see how you could deny that there is such a thing as object A. Therefore, since 3 follows trivially from 1 and 2, the central question we have to answer is, in order to evaluate the argument above, is whether 2 is true. Below, I will discuss the possibility of denying 1, but for now I wanted to focus on 2. In any event, in order to motivate 2, Platonists need to provide some examples. That is, they have to produce some sentences and argue that they contain singular terms that can only be taken as referring to abstract objects and that they can't be paraphrased away. And they are literally true. Platonists maintain that there are many different kinds of such sentences. In what follows, we will consider versions of this argument that attempt to establish the existence of mathematical objects, propositions, properties, relations, sentence types, possible worlds, logical objects, and fictional objects. Mathematical objects. Platonists about mathematical objects claim that the theorems of mathematical theories are literally true and that their only plausible views of such sentences is that they are about abstract objects, that their singular terms denote abstract objects and their existential quantifiers range over abstract objects. This general stance towards mathematics goes back to Plato, but the first clear statement of this argument in this form was given to Frege, 1884. Other advocates include Quine, Gödel, Parsons, Putnam, Steiner, Resnick, Zalta, Wright, Burgess, Hale, Shapiro, the early Maddie, Katz, Calivan, McEvoy, and Marcus. Let us begin our discussion with the Platonist argument here by considering their reasons for thinking that we have to take sentences like 3 is prime to be about abstract objects rather than mental or physical objects of some kind. And let us start with a discussion of the psychologistic view that mathematics is about mental objects. Frege gave several compelling arguments against psychologism. First, it seems that psychologism is incapable of accounting for the truth of sentences that are about all natural numbers because they are infinitely many natural numbers, and clearly there can not be infinitely many number ideas in human mind. Secondly, psychologism seems to entail that sentences about very large numbers, in particular numbers that no one has ever had a thought about, are not true. For if none of us have ever had a thought about some very large number, then psychologism entails that there's no such number, and hence there's no sentence about that number could be true. Third, psychologism turns mathematics into a branch of psychology, and it makes mathematical truths contingent upon psychological truths. But it seems wrong. It seems that mathematics is true independently of us. Fourth and finally, psychologism suggests that the proper methodology for mathematics is that of empirical psychology. That is, it seems that if psychologism were true, then the proper way to discover would be to do an empirical study of humans and ascertain whether there is, in fact, an idea of such number in one of our heads. But of course, this is not the proper methodology for mathematics. As Frege says, weird and wonderful are the results of taking seriously the suggestions that number is an idea. Platonists do not deny that we have ideas about mathematical objects. What they deny is that our mathematical sentences are about these ideas. Thus, the dispute between Platonists and psychologism is a primary semantic one. Advocates of psychologism agree with Platonists that in the sentence 3 is prime, 3 is a function of a singular term as a denoting expression, but they disagree about the referent of the expression. They think that the 3 refers to a mental object, in particular an idea in our head. In this semantic thesis, the Platonists reject and that the above Fregean arguments are supposed to refute. More specifically, they're supposed to show that the psychologistic semantics of mathematical discourse is not correct because it has consequences that fly in the face of the actual usage of mathematical language. Another argument for the superiority of the Platonist semantics of mathematical discourse over the psychologistic semantics is based on the fact that ordinary usage, one way to say that something doesn't exist is to say that it exists only in your head. To say that mathematical objects exist only in our head, it seems just to say that they don't exist. For to say that they, as opposed to our ideas of them, exist to say that they exist independently of us in our thinking. Quine put this point in a very compelling way in connection with a conceptualistic view of the mythical objects like Pegasus. Let us move now to immanent realist or physicalist view of mathematics, and let us concentrate first on the views like Mill, views that maintain that sentences about number are really just general claims about bunches of ordinary objects. Now, in order to account for the contemporary mathematics in this way, a contemporary Millian would have to take set theory to be about ordinary objects as well. This, however, is untenable. One argument here is that set theory could not be about bunches of ordinary objects or piles of physical stuff because corresponding to every physical pile there are many, many sets. The principle of set theory entailed that corresponding to every physical object there is a huge infinity of sets. Clearly, these sets are not just piles of physical stuff because there are infinitely many of them. Again, this follows from the principles of set theory, and all of these infinitely many sets share the same physical base. Thus, it seems that claims about sets are not claims about bunches of ordinary objects or even generalized claims about such bunches. They are claims about sets, which are objects of a different kind. Another problem with the physicalist view along the lines of Mill is that they seem incapable of accounting for the sheer size of the infinities involved in set theory. Standard set theory entails not just that there are infinitely large sets, but that there are infinitely many sizes of infinity, which get larger and larger with no end, and that there actually exist sets of all of these different sizes of infinity. There is simply no plausible way to take this theory to be about physical stuff. These arguments do not refute the kind of immanent realism defended by the early Maddie, or on Maddie's view, sets of physical objects are located in spacetime right where their members are. Maddie's view has no problem accounting for the massive infinities in mathematics, for in her view, corresponding to every physical object, there is a huge infinity of sets that exist in space and time right where the given physical object exists. Given this, it should be clear that while Maddie's view says that there sets exist in spacetime, it cannot be thought of as saying that sets are physical objects. So Matty's view is not a physicalist view in the sense that relevant here, as was pointed out above, is better thought of as a non-standard version of Platonism. Thus, in the present context, in the context which Platonists are trying to undermine the views taken that take mathematical objects to be physical objects, Platonists do not need to argue against Matty's view. Of course, in the end, if they want to motivate the standard version of Platonism, then they'll have to give a reason for preferring their view to Matty's non-standard version of Platonism, and this might prove hard to do. If arguments like the ones we've been discussing here are cogent, then sentences like 3 is prime are not about physical or mental objects, and therefore psychologism and intimate realism are not tenable views of mathematics. But that is not the end of the singular term argument for the existence of abstract mathematical objects, for we still need to consider nominalistic views of sentences like 3 is prime. In order for Platonists to establish their view, they need to refute these nominalistic views as well as psychologistic and physicalist views. And it should be noted that this is the hard part. There is a good deal of agreement among philosophers of mathematics that psychologism and immanent realism are untenable. That is, most philosophers of mathematics are either Platonist or nominalist, but there is very little agreement as to whether Platonism or nominalism is correct. How can nominalists proceed in developing an account for sentences like 3 is prime? One strategy is to reject the premise and the standard criterion of ontological commitment discussed above. The most obvious way to do this is to endorse the following view. Simple mathematical sentences like 3 is prime should be read as being of the form A is F and as being about abstract objects. Like 3 should be taken as denoting the number 3, which could only be an abstract object, and 3 is prime should be taken as being a claim about that object. And abstract objects, in particular mathematical objects like the number 3, don't exist, and claim here is that they don't have any sort of being whatsoever, so this is not a Menungian view. But sentences like 3 and prime are literally true, thus on this view, a claim about an object A can be true even if that object doesn't exist at all. Let's call this view thin truthism. Views of this general kind have been endorsed by Izzoni, Salmon, and Bueno. Thin truthism endorses a similar view to existence claims. For instance, on their view, the sentence "there are infinitely many prime numbers" is literally true, even though there is no such thing as numbers. This might look like a contradiction, but is not, because according to thin truthism, existential expressions or quantifiers like there is are ambiguous. Most philosophers find this view extremely hard to believe. Indeed, a lot of philosophers would say that it's simply confused or incoherent. But in fact, thin truthism is not incoherent. A better way to formulate the problem with this view is as follows. In giving up on the standard criterion of ontological commitment, thin truthism seems to be using true in a non-standard way. Most of us would say that there is no such thing as an object A. Then sentences of the form A is F cannot be literally true. This is, of course, is just to say that most of us accept the standard criterion of ontological commitment discussed above, but the point here is that this criterion seems to be built into the standard meaning of words like true. Indeed, this explains why the standard criterion of ontological commitment is so widely accepted. Another worry one might raise about thin truthism is that it only differs from fictionalism in merely verbal way, like thin true express the kind of truth and thin truthism have in mind, and that thick true express the kind of truth that everyone else in the debate has in mind, like Platonists, fictionalists, paraphrase nominalists, and so on. This will collapse into a disagreement about whether thin truth or thick truth is real truth, and this is just a disagreement about whether the word true means in ordinary folk English, and it's hard to see why an empirical question about how the folk happen to use some word is relevant to the debate about the existence of mathematical objects. In any event, if we reject thin truthism, if we accept the first premise and the standard criterion of ontological commitment, then there are two general strategies that nominalists can adopt in giving a view of mathematical sentences. First, they can endorse a paraphrase view, and second, they can endorse a fictionalist view. Those who endorse a paraphrase view claim that while sentences like 3 is prime are true, they should not be read as Platonists read them, because we can paraphrase these sentences with other sentences that do not commit us to the existence of abstract objects. One view of this sort is known as if-thenism, holds that 3 is prime can be paraphrased by if there were numbers, then 3 would be prime. From an early version of this sort of view, see Hilbert in his letter to Frege, 1899. The second version of the paraphrase strategy, which we can call the metamathematical formalism, is that 3 is prime can be paraphrased by 3 is prime follows from the axioms of arithmetic. A third version developed by Shahara is that mathematical sentences that seem to make claims about what mathematical objects exist. One problem with the various paraphrase view is that none of the paraphrases seem very good. That is, the paraphrases seem to misrepresent what we actually mean. Some paraphrase nominalists maintain that it doesn't matter what we really mean. The paraphrase nominalists aren't committed to the thesis that their paraphrase capture the real ordinary language meanings of our mathematical sentences, but this is false. If paraphrase nominalists admit that Platonists are right about the ordinary language meaning of mathematical sentences, then their view will collapse into a fictionalist view. For since paraphrase nominalists don't believe in the existence of mathematical objects, if they admit that ordinary utterances are best interpreted as being about mathematical objects or purporting to be about such objects, then they will have to admit that such sentences are literally untrue, as fictionalists maintain. Thus, if the paraphrase nominalist view is going to be a general alternative to fictionalism, it has to involve the thesis that the paraphrase that nominalists are offering capture the real meanings of ordinary mathematical sentences. On the other hand, paraphrase nominalists might try to argue that they are right about the ordinary language meaning of sentences, even though this is not obvious or transparent to ordinary speakers. This instance, however, would be extremely controversial and difficult to motivate. One paraphrase view that has become somewhat popular recently holds that sentences that seem to be about numbers are best read as being about plurals. Mark, good to see you. Let's move on now to a discussion of fictionalism, which is the last option for nominalists. Unlike paraphrase nominalists, fictionalists admit that the Platonist face value semantics for mathematical discourse is correct, but because fictionalists don't believe in abstract objects, they think that mathematical sentences like 3 is prime are not true. In other words, fictionalists maintain that Platonists are right about sentences like 3 is prime do purport to be about abstract objects, but there is no such thing as abstract objects, and so these sentences are indeed our mathematical theories are untrue. There are a few different ways that Platonists might try to argue against fictionalism. The most famous and widely held discussed argument against fictionalism is the Quine-Putnam indispensability argument. This argument, or at any rate one version of it, proceeds to follow it can be that mathematics is untrue, as fictionalists suggest, because mathematics is an indispensable part of our physical theories, and so if we want to maintain that our physical theories are true, and surely we do, we don't want our disbelief in abstract objects to force us to be anti-realist about natural science, then we have to maintain that our mathematical theories are true. Fictionalists have developed two different responses to the Quine-Putnam argument. The first, developed by Field and Balaguer, is based on the claim that mathematics is, in fact, not indispensable to empirical sciences, that empirical theories can be nominalized or reformulated in a way that avoids reference to abstract objects. The second response, developed by Balaguer, Rosen, Yalbu, Bueno, Lang, and perhaps Melia, is to grant the indispensability of mathematics to empirical science and to simply account for the relevant application from a fictionalist point of view. There's no consensus on whether the fictionalist response to the Quine-Putnam argument are successful, but even if they are, there are other objections that Platonists might raise against fictionalism. For instance, one might argue that fictionalists cannot account for the objectivity of mathematics, or second, one might argue that fictionalist is not nominalistically acceptable view because formulations of it invariably involve tacit reference to various kinds of abstract objects, such as sentence types or stories or possible worlds. In the end, it is not obvious whether Platonists can successfully refute fictionalism, and more generally, it is not obvious whether the version of the singular term argument rehearsed in the subsection provided a good reason for believing in abstract mathematical objects. Propositions. We now turn to a version of the singular term argument aimed at establishing the existence of propositions. Once again, the most important figure in the development of this argument is Frege. Other relevant figures who would all endorse the argument, like the one sketched below, include Russell, Church, Quine, Kaplan, Kripke, Schiffner, Perry, Evans, Peacock, Barwise, and Perry, Beeler, Zolta, Katz, Solomon, Soames, Forbes, Crimmins, and Perry, Richard, Crimmins, Recanti, King, Braun, and Sull. The relevant sentence here are belief ascriptions. The first point to note about these sentences is that they involve that clauses, where a that clause is simply a word that added to the front of a complete sentence, like that snow is white. The second point is to be made is that clauses in English are singular terms. This argument seems to be valid, and Platonist claims that the best and only tenable explanation of this fact involves a commitment to the idea that the that clause in this argument is a singular term. But if that clauses are singular terms, what sort of objects do they refer to? Well, it might seem that they refer to facts or state of affairs. This, however, is a mistake, at least in connection with the that clauses that appear in belief reports. Since beliefs can be false, it follows that that clauses in our belief reports refer to things that can be false. These conditions suggest that the reference of the that clauses that appear in belief descriptions are things that can be true or false. But if that is right, then it seems that objects of belief must either be sentences or propositions. The standard Platonist view is that they are propositions. Before we consider their arguments for this claim, we need to say a few words about the different kinds of sentential views that one might endorse. To begin with, we need to distinguish between sentence types and sentence tokens. A token is an actual physical thing located at a specific place in space-time. A type, on the other hand, can be tokened numerous times but is not identical with any single token. Thus, a sentence type is an abstract object. And so if we are looking for an anti-Platonist view of what that clauses refer to or what belief reports are about, we cannot say that they're about sentence types. We have to say they're about sentence tokens. The second distinction is that needs to be drawn here is between sentence tokens that are external or public and sentence tokens that are internal or private. And internal sentence tokens exist inside a particular person's head. There's a widespread view due mainly to Jerry Fodor that we are able to perform cognitive tasks, think, remember information, and have beliefs only because we are capable of storing information in our heads in a neutral neural language, often called mentalese or the language of thought. In connection with beliefs, the idea here is that to believe that is to have a neural sentence stored in your head in a belief way as opposed to a desire way or some other way that means in mentalese. This gives us two different anti-Platonist alternatives to the view that beliefs reports involve reference to propositions. First, there's the conceptualist or mentalistic view that belief reports involve references to sentences in our head or mentalese sentence tokens. And second, that these physicalistics view that belief reports involve references to external sentence tokens. Versions of this view have been endorsed by Carnap, Davidson, and Leeds. There are a number of arguments that suggest that ordinary belief reports cannot be taken to be about internal or external sentences, and that we have to take them to be about propositions. This argument does not rule out the view that that clauses refer to mentally sentence types, but the argument can be extended to rule out that view as well. Now notice that the issue so far has been purely semantic, but what the above argument suggests is that regardless of whether there are any such things as propositions or that clauses are best interpreted as purporting to refer to such objects, Platonists claim that if this is correct, then there must be such things as propositions because clearly many of our belief ascriptions are true. This version of the singular term argument might seem even more powerful than the mathematical object version of the singular term argument, because in this case, it doesn't seem that there is much room for a paraphrase nominalism. We saw that there are a number of programs for paraphrasing the statements of mathematics, but there's no obvious strategy for paraphrasing ordinary belief ascriptions. One might think that this could be done by taking sentences of the form S believes that P to mean if there existed propositions, then S would believe that P, but this sort of view is even less plausible here than it is in the mathematical case. It is just widely implausible to support that when common folks say they mean to be making hypothetical claims about what the person in question would believe in some alternative situation. However, while paraphrased nominalists seem hopeless in the case of proposition, Bulgar has argued that fictionalist nominalism carries over very well in the case of propositions. Though, Mark, I haven't read Ginsberg's Legends, although in other sources, I think I've read most of the legends in Ginsberg's Legends because it's just another compendium of legends that are other sources that I've read. Properties and relations. One way to argue from a Platonist view of properties and relations, the first is to use the argument of propositions to argue for a Platonist view of propositions, and then to claim that this argument already contains an argument for properties and relations because properties and relations are components of propositions. If we adopt a Russellian view of propositions, this is straightforward because it is built into the Russellian view that propositions are composed of objects, properties, and relations. If we adopt a Fregean view of propositions, however, the situation is different. On the Fregean view, propositions are composed of senses, which we can think of as meanings or concepts. Now, Frege himself did not use the word concept to talk about these things. He used the German Sinn which is usually translated as sense, but we can use the word concept here. On this way of talking, we can say that on a Fregean view, if we have good reason to countenance the existence of the propositions that roses are red, then we have a good reason to countenance the existence of the concept red. Now, some Fregeans might want to say that the property of redness is the concept of redness, and if so, then they would maintain with Russellians that if there exist propositions, then there also exist properties and relations. But most Fregeans would want to deny that properties are concepts. So in order to motivate a Platonistic view of properties and relations, they would need an entirely different argument. And since we have already found the one over many argument for properties and relations is not cogent, then this other argument would presumably be a version of the singular term argument, one that was aimed specifically at establishing the existence of properties and relations. If Platonists managed to establish the existence of properties and relations in this way, they would still need to argue that such things could only be abstract objects. That is, they would have to argue that properties and relations are not ideas as conceptualists claim, or universals inhering in physical things as immanent realists claim. The argument listed above are conceptualistic or psychologistic views of numbers, also tells against conceptualism about properties and relations. For instance, as Russell points out, property claims and relational claims seem to be objective. And second, conceptualism seems simply to get the semantics of our property discourse wrong, for it seems to confuse properties with our ideas of them. There are also some very famous arguments against the immanent realist view of properties and relation. First, it is not clear that it is coherent to say that there is such a thing as redness and that this one thing exists in many different objects at the same time. Second, it is not clear what it is for this object to possess a property of on the immanent realist view. Most immanent realists would not say that property possession is a full-blown relation, for this would just be another universal, and it's commonly thought that if immanent realists adopted this view, it would lead to an unacceptable infinite regress. If we're told that object A possesses fness, if and only if A stands in the possession relation of fness, then one might ask what it is for an object and a property to stand in possession relation to one another, and so on. In light of this, many immanent realists maintain that when an object A possesses a property fness, A and fness are linked together in some non-relational way, a way that is more intimate or primitive than ordinary relational connection, but it is not clear what this really amounts to. Immanent realists might respond that Platonists also have a problem here, that Platonists also have to provide an account of the relation or connection between objects and properties, but some Platonists might argue that the problem isn't as bad for them because Platonistic properties are causally inert, so they are not responsible in any way for objects having the nature they have, and they do not play an important role in explanations of why objects have the natures they have. For instance, if A is fness is not responsible in any way for A having the nature that it has. Thus, Platonists might claim that A is simply an example of fness, and that there is no more to their relation than that. Immanent realists, however, think that ordinary physical objects are the way they are because they possess the properties they do. Thus, they seem committed to the thesis that there is some sort of physically substantial connection or link between objects and their properties, and it's not at all clear what this could be. There's been a lot of philosophy dedicated to this problem, but there's no consensus of how or whether it can be solved. It is worth noting that Platonists who argue for properties and relations in conjunction with propositions, by first arguing for propositions and then claiming that properties and relations are components of propositions, will have an easier time arguing that properties and relations couldn't exist in our minds as conceptualists say, or as things as immanent realists say in connection with conceptualism. Platonists of this sort could claim that the argument given in 4.2, thinking that clauses don't refer to mentally sentences, tokens suggest that propositions, which are the reference of that clauses, could not be made up of properties that exist in our heads. And in connection with immanent realism, Platonists of this sort could argue that propositions couldn't be composed of immanent realist properties because people believe propositions that are composed of properties that are not instantiated in the physical world. Thus, the conclusion here is that if propositions have properties as components, then the properties in question have to be transcendent Platonist properties, not immanent properties. Sentence types. Linguistics is a branch of science that tells us about sentences. Now, one might hold the physicalist view here, according to which linguistics is about actual external sentence tokens. This view was popular in the early part of the 20th century, or alternatively, one might hold a conceptualist view, maintaining that linguistics is essentially a branch of psychology. The main proponent of this view is Noam Chomsky, who thinks of grammar as a natural language as being an ideal speaker hearer's knowledge of a given language. but there are reasons for thinking that neither the physicalist or the conceptualist approach is tenable, and that the only plausible way to interpret linguistic theory is as being about sentence type, which is, of course, as abstract objects. Katz constructs arguments here that are very similar to the ones we considered above in connection with mathematical objects. One argument here is that linguistic theory seems to have consequences that are true and about sentences that have never been tokened internally or externally. Standard linguistic theory entails that many sentences that have never been tokened internally or externally are well-formed English sentences. Thus, if we want to claim that our linguistic theories are true, then we have to accept these consequences or theorems of linguistic theory, but these theorems are clearly not true of any sentence tokens because the sentences in question have never been tokened. And so it is argued that they must be true of sentence types. Possible worlds. It is a very widely held view among contemporary philosophers that we need to appeal to an entity known as possible worlds in order to account for various phenomena. There are dozens of phenomena that philosophers have thought should be explained in terms of possible worlds, but to name just one, it is often argued that semantic theory is best carried out in terms of possible worlds. Consider, for example, the attempt to state the truth conditions of sentences of the form, it is necessary that S, and it is possible that S, where S is any sentence. It is widely believed that the best theory here is that the sentence of the form, it is necessary that S is true if and only if S is true in all possible worlds, and a sentence of the form, it is possible that S is true if and only if S is true in at least one possible world. Now, if we add to this theory, the premise is that at least one sentence of the form, it is possible that S is true, and this seems undeniable, then we are led to the result that possible worlds exist. Now, as was the case with numbers, properties, and sentences, not everyone who endorses possible worlds think that they are abstract objects. Indeed, one leading proponent of the use of possible worlds in philosophy and semantics, namely David Lewis, maintains that possible worlds are of the same kind of the actual world, so he takes them to be concrete objects. However, most philosophers who endorse possible worlds take them to be abstract objects. It is important to know, however, that possible worlds are very often not taken to constitute a new kind of abstract object. For instance, it is very popular to maintain that a possible world is just a set of propositions. To see how a set of propositions could serve as a possible world, notice that you believed in full-blown possible worlds that are just like the actual worlds in kind. Then you would say that corresponding to each of these worlds, there's a set of propositions that completely and accurately describe the given world, or is true of that world. Many philosophers who do not believe in full-blown possible worlds maintain that these sets of propositions are good enough that we can take them to be possible worlds, or alternatively, one might think of possible worlds as a state of affairs or a way things could be. In doing so, one might think of these constituting a new kind of abstract object, or one might think of them as properties, giant complex properties that the entire universe may or may not possess. In any event, if possible worlds are indeed abstract objects, and if the above argument for the existence of possible worlds is cogent, then this would give another example for Platonism. Logical objects. Frege appealing to sentences like the following: the number of F's is identical to the number of G's if and only if there is a one-to-one correspondence between F's and G's. The direction of a line is identical to the direction of line B if and only if A is parallel to B. The shape of figure A is identical to the shape of figure B if and only if A is geometrically similar to B. On Frege's view, principles like these are true, so they commit us to the existence of numbers, lines, and shapes. Now, of course, we have already gone through a Platonistic argument, indeed a Fregean argument for the existence of numbers. Moreover, the standard Platonist view is that the argument for the existence of mathematical objects is entirely general, covering all branches of mathematics, including geometry, so that on this view, we have already reason to believe in lines and shapes as well as numbers. But it's worth noting that in contrast to most contemporary Platonists, Frege thought of numbers, lines, and shapes as logical objects, because in his view, well, things can be identified with extensions of concepts. What is the extension of a concept? Well, simplifying a bit, it is just the set of things falling under a given concept. And so the idea here is that since logic is centrally concerned with predicates and their corresponding concepts, and since extensions are tied to concepts, we can think of extensions as logical objects. Thus, since Frege thinks that numbers, lines, and shapes can be identified with extensions, in his view, we can think of these things as logical objects. Frege's definitions of numbers, lines, shapes in terms of extensions can be formulated as follows. The number of F's is the extension of the concept equinumerous with F. That is, it is a set of all concepts that have exactly as many objects falling under them as does F. And the direction of line A is an extension of the concept parallel to A, and the shape of the figure A is the extension of the concept geometrically similar to A. A similar approach can be used to define other kinds of logical objects. For instance, truth value of the proposition P can be identified with the extension of the concept equivalent to P, the concept true if and only if P is true. It should be noted that contemporary neo-Fregeans reject the identification of direction and shapes and so on with extension of concepts. They hold instead that directions and shapes are sui generis abstract objects. Fictional objects. Finally, a number of philosophers think that fictional objects or fictional characters are best thought of abstract objects. Salta maintains that in English, the copula is, as in A is F, is ambiguous, and it can be read as either ascribing property exemplification or property encoding. It should be noted that Salta employs this device of encoding with respect to all abstract objects, mathematical objects, logical objects, and so on, not just fictional objects. Although Salta points out his theory of encoding is based on a similar theory developed by Ernst Mally in 1912. Those who endorse a Platonistic view of fictional objects maintain that there is no good paraphrase of sentences. One can still endorse fictionalists in an error-theoretic view of sentences. In other words, one could admit that sentences is a claim about fictional characters, and then one could claim that since there is no such thing as fictional characters, is simply not true, although, of course, it might be true in the story of fictional characters, where this just means that it would have been true if there had been the realm of fictional characters of the sort that Platonists believe in. The epistemological argument against Platonism. Finally, finishing up. Over the years, anti-Platonist philosophers have presented a number of arguments against Platonism. One of these arguments stands out as the strongest, namely the epistemological argument. The argument goes all the way back to Plato, but it has received renewed interest since 1973 when Paul Ben-Seraph presented a version of this argument. Most of the work on the problem is taking place in the philosophy of mathematics in connection with the Platonist view of mathematical objects like numbers. We will therefore discuss the argument in this context, but all of the issues and arguments can be reproduced in connection with other kinds of abstract objects. The argument can be put in the following way. 1. Human beings exist entirely within space-time. 2. If there exist any abstract mathematical objects, then they do not exist in space-time. Therefore, it seems very plausible that 3. If there exist any abstract mathematical objects, then human beings could not attain knowledge of them. Therefore, 4. If mathematical Platonism is correct, then human beings could not attain mathematical knowledge. 5. Human beings have attained mathematical knowledge. Therefore, 6. Mathematical Platonism is not correct. The argument for 3 is everything here. That if there exist any abstract mathematical objects, then human beings could not attain knowledge of them. It can be established that then so can 6, because 3 trivially entails 4 and 5 is beyond doubt, and 4 and 5 trivially entail 6. Now, 1 and 2 do not strictly entail 3, and so there's room for Platonists to maneuver here, and we'll see this is precisely how most Platonists have responded. However, it is important to notice that 1 and 2 provide a strong prima facie motivation for 3, because they seem to imply that mathematical objects, if there is such a thing, are totally inaccessible to us, that information cannot pass from mathematical objects to human beings, but this gives rise to a prima facie worry, which may or may not be answerable, about whether human beings could acquire knowledge of mathematical objects. Thus, we should think of the argument not as a refuting Platonism, but as issuing a challenge to Platonists. The challenge is simply to explain how human beings can acquire knowledge of abstract mathematical objects. There are 3 ways for Platonists to respond. First, they can argue that 1 is false and that the human mind is capable of somehow forging contact with abstract mathematical objects and thereby acquiring information about such objects. This strategy has been pursued by Plato in the Meno and the Phaedo, and by Gödel. Plato's idea is that our immaterial souls acquire knowledge of abstract objects before we were born, and that mathematical learning is really just a process of coming to remember what we knew before we were born. On Gödel's version of the view, we acquire knowledge of abstract objects in much the same way that we acquire knowledge of concrete physical objects, more specifically, just as we acquire information about physical objects via the faculty of sense perception, we acquire information about abstract objects by the faculty of mathematical intuition. Now, other philosophers have endorsed the idea that we possess a faculty of mathematical intuition, but Gödel's version of this view, and he seems to be alone in this, involves the idea that the mind is a non-physical, in some sense, and that we're capable of forging contact with and acquiring information from non-physical mathematical objects. This view has been almost universally rejected. One problem is that denying one doesn't seem to help. The idea of an immaterial mind receiving information from an abstract object seems just as mysterious as confuse the idea of a physical brain receiving information from an abstract object. The second strategy that Platonists can pursue is in responding to the epistemological argument is to argue that two is false and that human beings can acquire information about mathematical objects via normal perceptual means. The early Maddie pursued this idea in connection with set theory, claiming that sets of physical objects can be taken to exist in space-time and hence that we can perceive them. It may be objected that according to the definitions we've been using, views like Maddie's are not versions of Platonism at all because they do not take mathematical objects to exist outside of space-time. Nonetheless, there is some rationale for thinking of Maddie's view as a sort of non-traditional Platonism. For instance, Maddie's view entails that there is an infinity of sets associated with every ordinary physical object, all sharing the same spatio-temporal location in the same physical matter. She has allowed that these sets differ from one another in some sort of non-physical way, and hence that there is something about these sets that is non-physical or perhaps abstract in some sense of these terms. Now, of course, the question of whether Maddie's view counts as a version of Platonism is purely terminological, but whatever we say about this, the view is still worth considering in the present context because it is widely thought of as one of the available responses to the epistemological argument against Platonism. Indeed, this is in the spirit in which Maddie originally presented the view. The third and final strategy that Platonists can pursue is to accept 1 and 2 and explain why 3 is nonetheless false. This strategy is different from the first two in that it doesn't involve the postulation of information transferring contact between human beings and abstract objects. The idea here is to grant that human beings do not have such contact with abstract objects and to explain how they can nonetheless acquire knowledge of such objects. This has been the most popular strategy among contemporary Platonists. Its advocates include Quine, Steiner, Parsons, Katz, Resnick, Wright, Lewis, Hale, Shapiro, Burgess, Bolliger, Linsky, and Zolta, Burgess and Rosen, and Manebo. There are several different versions of this view. We will look very briefly at one of the most prominent of them. One version of the third strategy implicit in the writing of Quine and developed by Steiner and Resnick is to argue that we have good reason to believe that our mathematical theories are true, even though we don't have any contact with mathematical objects, because these theories are embedded in our empirical theories, and these empirical theories, including their mathematical parts, have been confirmed by empirical evidence, and so we have empirical evidence for believing our mathematical theories are true, and hence the abstract mathematical objects exist. Note this view involves the controversial thesis that confirmation is holistic, that entire theories are confirmed by pieces of evidence that seem to confirm only parts of theories. One might doubt that confirmation is holistic in this way. Moreover, even if one grants that confirmation is holistic, one might worry that this view leaves unexplained the fact that mathematicians are capable of acquiring knowledge of their theories before these theories are applied in empirical science. The second version of the third strategy developed by Katz and Lewis is to argue that we can know that our mathematical theories are true without any sort of information transferring contact with mathematical objects because these theories are necessarily true. The reason we need information transferring contact with ordinary physical objects in order to know what they're like is that these objects could have been different. Third version of the third strategy has been developed by Resnick and Shapiro. Both of these philosophers endorse Platonistic structuralism, a view that holds that our mathematical theories provide true descriptions of mathematical structures, which according to this view are abstract. Moreover, Resnick and Shapiro both claim that human beings can acquire knowledge of mathematical structures without coming into any sort of information transferring contact with such things by simply constructing mathematical axiom systems. For they argue axiom systems provide implicit definitions of structures. One problem with this view, however, is that it does not explain how we could know which of the various axiom systems that we might formulate actually pick out structures that exist in the mathematical realm. A fourth and final version of the third strategy, developed independently and somewhat differently by Bolliger and Linsky and Zolta, is based on the adoption of a particular version of Platonism called plenitudinous Platonism. Bolliger also calls it full-blooded Platonism, or FPB, and Linsky and Zolta called it principled Platonism. Bolliger defines plenitudinous Platonism somewhat roughly as the view that there exist mathematical objects of all possible kinds, or the view that all mathematical objects that possibly could exist actually do exist. But in general, Bolliger would define a different plenitude principle for every different kind of abstract objects. Linsky and Zolta developed plenitudinous Platonism by proposing a distinctive plenitude principle for each of the three basic domains of abstractia, abstract individuals, relations, properties, and proposition, and contingently non-concrete individuals. For example, on their view, the plenitude principle for abstract individuals asserts, again somewhat roughly, that every possible description of an object characterizes an abstract object that encodes, and thus, in an important sense, has the properties expressed in the description. Bulgar, Linsky, and Zolto then argue that if Platonists endorse plenitude as Platonism, then they can solve epistemological problems with Platonism without positing any sort of information transferring contact between human beings and abstract objects. Bulgar's version of the argument proceeds as follows: since Platonian Platonism or full-blooded Platonism says that there are mathematical objects of all possible kinds, it follows that if full-blooded Platonism is true, then every purely mathematical theory that could possibly be true that's internally consistent accurately describes some collection of actually existing mathematical objects. Thus, it follows from full-blooded Platonism that in order to attain knowledge of abstract mathematical objects, all we have to do is come up with an internally consistent, purely mathematical theory and know that it's consistent. But it seems clear that we humans are capable of formulating internally consistent mathematical theories and of knowing that they're internally consistent, and being able to do this does not require us to have any sort of information transferring account with abstract objects that the theories in question are about. Thus, if this is right, then the epistemological problem with Platonism has been resolved. One might object here that in order for humans to acquire knowledge of abstract objects in this way, they would first need to know that plenitudian Platonism is true. Linsky and Zolta respond to this, arguing that plenitudian Platonism, or in their lingo, principal Platonism, is knowable a priori because it requires for our understanding of any possible scientific theory, it alone is capable of accounting for mathematics that could be used in empirical science, no matter what the physical world was like. Bulgaro's response, on the other hand, is based on the claim that to demand that Platonists explain how humans could know that full-blooded Platonism is true is exactly analogous to demanding that external world realism, those who believe that there is a real physical world existing independently of us in our thinking, explains how human beings could know that there is an external world of a kind that gives rise to accurate sense perception. Thus, Bulgar argues that while there may be some sort of Cartesian-style skeptical arguments against full-blooded Platonism here, analogous to skeptical arguments against external world realism, the arguments in 1 to 6 is supposed to be a different kind of argument, and in order to respond to that argument, full-blown Platonists do not have to explain how humans could know that full-blown Platonism is true. Okay, yeah, definitely, Mark. So there you have it, folks. Over 7 hours here. A lot of information. I'm glad I got through it. So appreciate everyone who tuned in. I'm not even sure that I have much to wrap up, because they say there's no, like I keep on saying, there's no shortcuts. So if you really want to understand the wisdom, you got to go through this. Like, you try to, so to say, make like concise or 101 versions, or the categories of main points, important points. Try to do that, but just to do the due diligence. I'm really feeling good about my research, and hopefully it'll continue. If I have time next week, I will do part 3 on profiles, and like I said, we'll probably do the advent of modern science under like Helmholtz, Quine, Whewell, Poincare of mathematical science. And I'm not sure where I'll go for this. It's such a huge topic. So I said, I don't even know the topic well enough to think, how to logically structure. And like I said, just start somewhere. So just jump in. So that's what I'm doing my best to do. Just jump in, do my best to present these ideas, research it. We'll talk more about it on Week in Review. It's possible tomorrow night I'm going to be talking with this guy, Torah Apologetics, on his channel. So if that's so, I'll share it on my Twitter, social media. And, we're still, I'm not sure I've got full confirmation about the modern day debates, but hopefully for Week in Review, I'm also going to start putting together my slides, and we'll go over that Sunday, and we'll continue the research. So God bless anyone who tuned in. Hope they got some use of it, and you will continue. So see you next time.